Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Pace Radio Network, created by patients for patients, and for those who need to know.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 76. And we're fortunately to be joined by somebody who was with us in the past. And we're honored to have him again and to welcome him to the second time club. Welcome, Chris Coolum. He is running for Senate again, for Congress in California's 2nd District. So hello and welcome.
Thank you very much. Very happy to be here.
All right. So with that, we usually start off asking, question, how do people come to cannabis? But you've already answered that in the previous discussion. So we're going to start off with a completely new set of questions. So can you tell us about your experience serving in the U.S. military for 16 years? How has it shaped your perspective on leadership as well as public service?
Well, I would find that to be a very relevant question, particularly today, in today's political environment. But I was very fortunate to be a Mustang. So I started as an enlisted. I joined in 2000 as a young 18-year-old high school dropout, and was taught to take care of what my lane was, and then eventually you grow larger and you start to take care of more lanes for other people and be responsible for them. And I think through that process, both as a lower enlisted and then an NCO, and then eventually getting my commission and exiting as a captain, I think the resounding thing was never do anything that you're not willing to ask someone else to do, or never ask anybody to do something you're not willing to do yourself. And so I think that is part of what has shaped me. And as we go and grow through the different levels of responsibilities in the military, we learn that, there's a lot of, I think, what we might find now post-career is kind of cliche phrases, but what you put into it is what you get out of it. And I think that is one of the messages that we get in politics, is what we put into our, what we put our attention into is what, the quality of the product in which we get out of it. And so I believe that as we who reside in a republic are citizens of a republic, I think that is probably one of the most impactful things for us to understand. One of the biggest takeaways from my military experience was just, we've got to make sure that we're putting quality in and expecting quality out. And if we don't get that quality back, then we need to check that system and find out why. So my takeaway here is what we put into our republic is what we get out of our republic. And that's kind of the military leadership message that I would convey here for this question.
Well, thank you very much. And again, it's an honor to have you again as you run again for office. Next question will be Council Member Landau. Nate, you're up.
Hey, Chris, thank you so much for being here with us.
My pleasure, Nate.
My question is, in your role as an infantry officer in the U.S. Army, what lessons did you learn about teamwork and the collaboration that you believe are applicable to political leadership? Thank you.
Yeah, we've got to make sure that we have accountability, I think, is the big one. Anybody that's given responsibility, is given authority, given power, it's got to be something that you are also accountable for. We don't just hand power over to people and say, do as you will. There's a check and a balance. And sometimes that's the people within the unit. There's been scenarios where I've had to push back on orders that I was given. And I think that that's an important part of our military law. There are things in which we can do inside of the system that allow us to create checks and balances, or have checks and balances in the system. And there's the kind of the bifurcation between the enlisted oath and the officer's oath. And I think we need to make sure that we have that. And one of the differences is that officers, we're not ordered to follow orders. We're not lawfully bound to follow orders. We review the orders that we are given, and we decide whether or not we accept them. And then we give those orders on to the next level of the unit. And so this is something I feel really resonated with me as I went through my military service. Was you're not just a mindless bot. You're you're somebody who's there, who's executing technically and tactically competently in a way that accomplishes the mission, but you have to do it within, the laws of war. You have to do it within the Geneva Convention. You have to do it in a way that allows for those that are part of the team that are protected, from, we'll say, lack of insight from decision makers. And there's been countless scenarios where I've watched squad leaders push back on something from a platoon leader or from a company commander, and that squad leader was right. And so the point here is the system that we have. As long as we understand the rules, as long as we understand the system works for us. The system works for the people. The system works for people who understand it best. And I think as that transitions over to the political world, we've got to make sure that we, the citizens, again, of the Republic, understand the rules and understand our rights, understand our responsibilities. One of the very first things that we get taught in the military is duty. Depending on your branch, you've got certain mottos, honor, courage, commitment, so on. And you've got to make sure that we understand the rules and we make sure that we enforce those rules, but we hold each other accountable to those rules as well. And again, this is where I see the overlap to a republic. I don't have any power over anybody else as a citizen, but I am willing and able to check that person and say, do you understand your rights and your responsibilities? What they do with it is what they do with it. I can't force them to do anything, but I can point out that they are falling short of their duties as a citizen. And I think that was always something that impressed me when that happened, peer to peer in the military. As a, they called it leadership outside of the rank structure, rank outside of your organizational structure. And there was a lot of people that I respected because they knew the game, they knew the rules, and they didn't have a problem pushing back on a battalion commander. That was mind blowing to watch, but they knew what they were doing, and they knew the rules, they knew their rights, and they did a phenomenal job. And so, really, it's being technically and tactically competent. That's what we need to do here in this republic, is understand what we do, what we are.
Thank you. That's a friendly reminder. I wish many politicians, as we know with previous generations, there had been a large swath of the Congress and Senate were military veterans. So that esprit de corps, as well as that professionality, was not only expected, it was the norm, and that has since been lost. So we see some of that restoration with more military, especially officers in the ranks. They hold them to a higher standard because you hold yourselves to higher standards. So we appreciate that in that perspective, and it's needed, which is why we love to see you make it there specifically, because that type of leadership is needed. So next step will be Council Member Michael Krowitz. Congratulations, Michael is joining us from Geneva, Switzerland. He's been working on the WIPO Treaty, protecting intellectual properties and genetics around the world. So welcome, Michael. You have our next question.
Thank you, Etienne. It's great to see you, Chris. Thank you for joining us again.
Likewise.
I guess this question is kind of a follow-up from the last time you were on. The question is simply what brought you to this decision to run again for Congress, but more than just that, hopefully you can give us a little, behind the scenes peek of the decision-making process and, what it's like from your perspective to look at this choice and the landscape of your political campaign out there.
Well, again, congratulations to you, and thanks for the question. There's so much that we go deep on in the campaign, and sometimes we move away from that inception moment, that decision point. And it was definitely a long coming decision. It wasn't something I wanted to do. I didn't think about how I could fit myself in. And I guess to, as you said, kind of continue that last point, I realize that our country is on a dangerous path for a lot of reasons. And I I remember sitting and looking at everything that was going on, and this is 3 years ago, I think, 2021-ish. And we were looking at a pretty terrible economic situation. We were looking at continuing increases in chaos and unrest. We were watching it, particularly here in the north coast of California. We were watching people losing their livelihoods, moving out, businesses closing. And then, in my sphere, the sphere that I could recognize that exists, I saw a lot of chaos and a lot of a serious lack of leadership that was happening. I mean, nothing's changed. Nothing. I'd say that this is an ongoing situation for many years, not just in a administration specifically, but there's this kind of community issue that I watched happen. And I'm a nerd. I love to focus on statistics and pay attention to things. A lot of my background is in policy, international policy, and so on. And so I watch a lot of the data, and I began to get the sense that the opportunities that we were building for the next generation were declining. It was not. It was going to me, intuitively, it felt like they were not going to have as much access to opportunity as my generation did. And then I started doing some research, and I found that every generation experiences roughly 20% less wealth than their parents' generation. And that is something that's continued for over 40 years now. And so, it's not a singular generation, but as you work it down percentage-wise, 20% becomes less and less of what's remaining. And so I looked at my nieces and my nephews, and I realized that with all of the increases in living and costs of everything, add another 10, 20 years to that, and these kids will have no opportunities. There's nothing wrong with them. But, going back again to responsibilities and duties, I was a president of the Boy Scout Council here. So it's 2 counties, about 1,000 youth, and then 2,000 adult volunteers. And I got my Eagle Scout back in the 90s. And I remember coming home and thinking, this is only possible because of the people that did the work in the background when I was a young child. And they created the scenario that allowed me to even compete for an Eagle Scout, to even participate in the process, to get the merit badges, to go on the trips, to do X, Y, and Z. And without any of that, I would have never even had the opportunity. It would never have been anything to consider. And I believe, like many others, that becoming an Eagle Scout or participating in Boy Scouts saved my life. I would not be sitting in front of you running for Congress with a master's degree if I was not an Eagle Scout, and I know that for a fact. And so what I watched was that same concept of, if there hadn't been a bunch of volunteers doing things for me as a Boy Scout, as a boy, as a young man, that I would have never had the infrastructure, let's say, to accomplish that. And it's the same thing for each generation. My generation, the 40-year-olds, depending on how you look at it, I'm a millennial or a boomer, and Gen Xer, and yeah, thanks. An X. And so you think about how each preceding generation creates the opportunities for the following generation. And that is something that we don't often think about in our day-to-day lives because we're just trying to survive. And so I took that same kind of equation, without the inputs of those in the past, we do not have the present, and without the future, we don't have the inputs. We can't do the future without the inputs of the present. And so that, I think, was kind of the foundation for the decision. But one of the main things that really pushed me over the edge was that our current representative is trying to get rid of a major water source in Lake County, Mendocino County. And I realized that if that goes away, that not only our current generation, our current population, but the future populations of this entire region, including farmers, including cannabis farmers of the Emerald Triangle, including wineries, hospitality, restaurants, you name it. The overwhelming majority of the economy of this region of Northern California is gone. And I know that. It's not a guess. It's not an estimate. I know that it will be gone if we do not have water. And so that was the one, I think, main point that I just said, I cannot be here quietly. And so 80-year-old Chris said, you will regret not stepping in when you had the time and the energy and the capability. And so basically did the same thing that we all did in the, when we made our choices to go into the military. If not me, then who? And then I stood up. As
Samuel Clemens said, whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting over. Yep. That never left me. It has really struck a chord with me living in California. And I agree. It's one of the things we have not done efficiently is trap the water sources that come to us naturally and allowing them to leave us and not realizing the populations or how far that water supports population, I think is more important than anything. And I'm looking at you, Los Angeles. All right. With that, we have a couple of follow-up questions. So Leslie, you're up.
Yeah. Hey, Chris. You were talking about how each generation has about 20% less wealth.
Yes.
Why do you think that is? And this is kind of a two-part question. I mean, we constantly hear about 1%, the 1% having all the wealth. What do you think about how to go about redistribution of wealth?
Well, I would very much love to answer the first part of that question in depth and in full. That is something that I love to nerd out on. The short answer of it is that we have basically destroyed what was once the U.S. currency, which is referred to as debt notes now. So one of the things that's happened is we've created access to debt rather than access to currency, access to actual dollars, if you will. And so what that does is it skews the economic system. And so you have basically an entire nation, if you will, at this point, that really has no economic literacy, no financial literacy. They do not understand the way that wealth actually occurs. What they learn is debt management. And not debt management in the way of like, watch how much your income and your outflow is. It is more, the people that are succeeding very, very well in business today are the ones that understand how to leverage debt, how to take out, to buy a house and then take out a second on it and use that debt to then purchase a third house or a second house and continue this kind of creation of what are technically promissory notes, but they look at it as money. And so what now happens is your money supply has blown up. And then your money supply, because your money supply is so massive, your M1 and M2 is just massive. There's no value in the dollar itself. And then you have the skewing of goods and services. So if you look at the historical costs of technology, it's perpetually downward. But if you look at your costs of necessities, it's perpetually upward. So looking at your cost of food, it's going up and it will always go up because you have, still on topic of this, but separate, you have regulatory warfare that's been waged on small businesses. You now have a scenario that I liken to Trotskyism, where the state itself is controlling the allocation of capital at scale. And they are the ones, the state, and I'm speaking specifically at this point to the state of California, but I think in some ways it applies to the federal government. But the state government is one of the biggest influencers of where it is that capital is allocated and who gets access to it and who gets the ability to maneuver that capital with or without friction. And we can talk about how that has impacted the cannabis industry specifically, because they're a beautiful test case for the controls of regulatory power to create commerce, friction to commerce. And so you have these scenarios where you have an illiterate populace that doesn't understand debt management, they are, as business owners, saddled with insane amounts of regulatory bureaucracy, to the point where I would argue, not to put words in your mouth, but I would argue that most business owners, particularly those in the cannabis industry, spend the overwhelming majority of their time being something other than a business owner. They're more of a liability manager at this point. You're a compliance manager, you're a accounting manager, you're all of these other things that are not business. They're not generating revenue. And so what I think we're watching, all of that's kind of the preface to, we've got these small companies who have to spend the overwhelming majority of their time, one, trying to figure out this economic system. And because, we all show up at 18 and we think we know what's going on in the world, and then we're struck by reality. But you've got all of these things that you've got to do to make a business happen. And then all of a sudden, you've got more things that you've got to deal with where you're never actually spending time being a business owner. And so at your small businesses, which is 500 employees or less, according to the SBA, you've got your proportional amount of friction is so massive relative to the big players. So if you want to operate as Amazon, taking a significant hit, or if your cost of capital increases by 1%, you've got so much cash flow that you can override that technical loss in your profit margin. Whereas if you're a single dispensary and you have to go from paying a 60% tax to a 65% tax, plus you have to do all of the compliance, because if you screw up, you're going to get fined. Your ability to strategize, to build plans, to build team, to do all of the things that a business is also supposed to do to grow itself as an organization, your ability to do that is limited. And so, yeah, the idea is that your bigger players have a greater scale, which allows them to weather the storm greater than your small players. So what's happening is there's a redistribution of capital that's going into the bigger players because they can weather the Keynesian economic system, right? So as the cycle goes downward, all of these little guys that fall off, their capital then trickles over to the big players on the upward end. So I'm doing my best to keep that as concise as possible, but these are the things that I love talking about. And so what happens is basically there's less and less capital available to those that would then pass it on to the next generation. And you have the consolidation of wealth at the top, which in any economic system, in any system, there's always these kind of reversion processes. But what we're going to see happen, I think, and I know you didn't ask this part, but what's happening is the amount of capital that's controlled by institutions is so overwhelming to the economic system that we don't have sufficient economic velocity. And so because your BlackRocks and your Vanguards and your big players can't spend the money as efficiently and as effectively as all of your mid-sized businesses and your small businesses. So the amount of money that's transiting through the economic system, and it's not enough. And so now this bottom section gets choked out. And so you've got basically, your middle class, if you will, and down, that's dealing with less and less of capital availability. And so it's squeezing down, but that capital is being pressed up here. So taking this, this is the bottom or the top of the middle class, quote unquote. The rest of the capital is here in the 1%. And so that remaining crust is what everybody's fighting over at this point. And I would argue it's by design. So I hope that answered your question. Okay. And then there's a second part.
What was the second part, Leslie?
No, Michael. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say you kind of answered it.
Okay.
The second part was more about the 1% and how to redistribute it, and just how it resulted in that manner. So
Sure.
I appreciate all that detail.
Yeah. The way that I would argue is best redistributed. I don't want to call it redistribution, but the way that I think it is best to make sure that there's sufficient capital is that I've got a bill written, and we're going to touch on one of the bills, but the first bill that I've got written is the suspension of the federal income tax on the first $182,000 for 5 years for all Americans, $400,000 for couples. And the idea there is that we, as Americans, actually can't afford to be American at this point. And part of the reason is that we're giving up between 20 and 40+% of our income to a government who, by all measures, and I'm talking the federal government at this point, by all measures, has never successfully accomplished a program that it's taken trillions of our dollars and created trillions of dollars of debt to do. Name me a government program that has been successfully concluded. And the military is not part of the government. Let's make sure we remember that. So the point is that we allow Americans to keep the money that they earn. That money will reside within local economies. It will help stimulate local businesses, create more jobs. And it does all of this without creating new government jobs or requirements or anything. All it is an automatic deduction of the first $182,000 of income. And the rest of the tax code remains the same, over $183,000. Everything else stays in place. And if you look at Laffer's curve, there's a lot of different economic studies out there that prove that the more money that's available inside of an economic system, the greater the economic activity, the greater the economic growth. Because a government can never allocate capital more efficiently than an individual. It's just not possible. So to answer that part of the question, that is the way that I think it would be best done. And I think that what we would see is that the total amount of revenue not collected, which is different than revenue lost, because one, it's not revenue, and two, it's not, we're not obligated to give it to them, particularly when they're in breach of contract. So the idea is that we keep our income, spend it, and that way we can actually grow our wealth, grow our abilities to be economically secure. So that's the proposal I have in motion.
Well, how dare you be so logical and intelligent in your discussions. I'm not sure Americans are ready to handle that. Councilmember Landau is actually a California cannabis businessman and knows the ins and outs, and he has a follow-up as well.
Okay.
Hey, the way you described it, yes, I feel like I don't grow my business. I'm just fighting with regulators all the time, and I don't want to. My follow-up question is, you struck me with when you say that the Boy Scouts kind of saved your life. I feel kind of the problem with our country right now is the lack of community. I would say, what would you do that to promote community? It seemed like the Boy Scouts was the one thing that kind of gave you an anchor in your life. What would you do to help promote community again? Because I think that's something missing. We kind of had it with our church or synagogue. We don't have that anymore. So what would your answer be?
Well, this is another fun one for me, but we've kind of touched and stayed on this theme the whole time, but I was very, very lucky to grow up. I joined Boy Scouts or Cub Scouts on my own as a very young boy, like 6 or 7. I thought I did it on my own, but I'm pretty sure my family was watching me do it. But yeah. So I've always been in a moderately structured environment that very much relied on the hierarchy of experience over the attachment of those that are looking for experience to those that have the experience. So whether that's a young boy or an older boy following a young man who's in scouting that's teaching him the ropes and showing him things, and then all of this is done under the guidance of parents. The studies show that those type of structures, whether it be scouting or sports, have massive positive impacts on the success of a child into their adult life. And then if you combine the two of scouting and sports, then your percentage of likelihood for success is even higher. And so I think a lot of what we're watching is the dislocation of people, the dislocation of humanity, whether that's through social media or just our scenarios where we're not communicating with each other in person. We are human beings, and we have so many ways for us to interface, not just visually, but there's a lot of things that we can pick up from an individual by actually talking to them and living within a community and knowing that we're responsible, for making sure that everybody is going to be well taken care of in the hard times. It's not something that it's a law, but it's certainly a part of the natural law. I think is that we've got to be forward thinking. We've got to make sure that we're doing the things that we're thinking about the next generation. There's a lot of native philosophies where you think 8 generations into the future, how does this impact them? I think those are phenomenal. But I would encourage the involvement in any of these organizations that imbue character, that focus on developing character under fire. You know, and I mean that metaphorically in this scenario, but as a kid, you know, what we look at as adults today that we see is probably not a whole lot. You know, sometimes just a kid saying no is a breakthrough moment in their character development, and you know, they've got to know that there's people standing behind them. And you know, sadly, and I know this isn't necessarily in the scope, but sadly, I think we're watching the destruction of the family unit. I think we're watching the destruction of the manner in which we treat each other. I think we're watching an assault on women. I think we're watching an assault on men. I think there's a lot of divisiveness that's going on in a way that we, whoever it is that we are, we have to stand up. You know, I think it's appalling what's happening in women's sports. And I don't have anything to do with women's sports, but you know, if I just sit here quietly, who am I? I'm saying okay to that. And I can't do that. There's plenty of other options. You know, if you want to compete against the opposite sex, there's co-ed. Go for it. That's fine. And everybody has that chance. So, you know, I think as long as we are willing to speak the truth, then we will move towards a better future faster. But as we continue to play these games and play niceties, it's going to keep repelling us back. You know, there's a phrase that always repeats in my head: tyranny kills truth and truth kills tyranny. And I believe that the only way that we can help create these structures, these social structures again, is to start speaking truths. And that's, you know, that starts with teaching the young generation what the truth is. If we don't, then they're going to be even more lost than we are. You know, and metaphorically speaking, there's more than one definition of wealth, and there's health is wealth. Yeah, but truth, I think, is a measure of wealth as well. Because if you live in a world of lies, then what do you have? So, yeah, I think my generation, at least, has a huge responsibility to stand up and start taking care of these young kids and showing them the way. Because right now, the way that the system is set up, parents oftentimes are so inundated with just making sure that they can pay for things. You know, they got to do their regular job, then they got to take Johnny to to baseball practice, and then they got to do something else and do something else. And by the time that they're getting home, they're burned. You know, they don't have any brain processing power left because they're just trying to survive. And I think that that's been a real problem for America since roughly, 2008, 2009. And it's just, it's gotten worse. We kind of started to get better for a little bit. And then, COVID hit and lockdowns happened. And everybody kind of got to sit. Some people got to sit. Some people got overworked. But we kind of splintered at that point, it seems like. And now we've got to get the kids, we got to get them straightened out because we kind of went amok. And so, I'm saying all of this without any kids, but I got nieces and nephews, and I look at what they're doing, and then I think they're going to be perfectly fine, but they don't have, not everybody's got that opportunity that they have, and that's on us. That's our responsibility. And we can't let them raise themselves. So I hope that answered the question. I know I went off tangent a little bit, but.
Well, many issues touch on different things. So there is another follow-up. Michael Crowitz was wondering specifically, what is the reasoning given for wanting to remove the water source you were talking about originally?
Yeah, the current representative is arguing that the existence of the dam, which provides water supply for 600,000 people, his argument is that dam removes the access of salmon to another 10% of their watershed. So they want to spend $400 million so that we don't have access to 26 billion gallons of fresh water, so that the fish can get around the dam and get access to another 10%. And I think it's a $20 million fish ladder build. But instead, we're going to do a $400 million dam destruction. The other argument is that the dam is seismically unsound. The unfortunate scenario here in California is that 80% of all of our dams are seismically unsound because it's California. Yeah. So it's kind of a moot point. And it's insane to me to think that a species would willingly destroy a water supply and pay for it. And then try and argue that it's a good idea to get rid of it. But, you know, I know that in California, if that dam goes away, it's never coming back. It will not come back, not in my lifetime. And I'm only 42. So that is something where we have to have a plan first. You don't hold your breath and go underwater without having a plan where you're going to come up for for oxygen. So that just does not strike me as sensible and lacks vision.
Michael was saying we could probably hire a concierge service to pick up the fish and bring them
move them, yeah, for $400 million. Yeah.
Super.
Yeah.
Anyway, next, let's move on to our next question. Council member Peggy Jones is up next with that.
Thank you, Etienne. Thank you, Chris, for joining us this evening. My
My
question is, why should someone in the district you're running for vote for you over the current incumbent? Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a lot of different reasons. There's many, many reasons. More relevant, I think, to this topic or to this discussion, this panel, is he's been the representative of the Emerald Triangle for 12 years. How far have we moved forward at the federal level in the last 12 years with this representative for cannabis? Why is the person that represents the heartland of cannabis not the one championing cannabis why is the person that's representing this district, this Emerald Triangle, not the one leading the charge for either the descheduling of cannabis or the legalization of cannabis? He hasn't done anything, hasn't said anything. Actually, what he said was he was told not to vote for it. And the question is, who told him not to vote for it? Because it wasn't any of us in his constituency. So, yeah, who told you? Because I don't know who it is that gives orders to a representative other than the people. Who told you not to vote, and what's her name? Because I know who it is. So the question is why is our representative not representing us? Why is he not representing the cannabis industry, one of the major industries of his district? And why are so many people leaving this district for economic reasons? Why are we not in a golden era for California? Why are we not doing better? Why is our current representative not solving the problems of small businesses? Why do we not have someone stepping in here? Right now, we've got a local ballot measure for the county of Sonoma, and it's the only one of its kind in the entire nation. And the goal of the ballot measure is to end what they call factory farming, which is just defined by a certain size. But it would shut down dozens of small farms here in Sonoma County. Everybody makes a big deal about go local, buy local, and do all these things. But now we've got a ballot measure from people outside of the county who are trying to get the people from within the county to vote in favor of shutting down our food supply chain. Not a word from our representative. So we're heavy ag, particularly in Sonoma County North. I mean, we've got dairies, ranches. You look around, it's vineyards for miles, and then behind the vineyards are cattle, and then we've got massive forests and so on. So we're heavy ag, but we're getting no support from the person that's supposed to be our representative. I think on a bigger picture, as we look at it from a national level, we look at some of the top issues that we're facing as a country. We're looking at massive economic issues. We're looking at China and the BRICS attempting to de-dollarize the rest of the world. They want to basically help continue the destruction of the dollar so that they can make an easier entry of their own new currency that they claim will be backed by gold. I don't think that most people in our Congress are tracking this, are aware of it, or making action to change this path. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about Congress. I'm talking about everybody. Like, this is our country, and we have economic warfare being waged on us. And if we're going to change that, if we're going to fix that, if we're going to ensure a better country for the next generation, then we've got to address that. And I don't see any indication that our current representative has the technical skills or the knowledge base to, one, identify that, two, assess it, and three, come up with a solution and lead that solution to fruition in Congress. So nothing I've seen from him indicates he has economic savvy. He has no business experience whatsoever. So we're watching small businesses perish. But we don't have anybody really in Congress, at least in the House, that's really leading the charge on behalf of small businesses. I'm a small business owner. I've dealt with that on several different industries, including the cannabis industry. And I wouldn't wish the experience I had in cannabis industry on anybody. And that was supposed to be a big opportunity. So there's a multitude of reasons why I got involved and running against him. And I know I can do better than him, and I'm ready to put my name on that and step forward, because again, if you see a problem and you do nothing about it, then who are you? So I think America is at a point where we are all frustrated and we are all upset, and we need to get some adults in the room. And if that's got to be me, here I am.
I do want you to keep an eye out for interstate commerce if you're able to take that next step, because I think more than anything, the Emerald Triangle could definitely benefit exponentially by having the access. The limitations, of course, in California, we are allowed to have certain dry counties as opposed to proliferous counties, and unfortunately, they're peppered throughout, and it leaves millions of current Californians out of access in their, within a reasonable area concern, etc. So
right.
That has driven the problem definitely with the Northern California market spreading throughout California itself. However, with the discussions as we have seen between California, Oregon, and Washington State, wanting to go that route, and if that were to be the case, I could see that definitely being a savior to those, the Emerald Triangle itself, because of its known historical knowledge. Michael Crowitz has worked on protecting, regional protections such as, Humboldt grown, Sonoma grown, etc.
Appellations, yep.
Appellations are very important and need to be remembered. So
very much
don't
so.
forget to carry these things forward in your discussions, because they're very important in key discussions to those demographics of the wineries and cannabis alike. So
you're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? people advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Councilmember Peggy Jones has another follow-up.
Yeah.
So you mentioned cannabis. As far as that's a hot topic right now with the rescheduling going on with the DEA. Where do you personally stand? Do you think it should be just rescheduled, or do you think believe it should be descheduled, and why?
It should be completely legalized. It's the only thing that makes any sense at all. The issue is that we've got too many people getting paid too much money to play too many games. And I think, we've got a lot of people in Congress who have no conceptualization of what cannabis really is. They have no idea about the community, the industry, whatever term you want to use. And I don't see many of them ready to take the lead on it. Again, likely because they were told by their leadership not to. I think the Republicans shy away from it because historically they were supposed to be against it and they're supposed to be the party of law and order. But if we are, as Republicans, the party of law and order, and it was voted on using the democratic process and it is now lawful, then it is our job as the party of law and order to lead the charge to help that small business, because we are also supposed to be the party that protects small businesses. So the Republican Party should be the ones leading the charge on cannabis legalization now. I mean, we've seen the vote by the people across the states. It's overwhelming. And so at this point, all we're doing is waiting for the big sharks to basically set us up and destroy the small businesses of the cannabis industry. That's what all these delays are at this point. And I understand who I'm talking to, and I'm more than happy to articulate why I think that's the case. But what's happening is this process of rescheduling is creating more time where I think the Democrats are dangling the carrot in front of those that they believe that they're losing. Let's take for an example, California industry. Overwhelmingly, those involved in the cannabis industry were historically Democrats, because from 96 on, the Democrats were always promising that they'd be the ones that did legalization. Well, be careful what you ask for and be careful who you ask it from. Then what ended up happening is the Democrats didn't actually even get it over the line. They put it to a ballot. They put it to a vote of the people. But what a lot of people don't know is that Gavin Newsom was the architect of Prop 64. He's the one that wrote it all. I mean, there are obviously other people giving inputs and so on, but he was the chair of the Blue Ribbon group that put the whole thing together. And so all of these things that the Democratic Party said that they were going to do on behalf of the cannabis industry, which kept, I think, a lot of people in the Democratic Party that were aligned with cannabis, was under this false premise or false promise that the Democrats would be the ones to do it. All I see is the same exact thing happening now today that basically happened in California from 96 to 2016, 18, depending on how you want to cut it. And I think what we're going to see is total destruction of small and medium-sized cannabis businesses across the United States once this whole thing rolls out. And I'm saddened to watch it happen. I think that there's ways to do it, but it requires people like me to be in Congress. It requires cannabis industry, and it requires the Republican Party to see what's going on and to take action. And as someone who's supported by the Republican Party and running as a Republican on the ballot, there is an opportunity for us to do that. And my proposal is that give the Republican Party and give certain Republican candidates a chance to protect and represent the cannabis industry. And let's see what happens with that. Because as I see it right now, it can't get any worse. I mean, at the state level.
Correct. It was a good idea. Unfortunately, the legislature ran amok with it. And I think one of the major components that shifted things was the lobbying to remove the protections for 5 years of small farmers. Was absolutely devastating to the entire industry as a whole. And
I agree.
my dispensary itself is the oldest dispensary in America, going on 25 years. Absolutely, yeah, it changed things exponentially in a way that none of us anticipated or wanted to see.
Yeah.
But that's we're now the learning lesson for people to learn not what to how not to do things. Sometimes being an example of how not to do things is the example. Next, Leslie, you're up with our next question. Councilmember Freeze, you're up.
Yeah, Chris, to stay on the topic of descheduling, what do you think of the proposed descheduling bill by Schumer and Booker?
I think it's hot garbage.
Elaborate on that garbage.
Yeah. Obviously, there's always good elements to most any bill. There's the obvious nuts and bolts that need to happen, the reframing of language and so on. But at the heart of this whole thing, this massive, I don't even know how many pages, but I've read it twice now. Eventually, the whole thing scales from a 10% tax all the way up to a 25% tax. So if you are a cannabis industry, exactly, could you elaborate? But the whole thing scales to a point where if you're a licensed operator in the state of California, you're looking at an 85% tax. 85% tax. Please tell me, who survives an 85% tax regime? Nobody. Yeah. You want to, is that a follow-up?
Follow-up?
Yeah, so I've been thinking a lot about how the hemp industry's been selling THCA flower, marijuana mislabeled as hemp, and paying definitely not the taxes that the marijuana regulated companies are paying.
Right.
What do you think of all that? And do you think that's a good argument to say, hey, we should just go ahead and deschedule because it's happening and we need to tax it better than what it is?
Yeah. This is the small R Republican in me. As a business, your job is to basically figure out how to survive. So I don't necessarily begrudge the hemp industry on what they're doing. But the other side of it is it's a terrible, terrible situation because the government has, and this is why I actually think the government made the move to move forward with rescheduling, just to do something, because they realized that they were getting a loophole run on them to a degree which they were basically losing control of and had no ability to regulate, tax, and so on. And so I think that was one of the major forcing mechanisms that drove the rescheduling process, and then the election year and dangling the carrot. But I think that what the hemp industry did was actually a catalyst for the rescheduling, part of the catalyst for rescheduling. And so I agree that it's a great argument. Why don't we just let cannabis do the same thing? And I think the logical statement is, yeah, we should. The reality of our world and this bureaucracy, which determines its own success and failures and has to always insert itself in everything. Otherwise, what good is it in its own eyes? They would never let that happen because that would give too much room to the industry to determine its own future, to shape its own existence. And that's not what they want to do. And this is one of the scenarios that you have to look at, using the cannabis scenario as an example, the California scenario for cannabis as an example. Most industries show up and start out with arguably zero regulations. And then over time, that grows. But during the period in which you have zero regulations is arguably your greatest earning period. So you have like your startup phase when, it's just Wild West, everything's going, accumulate as much capital as possible. And then a regulation comes in, hey, you can't use children to clean your machines, you run your sewing companies in New York anymore. And eventually more and more of these regulations come on board. Some of them make sense. Others are just onerous by design. But as we went forward, you get to a point where if you think about, for example, the airline industry, could the airline industry day one survive the regulatory regime that they exist under today? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And so without going too far down the road, what happens is you basically have an industry show up day one with almost 100% regulatory framework at hand. And I think that is one of the things that the federal government wants to make sure that they do. They want to take everything that we had to do at a state level, then they're going to stack that with the DEA licensing. Because my understanding is that with Schedule 3, it requires you to get licensed by the DEA for your production, distribution, manufacturing, and sales, retail sales. So how long is that process going to take? How many people are going to get through that process in a reasonable period of time? How much capital is going to be expended before that actually becomes a commercial and viable commercial endeavor? So I think we're sitting in a very precarious situation. I don't know why a lot of organizations are saying that this movement to Schedule 3 is a good thing. And I can be wrong. I definitely still have more reading to do. I recognize the 280E element to it, but that seems like kind of loosening the noose before you kick the stool out from underneath it. It's like, we'll ease up on that a little bit, and then, well, by the way, you're never going to get licensed at the federal level because you don't have whatever they want you to have. So, yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Follow up, Leslie?
Yeah, Chris, I mean, do you truly think that THCA hemp flower is a loophole, or do you think it's just a fib?
Well, I can't get into the compound side of things. I don't know that. I'm not that well versed in it, but the reason I think it's a loophole is because the way they defined cannabis and hemp. And so what they're doing is they're basically, I'm pretty sure nobody wants me to use this example, but it's the only one I can come up with. But like the synthetic cannabis back in the day, it wasn't illegal because it didn't meet the definition of cannabis. So it's that same type of loophole. So you had people selling something that was very dangerous, but it wasn't actually listed as a dangerous item. So therefore it wasn't a dangerous item. And so that's why I refer to that as as a loophole. So it's a legal loophole in the technicalities of a definition. And so that's what's allowing them to operate with impunity at this point. I shouldn't say impunity, but allow them to operate without the same restrictions that many of the other licensed operators are.
I think impunity is applicable at this particular juncture. But yeah, I mean, taxation, going about what you were speaking about before, is a reality. And currently, we're going to have to lobby next year in California because now Gavin wants a 19% tax on top of the 15% tax that we already have. So he wants to raise that tax. And of course, the 25% tax that, Schumer and them are talking about is the same thing we told them was a non-starter 5 years ago, because actually today Facebook reminded me that 5 years ago today I was on Capitol Hill lobbying, and of course I was telling various constituency that 25% was not going to work for us. And Booker's office pushed back saying, well, you'll just adjust things within the state that you're in. And that's just not the case. That's just not a reality. And yeah, it's a frustration to many of us that, of course, the pay to play status is only for those who can afford to. And that, of course, it strangles us small businesses and medium sized businesses out of the ability ever to compete. And adding that type of taxation on top of the onerous regulations is a reason why cannabis has become a cautionary tale, and why many of us tell people not to get into the cannabis industry, because it's a problem. All
Yep.
right, so thank you for that. Next up will be Council Member Wade Laughter. Good to see you, Wade. You're up with your next question.
Yes, thank you for joining us this afternoon, Chris. I just got to say, before I ask you my question, I really appreciated the lucid, thoughtful way that you have responded to the questions that we have asked. And I really wish there were more elected representatives like you. So may you win your election.
Thank you.
If I was in your district, I would likely vote for you despite you being a Republican. I'm a lifelong Democrat.
Okay, I'll take that.
That's a whole nother different conversation that we always stay away from in this group.
No worries.
And yes, the conversation around cannabis is sticky and uncomfortable for all of us because it's so messed up here in California.
Yes.
As you know, and have very beautifully described. So my question is maybe a change of pace and maybe some upbeat news. Can you tell us more about the Veterans Economic Freedom Act?
Absolutely. I'm very excited about this one. We're watching so many people struggle economically. We're watching a lot of veterans end up homeless for various reasons. And going back to part of the conversation that we had earlier today, one of the purposes of a republic is to ensure economic sovereignty, is to ensure the economic security for the citizens of that republic. And if there's any group, subgroup that deserves to have economic security in this country, it is those that sacrifice and are prepared to give their life on behalf of it. And so my bill basically exempts federal income tax for any honorably served veteran or those on active duty. So any person who served on active duty or is on active duty will be exempt from federal income tax on the first $182,000 for life. And the idea is that this guarantees that they will have the money necessary basically to be a fully functioning American that they were ready to die for. And why, after 248 years, are veterans and active duty members paying taxes that are supposed to be paying their wages? So that bill, I think, is one of the most important things that we can do for veterans. We don't need another $50 billion to go to the VA system that's just kind of disappear. We don't need more government programs. What we need is people to have economic security. And you think about how much the American individual has done over the last, I will argue, 400 years, 1621 to today. How much have we produced? Who has produced more than us? Who? And that is, I think, at some point, an accolade that we need to stand on. We have done a great deal of good for the world in some respects. That, some of that is debatable, but I know that there has been some good that America has done over the last, say, 248 years. And I think that we owe it to those veterans to have a healthy, happy life that doesn't require them to ask their government for help, just to live, just to exist. So This is a very exciting bill for me that I'm very excited to actually be able to submit. This will be between that and the American Economic Freedom Act. Those two bills will be the very first two bills that I submit on the floor when I get into Congress.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Next up will be Council Member Nate Landau. Council Member Landau, you're recognized.
So, apologize for the background noise. Former President Trump seems to be testing our Constitution. He made the denial of the election a cornerstone of his campaign and a litmus test for those who would join his ranks. Do you believe that the 2020 election was stolen? That's the first part. Do you believe that the peaceful transition of power is a cornerstone of our democracy, as some have stated? Thank you.
Sure. I'll start with the second part first. No, I don't. Because we are not a democracy. We do not have peaceful transfers of power within our democracy because we are not a democracy. We are a republic. We are a republic that uses the democratic process to establish our office holders. And so that is one point that I disagree with, but to the main purpose of your question, yes, the peaceful transfer of power is a requirement to our republic. But I would argue that that peaceful transfer of power is hinged on the accuracy of our voting process, of the democratic process. And I would say that we have, as citizens, I think that we get our discourse framed by certain people, by people that benefit from us not having the real conversations. So we have this conversation that's really been kind of a talking point largely for the left about Trump's claims on the 2020 election. But arguably, we need to step back from our lens as Democrats and Republicans and remember that regardless of our party, we are Americans. And we need to look at things like this with the lens of the American eye. Why are we only talking about 2020? Why is that the litmus test? Why aren't we looking at 2016? Why aren't we looking at 2012? Why aren't we looking at 2008? Why aren't we looking at 2004? Why aren't we looking at 2020 or 2000? Why aren't we asking, since the hanging Chad, why it is that we're just moving on? Because the peaceful transfer of power happens when both sides accept the results. And if both sides do not accept the results because they do not accept the accuracy of the process, that's not an indication necessarily of a party. It's an indication of the failure of a process. And we need to start looking at things as Americans and protecting the processes and the institutions of the republic, because this is the institution that protects us as individuals. And if we are willing to let a party do something that is unconstitutional, whatever the party, it doesn't matter. But if we're allowing a party to do something that's unconstitutional because it benefits our party, we have damaged the republic. You cannot let your party win without causing your country to lose. And that's where I start to push back on these conversations, because we get very myopic in this, and we're getting trained and programmed to be like, well, if you don't agree that 2020 was stolen, then you're this, that, or the other, and if you do agree, then you're this, that, or the other. But we're missing the bigger problem here as citizens. Why aren't we saying that there needs to be a better way? Why aren't we moving forward with the same vociferousness, the same aggressiveness that we're attacking each other on over, this party's play or that party's play? Why are we doing this when we should both be doing this? We should be both looking at the people who are telling us what the elections are. Don't tell me what the election is. Show me what the result is, because I want to trust it. I want to know for a fact that this outcome is accurate, because, not trying to keep every answer heavy, but we've got to make sure that we look at all of this in context. Many of us served overseas, and we saw those that were not able to vote. We saw what that looked like. We know what it means to not have a voice politically. We've seen it with our own eyes. We've gone places where we implemented a voting process. Maybe it was real, maybe it wasn't real. You know, there was a bunch of people with purple fingers. And we've done this, but we're in a situation at this point where we, the people, better start demanding more accurate outcomes. There shouldn't be this scenario where we're watching videos of people dumping, you know, unidentified ballots from unknown locations and saying, well, my guy won, so I'm okay with that. Or, you know, whatever the claims were by Hillary Clinton in 2016, or whatever the claims were in 2012 and 2008. Because every single election that we've had in this millennium have all been contested. Why are we, the people, not talking about that? That's my question. Why are we getting worked up over, you know, somebody's name affiliated with this outcome? And I would argue, and I would ask each of you to consider heavily, very heavily, do you know? Do you know who won? Do you? Because I've never seen it. I've never seen the numbers. I'm talking not just about 2020. I'm not talking about 2016. Like, how is it that Chris sitting here in this spot has verified the accuracy of any election in the last 20 years, 24 years? How do you know? And it's supposed to be somewhat rhetorical. And I'm saying this so that people start thinking about the next election. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. That's in the past. We've got to start looking at the future. How am I going to look at the next generation and say, yes, this one won? Because it doesn't matter if Trump wins in 2024. If it's illegitimate, we've all lost. I mean, it doesn't matter who wins. What I'm talking about is beyond parties. What I'm talking about is our country. What I'm talking about is our republic. The point isn't who wins. The point is the accuracy of the process is what I'm trying to get across. And we, the people, don't know that. We don't have that system to know for a fact. And the reason, again, why we have peaceful transfers of power in America is because people are willing to accept the answer. But at some point, you're going to have to show your work. And that, I think, is where we should all, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, where we should all be focusing. We got to get away from the names and start working on the processes. That's my argument on that topic, and I'm keeping it bigger because
it makes a lot of sense. And I will point to myself because I, oddly enough, am an actual example of exactly what you're talking about. And let me enlighten you. My dispensary, right, the oldest dispensary in California, wanted its actual business permit. So we had to go through the initiative process in the city of Berkeley. In the city of Berkeley, we ended up losing by less than 1% of the vote. If you're within that margin, you can then therefore pay for a recount.
Yep.
We 3 dispensaries at the time paid for that, went through the process. This is 2004. So just to give you, this is 20 years ago, the process for me started. And we did not realize at that time that it would start a 4-year legal fight. BPG via 2 of my employees who sued Diebold and the county of Alameda ended up winning because Diebold nor Alameda County could provide, please try not to laugh, the 420 voting machines in the county of Alameda. And because of that, they lost their case and we won and were able to get our business permit ask put back on the ballot by the judge in 2008. And we would end up winning by 64% of the vote. And in the spring of 2009 is how BPG got its first actual cannabis business permit from the city of Berkeley. So inadvertently, what started off as a small local election turned out to be, in the end, we won the right for every American to look inside every voting machine, because Diebold said we could not look inside the individual voting machine. We could look at the machine that they downloaded everything into, but we could not look inside the individual voting machine. And so inadvertently, we had to use the court system, and we won that right. So you and every American have that right because of Mike Goodbar and Donald Tolbert, who took it all the way through court and won on standing. And so there's just a small snippet of going back, and I agree, 2000 I think is the most important election that isn't talked about, because if Gore had won in comparison to Bush, I mean, you can
extrapolate.
Would you be a combat veteran today from your experiences there? I'm not sure that would necessarily be the case. We could hem and haw over the futures
Right.
here and there, but
No,
I
we all
think
know it would be
definitely
different.
answered a question that's usually been answered on surface. But you touched me because I have been through the process just trying to establish a fair election. And I watched with horror in the city of Berkeley as they were tossing individual ballots because, oh, this is a student, so they're transient. Well, they're registered, they're there, they should be an actual thing. So you are correct. There is a process that we do not know. And it horrified and terrified me as a person who paid for a physical recount and watched that recount go down, that would then go into a 4-year legal fight. Not anything we asked for, but this is the accountability that we don't know, even at the local election level. And this is in liberal Berkeley.
Right.
Right? You know, a lot of the policies that spurn from here go throughout the United States. We have a lot of social policies. We have some dumb ones too, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, we are trendsetters and have established that. But the inability to certify and have true and fair elections, I think, is something I would like us, when you mentioned the purple fingers, I would like to go back to actually that and actually have my purple finger as opposed to electronically vote, because I know and saw and have been through a prolonged case where Diebold, after we beat them, changed their name to Election Services, whatever. That's how much of a black eye it was for them, but how frustrating it was that it took just a couple of citizens asking to look inside a standard voting machine and had to take that type of fight to accomplish just a simple question that would answer exactly what you stated. Was that right? Was that a correct election? Did I really win? Because in the end, they said I lost by 86 votes. And I'm fine if I lost by 86 votes. So be it. I tried, I took it to the people. But being unable to unearth that led to a Scooby-Doo mystery that inadvertently changed law in the United States forever. So thank you for taking the time to not bat it around like it's a typical piñata, and break down the understanding, I think, better and more encapsulated than I think the answer we were anticipating, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I agreed. I mean, and I'm very grateful that you took the time to go through that, because you probably also changed the trajectory of the United States just by that little move, but not little as in, insignificant, but among the entire sea of what we've had to deal with. And just the thing that I want to point out to you is you doggedly chased that down.
You have to.
You have to.
It's part of our duties as citizens, right? I think Frank Zappa said best how a long time ago, how we as citizens have neglected our civic duty to participate in our democracy at the local level, at the state level, at the federal level. We work at the international level as well, so it takes a different depth understanding of discourse when you're playing, diplomat status, but it still has its bearing even at the local level, because as you came down to, it's about communication, it's about understanding communication, but also having the confidence in the outcome so that it can be communicated effectively.
Yes. And I think to summarize the point, I'm not focusing on the fouls, I'm focusing on the referee.
Good point. And
Yeah.
that's a very deft take, and we appreciate it greatly. And I can't thank you enough for taking the time with us today. With that, this is kind of going to wrap us up. Let's see, let me get back to the gallery view. There we go. We lost Michael. Of course, he's in Geneva, Switzerland, so they're wrapping things up. So we want to congratulate that team there. We want to thank Leslie Fries, Peggy Jones, Nate Landau, council members Wade Laughter as well, myself, Etienne Fontan. And thank you, Chris, for taking the time again. We again wish you success in your endeavors and in your election, and we will be monitoring it to see how things go. And either way it goes, please come back and check in with us. We appreciate you, and as veterans, we appreciate you taking the further step in your civic duties to elevate yourself, and we wish you success. So tell the people how they can get a hold of you, or if they want to support your campaign. This is your chance to shoot your shot.
Okay. Well, thank you everybody for taking the time this evening. I appreciate the questions and the engagement. And I think the discourse is the way that we move this country forward. We have to be able to do that. Otherwise we are lost. But for those that would love to learn more, you can find my website at chris2congress.com, all spelled out, chris2congress.com. And then on all of the platforms, I'm at Chris2 Congress, Chris T.O. Congress. And I'm constantly putting out more information. We're less than 6 months away. So I'm continually going to put out a lot more content, and I can't turn my camera, but I've got a whole board of things that are ready to come forward. So I look forward to sharing that with each of you. And thank you again for your time, and I congratulate you on your success at WIPO, and look forward to many more.
All righty. Well, everybody, thank you, everybody, for joining us for our VAC Roundtable number 76. Chris Coolum. Have a great day, everybody. All right. Good job.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Do you remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh yeah, side to side, sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because just because cannabis is legal here, it doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere. Yeah. And even with legalization, there's still there's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like,
Legalize
people have 28
cannabis
grams of
everywhere.
cannabis. It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I think
so this
there's
is why we
somebody
do
else
this.
waiting to be
Our
hung as
crowd's
well.
a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same, and it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and it's legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So
Exactly.
we're working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still, stigma's still attached. To it.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, oh, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have that are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is just Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah, exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah, exactly.
There's one going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right, thanks, Amy.
Take a poll.
Hello and welcome to the 420 Pace podcast of the Karma Cup judging party. We are live. As you can see, I got some friends sitting around the table right now. Some of them actually, one of them isn't in view. Lean ahead there, Wayne. And today we're going to judge some cannabis from the Karma Cup. We've got an indica dominant kit, and we've got a pre-rolled judges kit that was sent to us. Thank you, Sarah, so that we could do some judging on these kits. As
Yeah,
far as, go ahead.
I've got my sativa kit here.
So we're basically going to review 3 of the 4 kits that are available now.
Yeah,
because you got the sativa.
I have
We've
the
got
sativa.
pre-rolled and the indica here. So the only thing that's missing is the hybrid buds.
And I went into the store here in Terrace Bay, and they don't have any yet. And I was going to get the hybrid as well, so we would have had all 4.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we would have, but we're good. We'll cover the 3 and go from there.
Yeah, man.
There's, as I mentioned, there's the indica buds. There's 7 different buds entries in these. Same with the pre-rolls. Each of them have anywhere from, I saw anyways, up to 15 questions that can be asked. That includes things like the effects, whether you enjoyed it, would you buy it again, would you buy
visual appeal,
the visual appeal,
moisture. I'm actually staring at the page. Aroma, strength.
Yeah.
Aroma, pleasantness. There's a word for it.
Is
Pleasantness.
there any hairs in it? Is there any seeds in it? Those are the kinds of things that they.
If they're white hairs, we don't count them.
Is it sticky?
No, they are still packaged and sealed. So Tessa is not on any of the buds. Okay?
And one of the things that they have the questions in here is the ash color and structure. And most rec smokers don't even pay attention to it. But I know a lot of medical users of cannabis look at the ash, because the darker the ash, the more impurities that are in the bud, right?
Right. No,
But it could be the paper as well, right?
Like as far as it's still, you look at it, there's still nutrients still in the bud.
Yeah.
There are some people who say that that's not, flushing doesn't matter, but
hey, buddy,
it does.
It does. Does to me. So also during this afternoon, we have no idea how long this is going to take. So we've got some burgers and hot dogs to cook on the barbecue.
Oh, great! Thanks, Al.
So yeah, we can cook one for you, buddy.
Yeah, just put it on the just in front of me there, please.
We got some snacks too, because we're probably gonna get the munchies. So there's some snacks.
The snacks won't help you with that.
Yeah, snacks might just cause some more. They are infused snacks. Some of them, not all. So, and we got some beverages here. We got some infused beverages, as well as we got some water or iced tea. It's nice and sunny here in Havelock. It's going to be a warm day. We're underneath the umbrella. Plus, we're slightly protected by a overhang here that is keeping the sun off us mostly.
Yeah, right? Yeah, it's nice. Very nice spot.
Yeah. So, as far as who's all here, you guys just want to lean ahead and introduce yourselves? First names, it doesn't matter to me.
Wayne, Campbellford Lifestyle Shop.
The Bong and Dong guy.
Shalom. 420.
I'm Adam. And everybody knows who I am, and obviously who Al is. We're all Al's.
He's the other Al.
Yeah. Now,
unfortunately, Mary Jane is ill. So
correct. Mary Jane was going to be here with us, but she's ill. Now, with the samples came some information to give us a bit of an idea. Sarah this year released some of the suppliers of the products that are involved in this. And from what I see, it looks like most of them are craft growers.
Yes. Yeah, there's from what I saw on the list, because I've got the cards too. I just have to grab them. They're in the other room. What I saw on the list, I'm not seeing any of the big, we'll say the top 10.
Well,
good.
No. There's even a medical company that's involved in this as well.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get my list.
There's also the OPP.
Involved. Yeah, we saw them on the way here.
Did you? Oh, yeah, you did.
Right program just down the road.
From going to events in Toronto, some of the judging has been held at OPP headquarters. And I'm going, what do you mean by the OPP headquarters, right? The OPP stand for other people's pot. Yeah. So OPP, what the fuck are they going to the OPP for, right? So that was interesting. There's companies from out west. I'm gonna say there's companies from east. They're spread out.
I don't know any. I don't know any of these.
No.
No.
Oh well, the OPP I knew. I've heard of Montreal Cannabis. And
No, I have not heard anything. I mean, although I have specific brands that I buy. Right.
I just grow.
Yeah. I try to. I try to mostly.
Well, I have plenty of weed. I just don't have anything to smoke.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? That happens with a lot of people. Green carrot, Sublime Culture, yeah, people that we really haven't heard of, which is, as the card says, legacy forever. Maybe these are brands now who are people who were growing in legacy and now are growing in the craft market.
And the Karma Cup is Canada's longest running cannabis cup.
Yes.
This is the 11th year.
Oh, it is the
competition, and this is the second year for the legal competition.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So as far as the big festival that everybody got to know for the 10 years, those are no more.
But you know as well as I do, guys, that if Sarah can find a way to pull off another one of those, she will eventually.
Yeah, I believe so as well. Just takes a matter of time. Maybe it might be some regulation changes, but there are, maybe some way of doing it. See what happens over time. That's all. Right? Never say never. Everybody thought cannabis was never going to be legalized.
This is a great way for the smaller companies to get their name out there so that people can try them, though.
Yes,
absolutely.
Okay, good. I got no more emergency messages. Okay, so basically, we're going to start off with on the table here with the indica dominant judges kit, and everybody has got their phones, and except for one. Who has to go? Everybody has to go to thekarmacup.com. All right, everybody's going to go to thekarmacup.com. It's here, and they're going to have to register. Everybody's registered but one person. And there will be one or two more people who will be joining us throughout the afternoon. One of them is at a celebration of life, which is understandable. And one other person who was invited is just they are just going to stop in and say hi and see what's going on.
So we're here all day smoking pot with you, basically.
Okay, all right, on the site. All right, now go back to the main page.
There'll be a skill testing question on who coughs the loudest.
Yeah.
Who's what? Coughs the loudest.
I'll put your email address in and create a password. They don't send it.
Loudest. I'm the longest.
Just so you can register.
Just so you know, the gentleman with the beard is not Al Graham.
No.
Even though his name tag is right below him.
Oh, is it?
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, that's Wayne. Cannabis lifestyle shop sales. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sometimes I say store.
I just call it the Bongs and Dongs place.
All right. We're getting the last one in here, and then we'll. So let's see what else. We've got a plate here because I know there's part of the testing requires spelling after you're grinding it. So we've got a plate here where people can grind, put the bud on there. And also I've passed out for everybody to take home a grinder. These are Greenhouse Seed Company grinders. When was the last time you heard that name?
Strain Hunters. I haven't heard that in a while either.
Oh, yeah, eh?
It says, yeah, these grinders are from the Treating Yourself Expo. The last one was held 11 years ago.
Yeah, I believe that.
Years ago.
That shows you how long these grinders have been around.
How long has Franco been gone now?
Years.
I was at the bar.
Yeah, that was at the one you're talking about, Al, is the one where I first met him. And Violet.
Had your code. Okay, try this. Type that in exactly the way it is. Codes have to go in, capital letters, hyphens, everything's got to be included when you put in your code and to be able to judge.
I'm doing number 5. I'm just entering stuff in and watching my dog. Excuse me 1 minute. Rosa, get the fuck out of here. Thank you. Just in the cat food. Go.
So today's supposed to be a nice day weather-wise.
I don't mean to be
High
blocking
27, 28, feeling
You
like
can't
32.
see me anyways. Can I?
No
I can
rain,
see it.
rain,
I can
so we
see
should
it
be
now.
really good. We actually have, as I mentioned, we got the umbrella over top of us. I've also got an umbrella on the laptop. Keep the laptop out of the sun.
Good, because it won't fucking overheat like it did at the ICC last year.
Oh, it was hot outside.
Oh,
man.
yeah, eh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Nice day.
Yeah, nice day, nice breeze, eh?
Where's that third bag?
They can't remember the last time I got stoned in the breeze.
They're all capitals.
Did you happen to hear in the news, anybody, that there will not be Seattle Hemp Fest again this year?
Yeah, yes. I saw that posted on.
Very, very.
Rap posted that. I saw it yesterday.
Proceed, King. Just proceed to judge. There you go.
Oh,
Okay.
Where's that third bag?
What's
Okay.
that?
You got that other bag? I want to take a picture.
This is 2.
Oh, I thought you had 3.
No,
See?
I have one, Al.
Oh, that's why I'm already
Yeah.
too high for this.
Okay, you're in. All right. So
We've been sitting here
basically-
since 10, Wayne.
Yeah, we've been here for a while. I spent yesterday afternoon out here too.
3 hours.
The 3 hours just testing everything. We
Yeah.
were going to do 2 tables and the whole bit. We had to check which end of the tables because we were. It got to one point at one end of the table you couldn't see anybody. Everything
Yeah.
was a silhouette.
Yeah.
Right. So we did testing with that, sound testing, the speakers. Yeah.
Sweet.
We did everything just to get to that point where it was going to be working good, right? So Deb's over there. I guess she's over there having some killer weed, tobacco. But I appreciate that she moved over there. So other than that, I guess basically what I'll do is there's 7 samples, and we'll start. For example, Wayne, we can start with you with number 1. And once you're done the first question, on there, you enter your results, pass it on to Bob. Bob, who's he'll write down his information, and then I'm going to enter it in for him afterwards.
Yeah.
So he'll jot his down after you pass it, and just basically do the same thing. Pass it around to everybody, and we can enter our information. Once we get the first drain done, we'll put the second one in.
Cool.
All right. Okie dokie.
Overall visual appeal.
Is that the first question? Overall.
They're all over that for you.
All right, I got into it. I was worried about that. Okay, I did see some people online. I posted a picture earlier this week of last year's judging bags. The bags are coming in.
They are different. Yeah, they're not black. And also, Sarah decided to use numbers instead of colors this year.
Correct, which was an excellent move because of that orange, red. People have colorblind.
Yeah,
I could see them having issues.
Did you tell them?
What's that?
Did you tell them I was colorblind?
Yeah, I did. And just for you, Bob, you put numbers on them.
Green. 1.
That's the green one.
That's the green one.
The green
Okay,
one.
so each
Go ahead, smoke it.
packages are much smaller, which is much nicer. And because, so you know, I did have
I don't
a couple
know about
people who
that.
did comment on the post about the packaging, the size of the packaging. And, you learn as you go along. And there are regulations that have to be followed, right?
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
Hey, my name is Al Graham, and you're with People Advocating Cannabis Education. PACE is about promoting the benefits of cannabis, which we do through educational documentaries or through public events. Today we're at the Carpe Diem Cafe in Peterborough, and I'd like to introduce to you Russell Barth and Christina Lowe, the cannabis advocates from Ottawa, and they'll talk to us about what they're doing to help legalize cannabis around the world. Hello, Russell and Christine. How are you?
We're doing good.
Well, thanks.
Hi, everybody.
What I usually like to do when I get started on these interviews is ask you a question as far as what do you do as far as hobbies or any education that you may have, just to give a bit of an idea so people know a little bit about you.
Well, I didn't quite finish high school. And then at the age of 25, I guess it was, 24, I started attending fine arts college in St. Lawrence College in Kingston. And didn't quite get to finish that because I ended up in the hospital in my third semester. And then I moved to Ottawa on Halloween of 1994. So it wasn't until 2002 that I started getting into any kind of activism when I was mostly at Christine's urging. So.
Right.
And,
so, Christine, you got any education or anything, hobbies you can tell us about?
let's see, I've got a little bit. I went to Algonquin College and I graduated with a diploma in graphic arts. Let's see, I also, as far as employment has gone, besides working the typical retail, I worked a little while as a darkroom technician. I've also worked at a newspaper. Let's see, what else have I done? My gosh.
Barista.
Yeah, a barista. My last job was working at Second Cup.
No, your last job was working at a store.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah. And, but...
Hang on for a second.
Yeah. Now, the two of you are both medical users of cannabis. A little bit that you like to tell us a bit about why you use cannabis and how you consume it?
Well, and PTSD, and we consume is about 9 grams a day each. We eat, melted into olive oil. Like we just simmer it for a long time in the olive oil, strain it through cheesecloth, and then that's how we take in most of it. And then throughout the day we have various, sort of every 3 hours we have sessions with the volcano, where we inhale it, and we also use the bong, dry bong, to smoke it too.
At the beginning there, when you first started talking, Russell, I missed basically why you both use cannabis.
Oh, fibromyalgia and PTSD.
Yep.
Epilepsy and PTSD.
Okay, great. We caught that one. Was it hard for the two of you to become licensed under the AR program?
Well, it was hard at first for me because I needed a chronic pain specialist to sign specifically. This is back in 2003, back in the days when a specialist had to be the one to sign, not just the GP.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in Christine's case, it took from right into early 2003, but she was doing so well on cannabis that her doctor finally relented, and her neurologist relented and signed. So she got it before I did, shortly before I did, and then I had a chronic pain specialist who signed for me.
Right.
Then he lost his license. Then I had to go a year with no license, and then I had another person sign, and then my GP's been signing ever since. We've been really lucky overall.
Yeah.
Compared to other people, we've been super lucky. Yeah.
And Christine, with your epilepsy, some of the benefits that you found
Well, as far as that goes, I'm able to stay conscious through the day. I'm not high and loaded on anticonvulsants and not being able to be psychologically, emotionally available because of those pharmaceuticals. So cannabis allows me to take care of the majority of my symptoms that I have with epilepsy. I still don't exactly have quite the amount of seizure control as I would like, but it's certainly much better than what it would be on pharmaceuticals. As well as that, it tends to take care of a lot of other symptoms that I have and other disorders that I'm also managing as well. So I'm able to do this with just simply one medication, one substance, rather than being on a whole myriad of drugs and pills and stuff like this. So
she's in quite a bit of pain too because of a lifetime of these convulsive seizures.
Correct.
Still having, one or two a month.
Yeah.
So,
and what was she? How many convulsions or seizures were you going through before cannabis, Christine?
Well, it's I can answer that better. I remember the numbers really well.
You do the numbers.
Okay.
For the first half of 2002, she had about 60 seizures of different shapes and kinds. In May of 2002, she decided to quit all of her pharmaceuticals and use cannabis, and then she only had 13 more that year.
Wow.
So in 2003, I think she had 13. In 2004, she had 9. In 2005, I think she had 5. She got down to 3 seizures a year. And then in March of 2008, she had a triple seizure. I called the ambulance. They shot her full of Ativan, took her to ER. They gave her a low dose of Dilantin, and she's been having 2 ever since. So we don't know what happened or what caused that sudden gigantic episode.
Right.
And it was horrendous. It was terribly traumatic for both of us. I thought she was going to die. Like it was a full-on hospital drama with people shouting stuff at each other, tearing things open, and tubes and wires and all this crap, and it was really scary. And she hasn't been the same since. So I've been taking care of her.
But I've been plagued with seizures ever since I've been a child. As far as I can remember, I've always been having them.
Yeah.
When I was younger and I was having the seizures, a lot of people told me, well, you're just having fainting spells. We don't know exactly what's going on, this type of thing. So eventually, finally, when I was about 20, 21 years old, I was able to see a neurologist in Kingston, and I was actually diagnosed at that point with epilepsy, and it's just been managing it since with.
And it's a rare form too.
So.
Yeah.
The thing they don't talk about in the brochures of epilepsy is that about 1/3 of people with epilepsy don't respond to the medications so their life becomes a drugged out mess of just living in homes or staying in one room with a helmet on, kind of stuff.
Correct.
So this is the thing is, even though she's still having 2-3 seizures a month, she's having better overall quality of life with this than she would be with anything else.
Exactly, and that's a big point. Improve quality of life. No.
Hey, if she was one of these people who could just take 2 tablets a day, have some side effects that weren't that great, and no seizures, like some epileptics, well, that would be the wisest thing to do. And if cannabis works better than that, well, then use cannabis. But if it doesn't work better than that, then use that. But in her case, she's tried all the medications. All they do is bring a lot of side effects. I mean, the whole list practically. And they bring more seizures, not fewer. And the quality of life falls apart. There's no sex drive. She puts on a bunch of weight. Her gums recede because they puff up and then they pull back, and then the teeth are more exposed. It's very bad. And there's all kinds of other side effects. So overall, this just healthier way to go.
Healthier way to do it. I've been commenting to me, about if you start to cough, people say, "Oh, how's that medicine if you start to cough?" Well, if coughing is a small side effect of cannabis, I'd much rather have that than the ones that you just described and what Christine goes through with her medications. So,
if anybody ever wags their finger at me about having a cough, I'll get up in their face about it because I've had a sinus problem since I was 16 years old.
Yeah.
You know, I was in a wheelchair for 5.5 years, got out. My neck is killing me today, all kinds of stuff. If a genie came out of a bottle or whatever and said, I can do one thing for you, what you want me to do, I'll say, fix this goddamn nose. The sinus problems I've had since I was 16 are the number one biggest cause of grief in my life.
Wow, eh?
So that's where my coughing comes
yeah,
from.
cough,
Constantly just trickling snot, and it drives
Right.
me insane. So that's why I'm always coughing and clearing my throat and working up phlegm, is not from, and if anything, cannabis has helped a lot of this. My sinuses are actually much better with all my cannabis use than they were.
Yes,
I live in
exactly.
the Ottawa Valley too.
It's
I mean, you're in
decongestion.
Peterborough, man. You're up there in Peterborough. We're down here in a valley. It's like just living in a bowl of potpourri.
We're in a dust bowl.
It's like somebody just walk up and blow a handful of dust in your face.
Right.
You know, it's
right.
just,
Everything
it's really
collects in
bad
there.
for, if you're a sinus sufferer, you do not want to move to Ottawa.
No, it's not a good
Every
place.
season is bad. It's for different reasons.
Winter is bad.
You know, every season's got its own different kind of bad. So that's the thing. My cough is all coming from my phlegm and from my my snot problem. So pot actually helps it.
Helps it. Yeah, I find it works as a decongestion, especially through the winter time.
Expectorant too.
Yep. Okay. We got to hear how the cannabis helps Christine with her epilepsy. You yourself, Russell, you got a bit of a story about you were spent some time in a wheelchair.
Yeah. In 2001, I had a spasm, not unusual back spasm, but another one of my big thoracic back spasms. And it was sending just terrible pain down my legs and everything. And finally, I twisted so bad I couldn't walk properly. And then I got home, was in bed for several days, and, just getting back and forth to the bathroom was just an excruciating nightmare. So, stupidly, I didn't go to a chiropractor and stuff, but because I didn't know one at the time. And I atrophied very quickly, and this was in November, so by February, I was just shriveled right up. I couldn't barely walk 150 feet. So
From 165
that was later.
to 120.
Yeah, so then, we got a push wheelchair, for me.
Right.
Christine's parents got us that. She pushed me around in a wheelchair. It was like one of these hospital chairs. And we were going through the snow and on sidewalks and all kinds of stuff. It was really, really hard on her, man. Because she's tall, right? She's 5'10". So she had to lean down to push the chair around. It wasn't like she could just walk all nice and just push it.
Right.
So that was a drag. Then a mechanical wheelchair, and I was in with that until March of 2007. And the thing that got me out was mostly my diet. But back in, I guess, 2005 or so, I was at this special clinic place getting the full assessment. It was like a 6-week in program. They were going to sort of rehab me and all this kind of stuff. After the assessment, they went, well, there's nothing we can teach you. You're already doing better. You're eating better and doing better than the people in our program. You're sort of the result of our program rather than what is normally the intake. So we can't really help you. But in the process, I had told them that it was my speculation that if I had a big pile of weed, that I could, do as much as I could to get past the pain, and then I could exercise a little, strengthen me up, and then I could have some more weed and just gradually, sort of snowball the thing positively and gradually get my strength back.
Yeah.
And they gave me one of these sort of polite, well, yeah, that's an interesting idea, kind of looks. And then they pulled Christine aside and they said, no, he's being unrealistic. This is his life now in the chair.
Get him used to
used to that, because psychologically he needs to get used to that.
So they get tell you
Because
you're
to
in the
struggle-
chair for good.
Pretty much, yeah. No, I mean, I wasn't bum stuck to the chair. I could
Right.
get up and walk around. I could get from the car to
Short
the house
distance.
and back and forth. If I was going to go to somebody's place for dinner, I wouldn't bring the chair, right? I'd walk out to the car and walk from the car into their place and sit and have dinner, but it was always a cane and a hassle, and I moved slow. It's kind of like having, granddad around, right? And if I had to walk like a block, forget it. I'm not even going. Don't even ask. So that was my life then. But in 2007, we lived in a place that was right across the street from a mall. And I got a Category 2 walker, and I just started to struggle. I'd hit the bowl a bunch of times, go, okay, that's my ration for now, so suit up and to the mall, And I knew that it hurt. It was hurting like hell. I mean, it still hurts to walk now. Everything hurts all the time. But I knew that if I pushed through, the muscles might recover.
Right.
Right. If they didn't, they didn't. But if they did, cool, I could start walking properly again. So by May, I was walking without it. No, sorry, by June, I was walking without a cane.
Good.
Just walking normal. I mean, the first the first while, I was wobbly as hell, too. I mean, it was like watching.
And then,
but
and then you made your way out of the cane, out of the wheelchair eventually, to the surprise of the doctors.
Well, yeah, they were really all thrilled, you know. It helped having a chiropractor right next door, too. My doctor's office was right on the same parking lot as my building, and then the mall was just across the road. So, you know, I was seeing a chiropractor, and then I could just go home and relax. I didn't have to take a long bus home.
Yeah.
And the doctor also saw you,
Yep.
and she ended up crying.
And this was during a period of time, too, that Christine wasn't having very many seizures. So I could leave her alone at home to work on paintings or whatever. She could go to the mall by herself, get groceries and stuff by herself. There was a big period where she was doing stuff by herself. And before we got together, she was just living on her own and trying to keep a job and trying to keep an apartment. But she was having 2-3 seizures a month anyway.
Right.
Falling down and hurting herself, wrecking stuff in her apartment, getting robbed, all kinds of stuff. Breaking her nose, you know.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So that's a good story to hear. You're able to get out of that wheelchair and be able to use your legs and move around. So it's.
And I walk fast.
That's
too.
good.
It's not like I walk briskly.
Faster than me.
I walk briskly and I can go like 4 clicks in one.
Nice. Okay, now you're also involved in activism, trying to get the word out there to people about cannabis. One of the ways that I understand that the two of you have done do a video of Christine and her epileptic seizure. Why did you guys do that, and what's been the reaction to it?
This is an interesting story. In January of 2003, we had a video camera, an old 8mm video camera, sitting on a tripod. So all I had to do, I had a battery, and all I had to do was flip up the standby, and it would turn on, push the button, and record it, right? So my friend was over, and she had a seizure, so I said, here, hold this, don't zoom in, just bring the camera in close, because the autofocus is screwed. It's a really old camera. He goes, okay, well, what do I do? I said, just point it at me, and then let me talk. Now, she'd been bugging me for, a long time, but she hadn't had a seizure in a while.
Right.
She says, or actually, you hadn't had one in a while, but she's like, I want to see one. I've never seen what they're like. Because I was telling her, they're just terrific. You grind your teeth, and you're foaming at the mouth, and you're thrashing. It's insane. She's like, I know, I fall, I faint. No, you don't faint. You have those too, but this is different.
Right.
So we got the footage. She saw the footage. I didn't show it to her for like 3 days. She's like, okay, I'm ready. She watched it, and she was like crying, pawing at the screen, like trying to help whoever this person was stumbling around in our apartment in this video, right?
It felt like a person that I'm missing a part of. I feel like this is a sliver of my self-conscious that is just not available to me. And to be able to see myself, see my body animated and moving without my consciousness in it is just horrific.
It was spooky for anybody.
It's seeing something absolutely voodoo on television.
And this
it
is
was
where
incredible.
Where she referred to it as, she looks like a meat puppet, right?
Wow.
So that was in 2003. So we got the video, and that was intense, and
Yeah.
So fast forward to January of 2007. A friend of mine says, you should check out this thing called YouTube. I said, what's YouTube? And he's YOUTUB. He says, you go there, you just type in whatever, and they've got music videos. It's just this video page, man. Just go look at it. Just go see it. I can't even explain it. It's too awesome. So I go to YouTube. I thought, this is cool, the doors, live doors. Cool. I'm looking up all this fun stuff that I want to see. She says, put in epilepsy. Bunch of kids faking seizures, bunch of stuff that says, caution, don't watch this if you have epilepsy, because there's just got a flicker to it, Yeah. Kids faking them, people. And then there was a couple people actually having seizures.
But it was hospital.
But it was like hospital footage.
Like hospital camera footage from
up in
way
the
above.
So all you see is a person just going like this in a bed and a bunch of brainwave chart, running down the side.
Yeah.
So she said, our footage is way better than that. mix it up, put it up. I'm like, oh, I don't even know how to mix video. What do I do now? So they called an activist friend at the time. He brought his stuff over. We had to mix the 8-minute video into digital, and it was just a big problem. Added a bunch of text to it about medical marijuana, and we put it up. Right away, the thing starts getting like 1,000 hits a day, right? I email it to the Ottawa Sun. It wasn't like, I'm talking like 10, 12 minutes later, he calls me. He's like, are you crazy? There's a reporter I met before. He goes, dude, are you crazy? You putting your wife's on your wife on the internet like this? This is not.
Broke my tooth.
She even breaks a tooth video. It's intense, right?
I'd break a quarter off of my molar.
So he calls up Epilepsy Ontario. He's like, what do you think of this video? And the woman's like, well, I don't know. I really like the idea of that, meat puppet and all this marijuana talk. I don't really know if that's a good idea. So right away, there's controversy with this thing, right? Right out of the starting gate. And it kept getting 1,000 hits a day. And it went on and on like that for a long time. But people kept saying, the main comment we got was, hey, the text is going by too fast. It's kind of cluttered. Can't really see it. So right away we put up the second one. The second one has Christine talking at the beginning, and she mentions about the rude comments. We're leaving those comments there. We let everybody put up their rude comments, their horrible comments.
Yes.
We leave it there. We leave it there for the world to see the kind of shit that epileptics have to go through.
Ignorant those people are.
Because everyone, and people pile on. Some troll puts, LOL, just shoot her or whatever, and then people just pile on this troll or whatever, they report him. So I just let it all happen. We just let this all happen on the page, man.
It's educating, and it's also exposing ignorance at the same time.
Yes. So then, we put the second one up. We put the second one up like a week later, or a few days later. No text, no nothing, and then it was about 3 years, I guess, and we had 1.5 million hits on the first one, and then it got pulled for the pot references. Somebody finally complained, and we were like, "Christ, it lasted that long," And there was a nice article in the Ottawa Citizen about us. The nice picture of us there, at the monitor, and her having the seizure on the monitor. So it was pretty cool.
Then it was also on TV on the States.
Then we get a call. We get a call from the doctors. Let me go back a bit. So the video's up there, and right away I'm getting requests. Right? Can we use this in the school? Can I use this to on this presentation? So I had to change the text and say yes. You can do anything you want with this. Share and enjoy. And we got emails from a doctor who ran the hospital part of a prison, and they said they wanted to use that footage to teach, so that they could distinguish real seizures from fake ones in prison, so to help save people's lives and reduce the danger. He's trying to fake a seizure and injure a guard or whatever. It goes both ways. So there was that. I've had young people, like as young as 15, saying, I'm doing a presentation in school about epilepsy, and right up into professors teaching at university level saying, can we use this footage in our class? So after I changed the text on the page, the accompanying text of the video, there's nothing on the video, but you read the text with it. It says, this is permission, do what you want, download it, share it, copy it, spread it around, So it could be getting used in all kinds of places. Then we got a call, an email, and a guy says, months ago, a friend of mine, his dog had a seizure in front of me. I said, what the hell's going on? He said, dog's having a seizure, right? He's got epilepsy. So I look it up. I saw your video. And you're pretty instructive about how to take care of the seizure and everything. He says, well, the other day somebody comes into my place of work and has a seizure. Everyone else just freaks out. I don't know what to do. I might have saved the guy's life. So that happens. You get an email like that. I mean, some mornings you get up, you're so depressed and angry, and you hate your, and then you get an email like that. Like, wow.
And for an epileptic to have epilepsy and to be going through so many different kinds of seizures, so many levels of violence of seizures, and to be able to help educate and to be able to have such goodness and such come from something that's just absolutely horrific.
We've been told that this video has saved lives.
Wonderful.
And I mean, if they're using it in schools, I'm yet to find a piece of footage anywhere that matches it. One day somebody's going to have a camera really good and close, because everyone's got cameras now, right? I mean, everybody has cameras there. So one day, someone's going to put up a piece of footage that is going to, ours will pale by comparison.
Someday.
But I haven't seen it yet. Not yet. Because we get right, I mean, for those who haven't seen the video, we get right in close. She's all purple. There's veins bulging under her neck, and she breaks a tooth.
Yeah, you can see the sphincter muscles around.
You can see her eyes twitching like this.
Wow.
It's just amazing, you know.
It's probably something that would,
Very intense.
it's like you say, Christine. It's you're watching that experience of somebody, and you know you want to help them, and it's brought probably quite a few tears to people to watch. You go through that on the video.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got about 10 minutes left, so I want to touch on a couple things. The next thing is the two of you, as far as helping bring awareness, have worked on a children's book called Mummy's Funny Medicine. Can you tell us the story about that, what it got it started, and what's involved, its availability?
Well, in late 2002, when I started using medical marijuana, about 6 months in, we were talking to somebody on the street. I was on Bank Street. It was miserable weather. I started commiserating with another person in a wheelchair. So we got talking about, you know, why he was in the chair, why I was in the chair. And she said she was using a lot of codeine. I said, oh, well, you should try medical marijuana. She's like, oh, no, I couldn't use that. It's as bad as heroin. And it's, I mean, you're gobbling up codeine, and you're telling me pot's as bad as heroin? It's not. I mean, like, read the science. So she goes, oh, no. I said, you ever tried quitting codeine? And I saw this, you know, look on my face, and I knew, because I've kicked codeine 3 times myself. Man.
I saw this demon fly
in between us.
In between both of those two people.
It was just like, it was, you know, she knew I was to her. Like when she runs out, this codeine withdrawal is a nightmare. It's not as bad as what I've seen heroin. I mean, you don't go into convulsions and shock, but God, it's a nightmare. So as we pulled away, she's like, what would I tell my grandson? I said, tell him the truth. Tell him your purple medicine you get when you have a cold is for you, and this is Granny's medicine. I mean, it's pretty simple, duh. So she goes off in her chair, you know. So we go off, and one of us said to the other, we don't even remember which one, somebody should write a children's book. And we didn't think anything of it. So then it was Christmas Eve or a couple of days before Christmas or something. My parents were down in Florida, and we were already talking about becoming public activists and doing something with the news and talking with them about a compassion club. So I said, how are we even going to, you know, so we have a conversation on the phone with my parents. Hey, Christmas, yeah, okay, well, I'll have a good time, talk to you, bye. And then I said, how am I even going to broach this topic that I'm using medical marijuana? They don't know. How do I even bring it up? It's like they're so stupid, I have to use a children's book or something. See, Russell in his chair. See, Russell feeling better. And then we looked at each other like, you know, we knew right away, oh my God, what a crazy big idea. I was, oh, geez. So we got a piece of paper and we just started jotting this down right away. And
doodling.
And that's how we came up with the idea in like quick stages. I said we should do it from a kid point of view. Kid looking at the parent who's sick. So in the book, Heather, the girl, is basically Christine's point of view, and Mommy is me. I'm the, you know, Mommy's carrying my sort of symptom.
People might have thought it was the other way around. Like, Christine was the...
Right, exactly. But so the thing is, yeah, so in the book, I'm basically Mommy. Right? We just switched it around because it was easier than Daddy's Man. You know, we kicked it around. So we literally hammered the sketch, the text as it went in the book. It must have come out in about a half an hour. Because what is it? I mean, it's like 1,000 words, not even. You know, it was very quick to write it out. So we had some quick sketches, and we're like, oh, this is so great. This is so great. So we told Mike Foster, I mean, he's only a few pages in. His eyes are all wet. He's like, we got to do this book. You got to do this book. He is the owner of Crosstown Traffic, which is the flagship head shop in Ottawa.
Yep.
There's lots of other head shops. There's some that are physically larger, but he was really the first one. It's just the most awesome place.
Primo quality.
And he's also been a big activist for like 25 years in Ottawa. He's not just some guy who owns a head shop. He's an activist. And like, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, I should actually have my hat off talking about it, quite frankly.
Yeah.
You know, no, seriously, he's Canadian activism royalty when it comes to marijuana.
Okay, continue the story.
So he says, you got to finish, you got to do this, you got to do this. So we're like, we're okay, we're on it. But I mean, how do we publish this? He goes, I'll think of something. I know publishers and printers. You leave that to me. You get it done. So she starts doing drawings, right? And I'm getting, every time she goes, come here, look at this. What do you think? You know, she pencils something up and I'm like, oh my God. And I start crying. It looks so great. So she gave me all these line works. I scanned them all, touched them all up, get rid of all the weird little dots and whatnot. And then I colorized them all and put it all together with the text. And that took, about, I think, it took her about a month to draw it, I think it was, and about a month to colorize it, something like that. And we managed to get it published. When we showed Mike the galleys, we had it all, just as big images. He said, okay, they got to be set properly. But he says, I think I'm just going to put it myself. So I said, oh, wow, okay, cool. So he just talked to a printer and got got a price and everything, and he had 2,000 copies made. So we said, that's awesome. We'll do it for charity. We don't want any money for it. So, and
it's the book itself. When you hold it, it's an educational medium in a very non-threatening form. Having information such as that available in that book, but in a format that is just very simple and very non-threatening. It's easy for anybody of any age to leave that on a coffee table. For example, if I was going to be getting starting using cannabis, if I was trying to approach this topic maybe with my parents, if I feel that I couldn't actually talk to them about it, I'd maybe, get a copy of this book and leave it out on the coffee table underneath Dad's Sunday newspaper.
People have told us,
this type of thing.
Older people have told us, our young adult children were totally against us using marijuana. Then they saw your book. It totally bridged the gap, and it started
to help change their mind.
Started healing. Yeah, people in their 20s are saying, my adult parents, my older parents, obviously, they couldn't cope with this. They saw the book. There's peace in the family again. They've shown it to little kids and stuff. So we've got a lot of positive feedback about the book. And there's a read-through video on YouTube where, we have some nice Palestinian music in the back. Christine just reads,
people
all
can
the
just
text.
search out Mummy's Funny Medicine on YouTube, and they'll be able to get the video of it. Right. Okay. I'm just watching my time here. There's lots of stuff that I had hoped. Oh, I'm told don't worry about it. Maybe Marina, the owner here at the cafe, she doesn't know that you and I, Russell, we have spoken for 4.5 hours before, so
We can do it.
I won't go that.
I've got time. We've got time.
I'm in Ottawa. It's not like I got anything else to do.
Yeah.
Later.
Well, later.
Another thing
Later.
that you have achieved through your activism is you have become North America's 4th leading letter-to-editor writer. Want to tell us a bit about that?
Sure, yeah. Well, in 2002, I started writing some letters to the editor. Got, 1 or 2 published. And it was one of those things that if I sent and didn't get published, I'd be, all right. So I wouldn't send one for a long time. But then in around October 2003, I started getting more published. And again, this is before we knew about Facebook, and there wasn't Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. So I had a lot more time on my hands. And I just started pounding them out. Every time I would go and look on the forums, I found a letter, I find an article or somebody else's letter, I'd reply to it. Just pounding them out, right?
I had a list of websites.
I had a list of websites to go. That was my main focus. So from October 2003 for about 8 years, I did that. And I got about an average of 100 a year.
And that 100 a year took you how many letters to write? Thousands.
Thousands. Maybe 20,000. I don't even know. See, it's funny because what happened is sometimes I see an article in the Vancouver Sun, right? And it'll be about an issue, medical marijuana, right? But that article is also going to show up in a bunch of other associated newspapers, right? In CanWest. So you got to go hunt for those. You got to find those email addresses and send it to those editors too. And then they put them on. And sometimes you only get it online. Sometimes you get it in the paper. And then other times, like for example, I wrote a letter about hemp. It was quite long too. And I sent it to pretty much, I don't know, maybe 300 or 400 newspapers in Canada. I don't even remember how many. I just sent it to every newspaper I could find in every province, even up in the Yukon and Northwest Territories and everything. And I think I got it in over a course of 3 months. It showed up in 23 or 26 different newspapers.
One letter that they.
So the one letter that I sent off to 300 or 400 different places got printed, that many times. Now the thing about a letter that big, there's a lot of times it would get into a small town newspaper.
They like to restrict the size of letters, right?
Well, sometimes they do, and sometimes they look at it and they go, let's just run this as an article, because it saves them having to put a lot of filler in, or they have to write something, right? So if they get something that's intelligent and informed and coherent, and they can just put the editor at the bottom, they don't have to be responsible for the accuracy of the content.
Yeah.
So it's verging on. So they started verging on op-eds. In fact, a couple of times I'd send out something off to the Ottawa Citizen, and there was a really nice letters editor there, and he would call me and say, "All right, look, you need to change this and that." So he would work with me to get it right for his paper, And then he had me in, have a serious photo like this taken, of me, the writer, of a letter and stuff. I have to break the law to kill myself and all this. So this kind of stuff happened. And then there was a lot of times I would write one letter and just send it to every newspaper, and it would show up in 3 or 4 places at once, over one weekend, over 1 week. I had one letter in 4 newspapers in one day. That was pretty awesome. I think it was the one about Pierre Burton.
So advice to somebody who is writing letters is, even if your letter doesn't show up, keep pounding them out, because eventually they will get.
And the thing is, too, the editors read them, right? The editors are looking at these letters, and if they start getting more a consensus of people who are sending in a lot of intelligent, concise letters, especially if you correct them and say, well, actually, your article about this, correct them. And people are like, oh, I don't have time for that. Yeah, well, you got time to sit on the bus and play some game on your phone or whatever. You got to play a video game. Take an hour to write some letters.
Exactly. You're part of the problem by sitting there and playing video games versus out and trying to help change things.
Yeah. So there's other guys who have done a lot more.
Yeah.
Robert Sharp is most. Kirk Muse is the other one, and Stan White. Those are the 3 guys ahead of me. Now Robert Sharp, he does a lot of it in the States. I hardly ever wrote to any place in the States. If I had taken the time to just write to places in the States, I could probably, my numbers would be up like this.
Yeah, they probably would, and it's quite the accomplishment just to become 4th. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's 4th in the world.
Trading basically in Canada. Yeah.
In Canada, yeah, and the thing is too, I don't know for sure, but I don't think anybody else in Canada has ever written 800 letters published in Canada. Period. So I might just be the most published letter to the editor writer
Canadian history. And just so people know, this isn't just this is all letters, not just cannabis letters. You're the fourth published
right, exactly.
editor writer on all subjects. Now,
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but if you go through the history of Canada, is there anybody who's had more than 800 letters published?
Yeah, really.
In their life?
I don't know.
So letters to the editor, I don't know. So I can't really say, I'm the biggest letter writer in Canadian history, but it's starting to look like I am.
I've been writing for years. And I got maybe 20 in.
Because I know Stan White, Kirk Muse. Yeah, well, those guys are all American. Yeah. Robert Sharp, Kirk Muse, and Stan White are all American. I think
the next thing I want to touch on, all right, is a news conference that you held. Not many people get an opportunity to hold a news conference to pose an opposite of their prime minister of their country. So would you like to fill us in on this story and how you're able to accomplish that?
Okay, well, how we accomplished that was with the help of Tim Meehan.
Yeah.
And he knew a little bit more about getting onto the getting a press conference at Parliament Hill is actually pretty easy. You call up the press gallery. There's a phone number. You can find them online. And you say, I want to hold a press conference in the Charles Lynch room. And they'll say, okay, what's that about? And what date? And when do you want to do this? And this sort of thing. So we did this kind of stuff. And we learned a lot of stuff about that, but that's another story. And this story, what happened was, Stephen Harper was going to be giving a speech right over at the Chateau Laurier, which is quite literally next door. It's just over it's right next to the canal, and the canal is right there by Parliament Hill. They're right there at the Chateau Laurier at the Canadian Chief of Police Association, right? All the Canadian chiefs of police are there. So he's having a big press conference. He's giving a speech at their big thing. So we said, all right, we're going to have a press conference right after the, whatever. He's scheduled to have his speech at a certain time. We'll have our press conference at the same time. So we show up. I was using my wheelchair at the time. Christine's there, me and Tim. I think that was about it. I don't think anybody else came with us. So maybe John Ipata was there.
I think
So we go there, and there's like nobody. Right? There's like almost no. I think there was one or two reporters. I don't remember, but there was hardly anybody. It was not a big press conference. So we stand up there, and Tim gives an introduction. And he's got ready, and I get up and I talk for like 11 minutes or something. She gets up and she talks for like 7 minutes, and there weren't too many questions because there's only one or two guys there, and then that was it. And we went, wow, that's a drag.
Yeah.
Oh, well. So we went home, and we found out afterwards, someone told us, oh, my God, you were on CPAC. And we said, what happened? And they said it was the craziest thing. Stephen Harper is there giving a speech live, right? They're feeding this live on CPAC. Stephen, we're going to give you the tools you need, and blah, 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 this and that, and wank, wank, wank. So everyone's like, yeah, it's great, okay. And it cuts to Van Dusen in the studio. We're going, okay, so that was Prime Minister Stephen Harper at the blah, 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 and this and that. And now here's some activists who disagree with their crime policy. We go live to the Charles Lynch room, and they cut to the middle of Tim's introduction. And then her and I get to talk uninterrupted for 17 minutes.
Nice.
And they didn't cut back to them. They just let us talk. They didn't okay, that's them. They're going to talk for days, so we're going to go to another thing.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times they do in the news, right? They just let us go, and we never saw the footage of this.
Probably.
It's probably in the archives there someplace, But when we were done, then they cut to Van Dusen. Okay, well, they gave this thing and gave a couple of highlights. He probably had the teleprompter ready for him, and then they went on to whatever else. I didn't have CPAC at the time, so I didn't know. But people called. They're like, "Oh my God, the whole thing!" It's
Yeah, I guess
so
you would
we were really happy about that. And then, of course, we had quotes. There were quotes by both of us. I think there were quotes by both of us in print media the next day too.
There was that as well.
There was that.
Well,
another time we showed up, another time we went to talk about driving, nobody came.
Yeah.
Like there was the cameraman and us. Not one reporter came, not one. And we were like, man, this is just the worst ever. But it was about driving. New driving laws they have with marijuana driving, right? And drug driving. So we thought, oh, well, the next day, it was like the bottom half of the front page of the Vancouver Sun was this article about the driving and long quotes from me and the whole press conference.
You never know. So,
it's tricky living in Ottawa. It's such a trip living in this town, man. It's so weird. It's like living in a time warp.
Yeah. Marina here, the owner, she agrees. Okay, now I want to move on to the MMPR. everybody knows that the MMAR is changing, and we're being forced to swallow this MMPR unless some action can make some changes. Can you tell us a bit about how this program is going to affect the two of you?
We're screwed. That's all I can say. We're screwed.
Affordability,
we won't
strain selection, it's all gone.
The affordability, quality, strain selection. Gone. You know, we contacted Health Canada, right? Contacted Rona Ambrose. I got my MP to contact Rona Ambrose, right? And say, listen, you know, we're not going to be able to afford this. What are we supposed to do? So they said, she replies, contact your health care provider, health insurance provider, right? Well, in our case, that's the province of Ontario. So I contact the province of Ontario, and they said, hey, medical marijuana is on the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. We can't even talk about it.
Until it's a DIN.
Like, we can't, until it's a medicine with a DIN, it's not we can't do anything about it. So it's like, you ask your dad, hey, can I do this thing? And he says, well, you better ask your mom. And you go ask your mom, well, what did your dad say?
Right. I know there was a couple of years ago when all these meetings were going on and they were meeting with people. The government told the compassion center operators and stuff that were involved in the meeting that it would require patients as well as the commercial distributors to lobby the insurance industry for coverage. Otherwise, we were on our own. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So we're fine.
Whatever happened about caring about the patients instead of caring about whether a multi-million-dollar company is making $1 billion a year in profit.
Exactly. And this Ontario government is already so mired in scandal. The last thing they need is, we're going to start just, giving people people on Ontario disability and welfare, we're going to pay for their medical marijuana. Now, forget the fact that it's safer, more effective, and cheaper than many of the drugs that are already covered under the ODS.
Probably reduce healthcare costs.
Exactly. They would look at this and they go, wow, this is a no-brainer. But how do we tell the public this? With Tim Hudak, yap, 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 yap. With Sun News Network, yap, 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 yap. How do we get any of this across to the public, right? It's up to us. It's up to people like us to sit on the bus and talk loud. Here's cancer. And the government's taking away our medicine, we're going to die. So,
have a mission to every person out there who's advocating for cannabis to talk to at least one or two people daily, constantly, in order to.
Well, I mean, I usually wear a T-shirt that has something that's going to attract attention.
I do the same thing.
Usually it's my marijuana cures cancer T-shirt,
got
which
my
always
time
gets
for
people
hemp
talking.
T-shirt on.
Yeah. Yeah. I think everybody should get one that says marijuana cures cancer. Now, some people wag a finger about that and they go, well, cure, you can't really say cure. But let's talk about the word cure for a minute, right? If you take a treatment for a medical condition and the medical condition goes away, then it's a cure. But if it doesn't go away, then it's a treatment that failed. Well, as a medical treatment, marijuana has cured people's cancer. In the past, doing so in the present, likely will in the future. But a good friend who we never got to meet in person, Michelle Rainey, she was taking a double dose of the stuff, cancer ate her right up, man. So it's not magic. A lot of people are getting chemo or radiation. They're like, yeah, I'm doing great. I feel great. I'm doing great. All of a sudden they get some sinus infection. Boom, the guy's dead 3 days later. Or something like that. It can be that quick with cancer. So to say, marijuana cures cancer, well, water doesn't cure thirst, but it's a conversation starter. And that's why it says marijuana cures cancer, look it up. So they're going to go look it up online, or they can take their phone out and start looking. There they go. It's better than walking around with an Ottawa Senators T-shirt on, or a Toronto Maple Leafs, or some other.
Talking about Michelle Rainey, I see you have a medicinal T-shirt on from Michelle, and as I look at the calendar, we are 5 days away from, I believe, the third anniversary of Michelle's passing. There will be a
Yes.
the third annual Michelle Rainey Walk will be held in Toronto on the 20th, and that is looked after by Erin Butterfly, and she organizes that every year. So, yeah.
Awesome. I wish we could try and organize one in Ottawa, but honestly, we struggle just to get our own errands and stuff done, and keep our own sanity in order, you know. And this town is just
pitiful.
It's hard to get like even 5 people to do postering and, you know, this kind of stuff. It's different in Toronto. You get the Vapor Lounge, you get all these people who are congregating.
We run into
It's like,
the same problem here in Peterborough, and there's a fellow by the name of Blazer Wrinkles who's working very hard. He does the Peterborough 420 and Peterborough Cannabis Day, and he's working on some other secret projects right now that I can't elaborate on till another time. But if they come through to fruition, it's going to be a huge step here in this area, I'll tell you. Last question,
I'm guessing.
and this got to do with legalization of marijuana. And the stories that we're hearing in the news with Justin Trudeau and when he's talking about legalizing, and he talked about how he thought that the new MMPR program had to remove grows from people's houses. Is this a pipe dream of his? Or is this something that it could be a possibility? Because you and I, we both know we've heard this for 40 years. But does this seem a little bit different this time?
I think it's different this time because of, you know, the cancer information, internet, doctors like Sanjay Gupta, the changes in the U.S., Israel, you know, this kind of thing. I think we're off to a good start. The problems I foresee with the Liberals is that they see it as a contentious and difficult issue to get across to the public already. As you can see, it's sort of helping their popularity, but it's still kind of scrambling to get coherent, right? It's not and the thing is, I mean, people keep like, oh, Justin Trudeau saying this and Justin Trudeau saying that. It's not like he goes bursting out of the gate, well, I think this and that about marijuana. It's the press ask him a question and he politely responds in a fairly intelligent and almost fully informed way. Now, I agree with him about the MMPR. Taking away people's grows is ridiculous. It's the safest, cheapest, most effective way to get medicine to the people, for the people who want it. People like us, forget about it. The best way for us is through commercial grows, the big ones that produce and send it through provincial, you know, bodies, deliver it to our door like they do with her hormone thyroid medication that she's got to take, right?
And the whole bit.
That's all free. That's delivered to our door. So for some people, not everybody wants to grow. Not everybody needs to be growing. I mean, some people have a dose load so big that they'd have to live in a 6-bedroom apartment to do it. You know, you cannot. Some people can get by in 3 or 4. I know a guy who got by in 1 pinner a day for his, for his Crohn's.
I know.
Yeah. He says, man, I said, you don't use very much. He says, I roll these little thin joints. He says, I smoke a half of one a night. I don't have Crohn's. He says, if I miss that joint, boy, do I have Crohn's. It's like I got broken glass inside me. Yeah. And I shit blood, you know. But if
when
I have
people
my
talk
dinner,
about legalization, some people picture everybody growing 1,000 plants. Is this something that some people, whether you're government or recreational users or just anybody in society, should be worried about somebody growing 1,000 plants?
I don't think so. Because, you know, if let's say the law fell apart tomorrow and, you know, Peter Mansbridge and, you know, every other news, Kevin Newman and everybody like, well, that's it, man. Marijuana is legal. The law fell apart. It's like abortion. It's all up in the air. You know, we don't know what to do. And everybody starts growing. Okay, great. Everyone's going to be growing on their balconies. Everyone's going to grow it in their backyards. Everyone's going to grow. But somebody's going to grow 1,000 plants one summer. And be, oh boy. And they're going to hang it all up in their shed. And it's going to cure real nice. And they're going to trim it all. And they're going to bag it all. And they're going to, okay, great. And they're going to bring it to the market. And the market's going to say, yeah, you know, $800 a pound. What? Are you crazy? It costs me that much to grow all this.
So basically, because everybody's got 1,000 plants, nobody's got any.
It's called a market glut. It's a lot of work to deal with 1,000 plants, man. especially if it's all one harvest, right?
Yes.
If you're growing 10 rows of 100 plants, you're going to cut them all down and hang them in one weekend? You think you're going to trim all that in one weekend? Maybe with a big machine.
And if everybody's growing 1,000 plants, where is it going to go anyways?
Exactly. Who's he going to sell it to if every grandmother and every teenager's already got their 5 or 10 or 20 plants in their backyard or their shed or their basement or whatever? So some guy's going to grow 1,000 plants. He's going to try and get it to the States. What's he going to do? Put it on a truck and just drive across the border?
No, it's not.
It's not that easy. Even the bikers are going to be turning it down, and the mafia are going to be turning it down because they're like, hey, we got plenty. There's a market glut. No one's buying it, and there's only so much you can push across the border before it starts.
That's right.
Everybody starts to get hot. So, I'm not worried about stuff like that. The thing I'm worried about with everybody free for all is much like we have the problem, much like the problems we have now, is that people are growing crap weed and they think it's great. You go into any head shop that's like a grow shop place, right? And you get talking to them, and people will bring little samples, like, oh yeah, look what I grew. And the guy's like, you don't know a damn thing, man. You don't know what you're doing. To get that book, this gear, this is how to do it properly. Because people are growing all this chemical-laden, raggedy-ass weed, and they're selling it to people on the street. They're selling it to teenagers. They're selling it to old people. They're selling it to sick people.
No.
And it's not cool. I just wish people would take the time to grow it clean. I don't even necessarily mean organic, but just
Flush it out.
clean.
Get rid of the
Flush it really
salt.
good.
Yeah.
Flush it really good. Use lots of neem oil so you don't have a lot of dead in there. use a lot of neem so you don't get fungus. Really control your environment so you don't get mold. This kind of stuff. But no, man, just fungicide that shit. Just pesticide that shit. Just pound it. Snap, crackle, and pop, baby. It's dog shit
skunky.
weed. It's skunky, chemical, stinking dog shit weed, and it really depresses me because it's like eating. It's just like eating, junk. It's like McDonald's is organic beef.
McDonald's doesn't have any beef in it.
It's just exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just a lot of chemical crap.
It's just dreadful.
So this is what bothers me more about the free-for-all. I like the idea of, like I said, the only control I would really see is in terms of smell and in terms of sort of electrical, water, and chemical runoff. Because if every other house in the suburbs starts growing anything,
tomatoes,
pot, food, whatever, in their basement, starts dumping this stuff down the drain, the water, there's going to be algae blooms or whatever growing in our water systems and our lakes and rivers when all the sewage, our sewage treatment plants have to deal with all this stuff. And in Ottawa, every time we get more than like 2 inches of rain, our sewage treatment plant completely overflows and raw, untreated human toilet flushings go downriver toward Laurel and Hawkesbury and all points east and south.
Okay.
That's not good at all. Every time we get a heavy in Ottawa, and it's been like this for years, and I don't think they fixed it yet. We're talking 700,000 liters at a time.
And then people swim in those rivers. And people, the towns suck water out of those rivers.
Down at Carry-On, yeah, exactly. Carry-On Beach, yeah, they're pulling water out of there for their farms or whatever. It's just
disgusting.
It's disgusting.
Okay, to wrap things up, have either one of you have a final word that you would like to say?
Get out busy. We were just talking about this with Matt Myrna on his show before you called. Have conversations on the bus. Have conversations in the supermarket. Fake a phone conversation with your cell phone. You don't have anybody to call. Walk around the supermarket, blah, blah, blah. Pot cures cancer. You should have seen this woman on TV on the internet. Her breast was rotting right off. Her breast is all fine from the cannabis oil. Amazing thing, blah, blah, blah. Get out and get active and just get into conversations with people about marijuana because the fucking media is not going to do it for us.
Get involved and speak up. Christine?
Yes. Yep. Well, I'm pretty well much on the same page with Russell. It would be wonderful to see more younger people get more active in their community as far as this goes, because just seeing young kids schlub around town wearing their pants halfway down their ass, and
Shoes all untied and whatnot.
Yeah, and shuffling their feet and using their little iPads and their little cell phones to check out porn sites.
Yeah,
Like, come
get
on,
busy.
get more active in your community,
Yeah.
please.
I've worn myself out doing this.
Yes. Okay,
Yes.
well,
My
at this
husband-
moment, I'd like to say thank you to Russell and Christine for taking time to educate everyone on what's it like to live as a patient and as a cannabis advocate. I'd also like to... You're welcome.
Thank you for having
I'd
us.
also like to
Thanks
thank
for having us.
Marina and her staff here at the Carp Diem Cafe in Peterborough. And everyone,
Yeah. Thank you so
and
much.
everyone present today, for those on YouTube who will be participating for being people advocating cannabis education. Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Russell and Christine. And we'll be talking with you two very soon. Okay, bye-bye.
Sounds great.
Good
Take
night.
care. Good night.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day, and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024. Welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome podcast, Cindy, for here in September already.
Yeah, September 3rd. September already is right. The last 8 months have gone by like that.
Yes, it seems to be speeding up. It just, if we could just slow it down so I could have a few more months at the beach, it would be incredibly awesome.
I need a few more months to study.
Studying the beach is an awesome idea.
It's a great idea. I'm down for that.
So you're coming up on the end of your little bit of studying and cramming and doing and getting all ready. And
I leave
how
for
many more
Mexico.
podcasts before you're in Mexico?
Well, I've got this one. And then we've got another wonderful guest lined up for next Tuesday. And then I leave.
Wow. So then after you finish your Mexico journey there and then you come back, you will be a 5-MeO facilitating kind of person.
Yeah, on a larger, like a incredibly trained way. I mean, and I feel leaving this training, I'm not just leaving with 5-MeO knowledge. There's a lot of that. But we're just talking general knowledge on how to work with people with psychedelics. There's a lot of information there that's psychedelic specific, not necessarily 5-MeO specific inside that. But yeah, there was a lot of information, and I don't think 9 months was enough. I need more time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty exciting. That is like really exciting. And you're going tell everybody how long you're going to Mexico for.
Well, I'm going to actually end up down there for 3 weeks and 1 day. I'm going down with a couple of days ahead of time, hanging out with my dad, meeting up with a couple of the other students from the course I'm taking. And then we are spending a few days afterwards together doing some integration, because when we go down for the practicum, it isn't just the final exam. We go down for the practicum. We have to do, it's all about doing the medicine, and they truly believe you shouldn't serve the medicine in certain fashions unless you've done the medicine in certain fashions. So 7 of the 10 days of in-class studies is actually ceremony. We're actually doing the medicine for 7 of the 10 days, and that's a lot of psychedelic work.
That is.
So we're spending 3 days after, there's a lot of the cohort that we're spending 3 days afterwards, just to take 3 days off and do some integrating and have some integration circles and relax. And then on my way home, I am actually stopping in. We do, hi Lee. And then I'm stopping in Toronto on my way back to write my final exam with cacao facilitation, to finally get that over and done with, because of course Judy has offered to do it virtually any number of times, but I'm not a virtual person when it comes to that kind of stuff. I'm a, hey, how you doing? I want to be able to give you a hug and say hi. So we're gonna do that when I stop in Toronto on my way home.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And there was a great little segue thing there when you were saying you're going to take a few days for integration. Because that's a great place to segue into our next guest that we have on. So I'm just going to give you a little rundown. His name is Dr. Gordon Reed. He has been helping people struggling with relationships, depression, anxiety, and basically the meaning of life issues for quite a while. I found him because he was offering to help with somebody that was struggling with some integration in the group that I was in. And I went, this gentleman, in the way he reached out, I went, this is a gentleman I would like to speak to, and I would like to learn his story. So we reached out and we brought him on, and we'd like to introduce to you Dr. Gordon Reed. Good day, sir.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
Oh, thanks for coming on. Yeah. Well, I did give you a warning of the first question, so we'll just jump right into it. Dr. Reed, what started you down the road of helping people, specifically with psychedelics?
Well, Cindy, maybe I could back up a long, long way into my own history, because I think it's important understanding. When I was 17 years old, I had what I would call an awakening. Now, there's a difference between an awakening and being awakened. I'm not suggesting I'm an awakened being, but I had an awakening, meaning I had a quality of an experience that was so profound for me that I didn't know what to make of it. I couldn't make heads or tails of it, but it was fascinating to me. And it was like a light bulb went on in that moment of wanting to know something, wanting to understand something. That light bulb never turned off after that point. And that means that literally, and I do mean this in all honesty, every day, from the moment I wake up until I fall asleep, my mind is asking the question, what is this? And I have traveled through many, many caves, some of which were very, very dark and some of which were very, very light and amazing. And I've done an awful lot of exploring. So how did I get into doing the sort of the psychedelic integration work? Well, it began back there where I realized that something was going on that I hadn't seen before and that I didn't know about before. It began to make me wonder and puzzle about the nature of my own consciousness, the nature of my own reality. And I began to sort of talk to people about it. I should say more accurately, try to talk to people about it. Because what I discovered, much to my chagrin, was that actually most people weren't particularly interested in knowing about what struck me as the most fundamentally important and fascinating aspect of being, our own consciousness, or at least consciousness itself. I'm not quite sure that that is mine. That's a whole other topic of what consciousness is. But I realized I could, maybe I would phrase it this way, I could interface with consciousness. I began to learn how to inquire. I began to learn how to ask questions about this, what is this? And I developed a familiarity with doing that. And it continued on where eventually I was able to have certain kinds of experiences when I was quite young, well, 18, 19, where I did some psychedelic experiences, some journeys, various types of other experiences, all of which opened me up to the fact that psychedelics, other things can do this also, but psychedelics create a quality of consciousness that is on its own terms. It's a quality of consciousness that, in my book, if you haven't kind of learned how to navigate the, and it's hard to know how to phrase this properly when I say lesser states of consciousness, because this state of consciousness, this current present state of consciousness, is as amazing and is as magnificent and miraculous as a psychedelic space. But psychedelic space is a different quality of experience. So, if I tried to give an example, it's like if you don't know how to listen to music properly, and if you don't know what musicians are playing, and you don't really appreciate what the music is that you're listening to. But when you begin to learn how to navigate psychedelic space, you realize that there are things that work and things that don't work, and things to do and things not to do. And so it became for me one of those avenues of exploration that I couldn't actually get through my own sort of natural method, meaning that even if I'm meditating, I don't enter into that quality of consciousness. So it's a form of knowing, I will call it. It's a something that you can learn to listen to attend to in such a way that if you are prepared for it and have the right sort of support and training, you can learn to navigate that space, and importantly, to try to sort of go back into the segue notion. If you know how to integrate it, then it becomes a very, very, can become a very worthwhile, meaningful, life-enhancing experience or set of experiences. And so the journey began back when I was 17. I've continued traveling in one way or another through consciousness, and remain absolutely fascinated now by the this burgeoning industry, the psychedelic industry, and the types of experiences people have when they're on it, and that includes the kind of challenges they have afterwards. Because in our social system, we're not good at helping people unpack experiences or odd or atypical experiences. In fact, we're horrible at it. So there's a kind of a quick answer to your question.
So of the medicines that you've done, the different experiences, can you name a few?
Okay, I've never injected anything into my system. So that means just about anything else you could imagine, I've done it. I have had ketamine injected into my system, but I've never done anything like, I've never done heroin. So I've tried, what haven't I tried? Well, I'm sure there's some things that I haven't tried, but my greatest familiarity was with psilocybin and MDMA and acid LSD journeys. Now, those were some of, I worked at a retreat in Jamaica, a high dose psilocybin retreat, where the drug, it's legal to do psilocybin. And I'm kind of putting, I guess, a cautionary note in here, maybe for myself, is that I'm a licensed professional. I don't like to flout, laws, and I don't want to, to come across in any way as though I'm doing that. But I think I've had, quite a name a few. Well,
Well, what about things like the ayahuasca? That's a real popular one.
You know, so ayahuasca is a very interesting one. Actually, it's the one that I haven't done. Having said that, there's NMDMT, which is the root of ayahuasca, along with the MAO inhibitor, which extends the trip. But certainly NMDMT, I've had experience with 5-MeO-DMT, and then all of the the psilocybin, the MDMA, the mescaline. I don't know. I had a chance to try opium in the jungles of Thailand. I don't mean to say that therefore I have traveled through all of the spaces and I know everything. I don't. I can just tell you, though, kind of what the differences are. I know the differences between different types of medicines.
Yes, and that's valuable experience right there.
Yeah.
As you're talking, I'm like, oh, well, one thing Cindy and I talk about is the different languages that the medicines speak. They tend to all speak healing from a place of love, but they do speak different languages. And the more of them that you've encountered, the more you can help other people that have encountered them.
Yeah. And then to that point, Steve, the understanding of what might work for someone based on, well, whatever parameters you want. What is the situation that they're dealing with? What kind of previous experiences have they had? What is their openness to experiences? Because something like 5-MeO just blows you open so fast that if you're not, if you don't have some experience, it's like getting shot out of a cannon. And others are a lot more gentler. MDMA is a much more gentler drug to go on. As long as the conditions are right, as long as the people around you know what they're doing. So there are definitely different sort of signatures that these medicines have, and good to know what those signatures are like, including the time frames on them, how long they last, what kind of effects they have over the next evening, next couple of days, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, being able to handle somebody that's in a reactivation is a pretty important part of helping them integrate.
Yes, and to your point, Cindy, knowing that in advance, what the particular, you never know what someone is going to encounter. So, one of the big things that people say, and I think it's a very important thing, is like, what is your intention? One of the reasons why I think setting up intention is very useful is because it creates a focus point and it gets people into a place of which they have some clarity about what they're doing and what they're going to do. So that prepares them. So kind of like, we're going to do a parachute jump. Let's check your parachute. Let's, know that the bay door is going to open. All of this stuff is going to happen. So you can prepare them, but you never know what it is that's going to happen. You never know what they're going to encounter. And it's absolutely true that there can be, Cindy, to your point, let's call it reactivation of experiences that you've had when you were younger, some of which you may not even know you had, some of which you may have known that you had, but have no idea it was like this until you enter into certain kind of space. And you realize, oh my God, I didn't know that this happened. And I didn't know that this was the response, and all kinds of things that can surround that. So the reactivation, very important for, the standpoint of the possibility being expressed to the person who's going to be doing the journey, but also for the facilitators or guides or whatever term you want to put in there in terms of knowing what might happen, and being prepared for that. Yeah. If I can comment, because I think this other piece is really fascinating, at least it is for me. There is a term, and I think it's called a noetic experience. And I don't know if you've ever heard of this before. There's sort of two terms that kind of go together that I've been really fascinated by and puzzling about. One is called ontological shock, and the other is called noetic knowing or noetic experience. So let me go with noetic experience first, and then I'll tell you about ontological shock. Noetic experience is that kind of an experience that you have, and you don't have to be having a psychedelic experience for this to happen. But when it happens under psychedelics, it's when it is most pronounced and most powerful. And that noetic experience is what is commonly known as aha. Aha. Now I know. Now I see. Now I understand. And sometimes what comes together is a form of knowing and understanding and clarity that helps you make sense of things and understand things in a way that you never knew before. And when you finally come out of the psychedelic experience and you are processing that space, it is remarkably valuable and remarkably important experience to have had. But sometimes, and this is where we get into these sort of memory issues, these distorted memory issues and false memory syndromes and stuff like that, you can have a noetic experience that is so real and so true and so defining that again, when you come out of that experience, you say, aha, now I know what happened. Now I know who did what to me. Now I know what I need to do. And it's, when I say false information, this is really, really tricky, because who's to decide what's real and not real, what's false and not false? But there are absolutely experiences that people can have, which after it can be seen that no, actually, maybe weeks or years later, that was wrong. That was completely wrong. But at the time, it felt like a deep truth, an earned truth that came from the psychedelic experience. That gets really tricky when sexual abuse issues come up for people on psychedelic journeys, where they now believe that something happened, maybe that they didn't know about before, and now they think it's their mother, their father, or whatever. But massive disruption in relationship afterwards when they go back home and they're intersecting with whoever the person is that they think might have been the perpetrator, or they're intersecting with people who might have known the perpetrator who they think didn't do anything about it. If this didn't happen, it creates a massive, massive disruption. So that's really tricky space to navigate. The other space, the ontological shock, is well, maybe not you two, but most people think they know who they are. Most people think they understand, their history. They think they understand their behaviors. And then you can have an introduction to a self, yourself, in psychedelic space that is so foreign, so mind-blowing that it creates a rupture in your ordinary sense of self. And that's why it's called a shock. And again, the notion of how to repair, how to help someone who has suffered through or been blown open by that kind of an experience. So those are kind of maybe not necessarily the two extreme experiences on psychedelic journeys, but they kind of do mark somewhere out on the boundary issues. And then there's a whole bunch of other experiences, of course, that people can have on, on the psychedelic journeys that can take a lot of processing of what on earth was that? What does it all mean? What am I supposed to do with that? And then if they don't have help in making sense of that and figuring out how to not only make sense to themselves, which is a form of integration, but how to get it back into their life and make it work in their life so that hopefully it's a productive value that they're having. That's to me is a very important part of the whole journey. And the reason I say that's a very important part is because you don't get good integration. And the best way to get good integration is to have good preparation. And preparation starts with the first phone call or the first contact with the person that you, or the organization that you're going to be working with. So it's actually a continuum. It's an arc where properly done psychedelic journeys, of course, start at the beginning in a particular way with a particular, particular questions being asked, particular understandings being acquired in terms of like history, and then arc all the way through to after the psychedelic experience or experiences, because there's something to be said for having a staged series of psychedelic experiences rather than just one and done. And then integration and how to do that, and hopefully do it with the person. My opinion, do it with the person that you developed a longer term relationship with, because they were involved right at the preparation side of things.
Wow, nice.
Yeah,
I'm just processing a bit of that. I like that, because something that Cindy and I have been talking about, noticing as we interview people, is that prep work can mitigate the need for a whole bunch of integration right at the end, like right after the experience. Because in some of the places I've been, I've watched people that had no experience, and afterwards they're just so going that these were in groups, so there was a lot of people to influence and help sort data.
Yeah.
But had there been a little more prepping and them being more ready, it would have been less surprise after the journey.
Yeah. It's my experience that, in my clinical practice, most people I see suffer from what I call low-level anxiety, whether they know it or not. Clearly there are some people that suffer from high-level anxiety, but most people suffer from low-level anxiety. And what do I mean by that? Is that they don't appreciate that if anything suddenly changes in the world around them, sudden surprises, sudden things that they weren't predicting, it creates a disturbance. It creates a distress in our being. What we have actually done for the most part is everything in our power to try to create familiarity in a common, predictive world that we can live in. The reason that that's important is because you must, I think it's really important to establish a trust with your facilitator, the person that's going to be guiding you on that journey, because it helps calm that anxiety system down. The example I would give you is if we were walking along at midnight and we came across a cemetery, and I said, "Hey, Cindy, how about you walk through those graveyards, and I'll be here when you get back." Now, maybe you'd say, "Yahoo!" But most people wouldn't. They'd say, "I'm not going into places. I don't know what's there. There could be, I don't know what's there." But if I said to them, "Look, I'll go with you. You and I will travel together. And if you can trust me, we will walk through these unknown areas together. If you trust me," and that's where the bond, the preparation work, that's where, creating that relationship is so important. If you trust me, then people will walk through areas, will explore things that they wouldn't ordinarily do. And that's why I think people often rush the preparation work and rush into the journey, and then don't spend enough time sort of trying to make sense of the integration experience. Having said that, there's logistics behind that, because often these are costly, they're time consuming. Some people can afford to do this, some can't, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah.
Oh, that's the sign that we're at a good time to go to commercial break. So we'll be right back after this commercial break. You're here on the Mushy Moment live with us on paceradio.net. We'll be right back with Dr. Reed.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net. We're back once again with Dr. Reed and my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy.
So you do a lot of work in the integration side. So you tend to do a lot of work with people after they've gone for a journey.
Cindy, I think it's really, I was thinking as on the break of something that I wanted to express before I answer your question, although it's partly answering your question. I would like to think I'm very well trained in this area. There's an organization called Therapsil. I don't know if you've ever heard of Therapsil. I've undergone training with them, both from the psilocybin and the MDMA. In fact, I'm a listed supervisor for them. I've worked at a retreat down in Jamaica, Michael Meditations retreat, where I had an opportunity to work with probably over 150 people. But importantly, there were staff down there. There were people who were really good at knowing how to have like group psychedelic experiences. The reason I'm putting this out there is I think it's certainly for me, and maybe it's something to do with the way I like to accumulate information. I like to have certain kinds of knowledge, like some of it's research knowledge. Some of it is knowledge that is handed down from other people who know what they're doing. I do see psychedelics as kind of like fire. And I've tried to come up with a good analogy on it. But fire, like if you know what you're doing with it, you can heat your house. If you don't know what you're doing with it, you can bring your house down.
Yeah.
And so most of my practice is as a psychologist, and it's a clinical practice with people with depression and anxiety and relationship issues. It is not psychedelic work that I'm doing with those people for the most part. But I do have opportunities through special access programs here in Canada with Health Canada, who legalizes that opportunity for us to use MDMA and to use psilocybin. So whether from the retreats that I have been on down in Jamaica, whether through the special access programs, whether through my own journeys, asking the question of what does good integration look like? What does it look like for person A versus person B? Because they may need a different type of integration process. When is integration useful? I think that, by the way, that from an integration perspective, having a community afterwards, if you can, of people who have familiarity with their own experiences, either having come from a group that you have been in which there have been shared sort of experiences, or from a community who simply, not just simply, but who have, who they work in this area or they know this area, and being able to talk to people and be able to express what is going on, because it remains the fact that the general population out there is not familiar with psychedelics. They're not familiar at all with these experiences. And we can, from this kind of bubble that we're inside of, think that it's something that a lot of people have familiarity with or they know about. And that's not true at all, which means that people need to be very thoughtful about who they're talking to, about what kind of experiences they've either been on, or even talking to about what they're thinking of doing, because if they're getting really negative feedback, that is going to have somewhat of an impact on their own journey that they're going to have. And then the integration afterwards, right? What are the conditions that are really conducive to someone being able to make sense of what they have just been through?
Cindy, can I get you to bring up the Psychology Today one? And can you just give us a little, because you did this interview with Psychology Today, correct?
I'm not sure, Steve, which interview.
Bring it up.
It's Psychology Today, and it's just your information on Psychology Today.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I actually had an interview on there attached to that, but it must have been a different.
No, that's just that's
okay. Well, that's okay, because what I want to bring up is just we've started bringing you in and said you're this, but we haven't shown any of your accreditation or anything at all.
Yeah.
So that our viewers and that can understand that you literally are a doctor.
Oh,
you've got
yes. Sorry, I didn't. I didn't give any background on myself here. I did an honors degree in psychology at Carleton University, and then I did a master's degree. Now, both of those were very sort of like behaviorally oriented. That's what Carleton University was all about. And I did a PhD at the University of Windsor, where a completely different vibe, a completely different, at least with some of the professors that I was working with, who were very, very much into consciousness, which was really exciting for me. Then I did a postdoc. I worked for 2 years at Lakehead Psychiatric Hospital up in Thunder Bay, where I had an opportunity. I was the unit psychologist for the acute treatment unit. In order to get on this unit, it was a mixed unit between people who were coming in floridly psychotic and people who were in for longer stays, because it was a forensic unit and who had done horrific things to people, and who you can imagine that their, let's say, perception of reality was different than most people's, including mine. But so I spent a couple of years intersecting with people in that hospital. And one of the things that truly amazed me, and maybe this had something to do with my interest in inquiring into my own consciousness, was how much I could relate to the people that were talking to me. No matter, well, I mean, some of them were so floridly psychotic, they weren't relating to anyone or anything. But when they came out of that and were trying to describe what was going on for them, what was very unnerving for me was I knew what they were talking about. I knew it. I saw it as an aspect of my own being in some way, the types of experiences that they were having. It's just that it wasn't highly activated within me, those kinds of experiences. But I could identify with them, and I could identify with sort of not only what they were talking about, but the type of suffering that came from that, primarily because most people, I think, weren't really willing to listen to them, really willing to hear them, really willing to treat them as human beings rather than patients in a psychiatric hospital. So that was fascinating experiences for me. And then I came out here to Vancouver and started up a private practice back in 1989. And I have been doing that as my primary love for many, many years, 35 years.
Okay, if we put your website up here right now as well, the Dr. Gordon Reed one?
Sure.
There you go.
And that is
That's it.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, mindfulness. See, that's a big one. I do a lot of mindfulness work, which is obviously people have different interpretations of what mindfulness is, and I have my own particular one. But love, that's a big one. Relationships.
Yes.
Well, it seems like in my experience with all the various psychedelics I've done, love is a big thing. They seem to all speak from a language of love. Sometimes we get caught in our trauma and we look at the darkness, but when we can bring the language back to a language of love and healing, what is that?
Somebody's fire alarm?
No, not me. Sorry.
Not me.
There you go, Steve.
I haven't had that happen. That's my battery unit telling me my batteries are getting low in my.
Well, I don't want to derail too far from psychedelics but I do want to talk about love because it does have a connection. I mean, love is a big word. It can mean an awful lot of things to a lot of people. I see love as a creative act. I see love as one of the highest creative acts that we humans can engage in if we know how to do it and what we're doing with that. And when I say to create, what I mean is the ability to both, from a loving perspective with regards to yourself, to learn how to pay attention, how to relate to yourself, how to form a curious, compassionate, interested inquiry into the nature of one's own being, rather than that critical, shaming, disappointed attitude that we can have. Because when you begin to approach yourself from that perspective, you begin to open up. And when you begin to open up, of course, this is what the whole experience of growing and development comes from. It's a state of experience. It's not a cognitive state. It's a state of feeling oneself to become different and growing. But a creative act with regards to others, I use the example of even a 5-year-old can destroy a sandcastle that a 10-year-old has built on the beach. It doesn't take any high level of intelligence whatsoever to destroy. To create is the much higher later developmental capacity. And so when you begin to appreciate that when you're relating to another human being, you can come at it from a standpoint of that is effectively destructive in various ways, or at least it's non-helpful. The way we can shut people down, or we can, we can criticize them or judge them. But when you learn how to create by being a co-creator with another human being, meaning you learn how to speak to people, how to be with people, how to nurture people, and help them begin to open up and begin to experience themselves more widely. Then I think what you're learning as an act of love, like Scott Peck was a psychiatrist. He wrote a book called The Road Less Traveled. Maybe you read it. And he talked about love as an act of will, to basically find out about the nature of who you are, to extend that over to another human being. Hopefully they will receive that and encourage you to open up more. And then hopefully they will be willing to open back up again. And through this mutual co-creation, we begin to discover more and more of the nature of who we are, the deeper and deeper nature of who we are. And we grow and we develop. And that's why I also think psychedelics can be so amazing if done the right way and with the right kind of support, is because we're going to have those kinds of experiences, which are, as everything is, by the way, in life, as far as I'm concerned, we're surrounded by teachers of many, many sorts that you just, if you know how to listen, you know how to pay attention, there is knowledge available that you can acquire in day-to-day living, let alone psychedelic space, which has its own presentation of a very particular state of consciousness that you encounter. And again, the point I'm trying to get at is you can learn how to inquire with that state of consciousness, how to develop a relationship of openness and trusting and not be, fighting with it, which if it has been in your nature to fight and struggle with your own experiences, you may well have a difficult time in psychedelic space. But so that's the intrinsic value ultimately of useful integration experiences, as you come out bigger and wiser and more caring and loving, because that's what love does. It moves you in that direction, and that's just the way it is. And so I'm very
up room for compassion to flow, for you to harmonize, because we've all had rough experiences, and if we can allow how we felt in our rough experience to harmonize with if we're giving them the space to let that they feel safe to tell their experience to us. That allows us to kind of relate and harmonize and know what that vibration is and have understanding for it.
Yes. Because every experience is, well, arguably infinitely complex, infinitely deep. And your ability to not only say this is what happened, but begin to look at the nature of what that experience was. What did it mean? What's the significance? What else is there? What is it telling me? It's a possibility that, again, if you know how to explore, then it's there for you. And if you don't, it's kind of like having a set of Encyclopedia Britannicas or whatever the best example is, but you don't know how to open the book and you don't know how to read. It's there, but it's just not available to you. So
yeah.
Wow.
So you experienced psychedelics, 17, 18. What steered you to the letters after your name?
I was a little younger than 17 when I experienced psychedelics. But the same thing that I was describing when I said I had that awakening. Something turned on in my consciousness, and I just knew that this was what I wanted to explore. Now, I thought that psychology, and I think I was correct, that it was probably the best avenue that I could use to help me understand more about the nature of humans and social processes and psychological processes, and was very good at that. But for the most part, psychology, it's to call it mainstream, it's beginning to explore these other wilder areas of human consciousness. But so for me, it was, there's the avenue that's going to get me most closely aligned with what it is that my mind seems to be wanting to know about. And so I did. And, I was blessed to do all of those years, 13 years it took me to get from from start to finish till I could legitimately practice, I was blessed to be fascinated by what I was doing and studying. And I'm fascinated to this day. Every time, I work with people in my practice, and then I listen to their experiences, and I use my experiences of my consciousness when I'm with another person's consciousness to help locate in some way their consciousness, to become in some way a translator for them at the start, so they begin to put into their own frame of reference experiences which they couldn't make sense of. And then if I'm good at what I'm doing, they go, oh yeah, that's right. And then they begin to learn how to do the navigation themselves. And then once they start to do that, well, then we're on a journey of exploration where it's kind of like everything is worthwhile taking a look at. And isn't it all fascinating? Yeah.
So how hard was it for you to work out the communicable language in a language that's as limited as English for those type of experiences? Because
well,
when you try to explain an experience, you sound crazy.
I to this day, I do a lot of reading, I access a lot of different sites, a lot of different sources of information, all trying to get to exactly what you're talking about, Steve. So how can I articulate experiences in a certain way? What are the examples I can use? What are the stories I can tell? What are the things that other people have discovered that I can say, aha, that's it. That puts a frame on that experience that I'm having, and that I can then hopefully frame for someone else in such a way that when it's given to them, they say, yeah, that's it. Because otherwise it's like, I don't know what's going on. Something doesn't feel right, or something feels different. I don't know what it is. And then they have that anxious experience I was talking about before. They go, I just want to back up from this. And then they don't learn anything from that teacher that happens to come in that form.
Yes. Because if you can't articulate it in your own mind, and you don't have somebody that can help you articulate it in a sense of understanding, it can be something you just want to bury.
Absolutely. And I would want to add, though, that articulating experiences, making sense of experiences is really important, but it's just a step along the way, because then the next step is learning how to have experiences, learning how to be in a place where you can be receptive to experiences rather than trying to figure them out. That's really tricky business. To allow consciousness to unfold and to be an observer. I often use the examples like listening to music. If you want to really know what music is, you have to be in a place where you are the music, and the music is you. And if you can be in that place, that experience is radically different than being in a place where you're listening to the music, or you're trying to figure out who's that band, or what's that instrument, or why did they put those words in there. That's not the music. It's listening to it, but it's not being in the music. And so learning how to be open and in the moment, in the flow, whatever you want to call it, and learning how to stay there over extended periods of time is a step further than the articulation of experiences, which is important to say, okay, I think the experience, the territory feels familiar enough to me that I can name it. Now I feel comfortable in how to navigate it, because I know a bit more about where I can go and where maybe I better not go, or at least not go yet. Yeah.
Yeah, that we call that point that you're talking about letting go, where you can just be a part of the experience rather than have the brain analyzing every second of the experience.
Yeah.
Well, I heard Dr. Reed use a very important word that we have been told before on many occasions by another friend of ours who is a psychologist as well, and she works in facilitation, but as well as integration. Observe is a big word. Observe, like when you're in ceremony, observe what the medicine is showing you. Observe how you're reacting to it. Observe what it is bringing up. You don't necessarily have to figure it all out right in that second. Like integration can take a year, it can take 2 years, and you need to observe and soak it in and understand. And something else I do want to take a moment to comment on. You were talking earlier about how you went into the hospital and you sat with people and you listened to understand. And I have a different word for that. Empathy. It was very easy to see, especially in that moment when you were talking, you are somebody who has a lot of empathy. You can very easily set yourself down and listen to somebody and put yourself in their shoes and work really hard to understand and empathize with what they're going through and what they're thinking. And that is beautiful. Coming from somebody who has very serious CPTSD, that is a beautiful trait in somebody who works in talk therapy as yourself.
Yeah. The way I see it is that your nervous system intersects with my nervous system. Your consciousness intersects with my consciousness. What I become when I'm with, whether you, Cindy, or you, Steve, or anyone that I'm working with, what I become is an amalgamation of my being with their being. In other words, I witness their manifestation of who they are to me in my consciousness when I'm with them and they're sort of sitting over there. So I come to know them through my experiences that I'm having, which I've learned how to pay attention to watch what's forming. And then my task is to say, how much of this is mine and how much of this is about them, and learning how to navigate that space by asking questions of the other, like, for example, so when you say this, it feels like this is happening. Does that work for you? Does that fit for you? And if I've got them properly located in my being, they'll go, yeah, that's what's happening. And that's where the analogy of walking through a cemetery with someone, if they trust that you're going to be there and that you know what's going on with them, they'll go a long way. And unfortunately, in our social system, we've been grossly inhibited from exploring and expressing and letting other people know what's going on with us. In fact, exactly the opposite has happened, where I sadly believe we're in a massive retreat away from each other because, well, for lots of reasons that I don't want to go into right now, but I think it's very unfortunate. So I think community is crucial, finding friends, people you love, people that you trust. That's what really matters most.
Yeah. We're down to the last couple of minutes, Dr. Reed. Is there anything else that we haven't asked or you haven't brought up that you would like to share with everybody?
I think the only thing that comes up for me immediately is the wonder of being, the magnificence of experiencing. And the Plato's cave allegory, where people are seeing shadows on the wall, and they don't realize that there's a whole other world out there, and they don't know how to get to that other world anyhow, because no one's going to show them how to do that. But there is being alive is a miracle. It is one of the most profound miracles, and we, for the most part, don't know it, even though it's with us every day. So consciousness, awareness, experience, whatever you want to call it, if you can begin to tune yourself so that you're having that, no matter where you are, no matter who you're with, then you've got it going on, and you know what it is that you've hit the pinnacle of learning and understanding. And that, so there, I put that in there.
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
That was awesome.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a very interesting conversation. I very much enjoyed it. We've learned a lot about you, and we went right back to pre-17 when you had your experiences and caught your interest. I am very thankful that you are somebody that is in this space. You sound like a very compassionate person, and I'm sure that your clients and patients feel the same way. Thank you so much for giving us an hour of your time today.
You are more than welcome. Thank you. It's nice to have met both of you.
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure, and hopefully we can have you back on at a future date, and we can do some more discussing. Yes. I know you're in my neighborhood, so I'll probably bug you, just so you know.
Well, I have many things I could talk about.
Wonderful.
Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Much appreciated. Bye.
Okay, it's that time again, so thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my co-host, Rev Cindy, myself, and our awesome guest, Dr. Reed. We're proud to be coming to you live from paceradio.net, and we'll see you next week with more exciting guests and healing information. Much love.
Much love.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello and welcome to the special broadcast here on the 420 Pace Network. As you can see, I'm joined today by my guest, Randy Rowe of the Grow Up Conference and Expo in Toronto. Just to let everybody know that back on May the 28th, Three High Guys, which broadcasts here on this network, we ventured to Toronto to cover the expo, to talk to some of the exhibitors, as well as catch some of the speakers on the main stage. And today I'm following that up with our guest, Randy Rowe. How you doing, Randy?
Doing good, Al. Thanks for having me.
Yes, I'm glad and happy that you've been able to take this time to get together. We find out about the expo. I know when I was there, very, very busy day, and I can just imagine you were being pulled everywhere.
Yeah, it gets crazy. The day starts off with good intentions of being able to get everything set up and then be able to do a meet and greet. But as the day progresses, time goes by so fast. And at the end of the day, you're like, well, what happened?
Yeah. Oh, I know. It's a crazy time. But it's a time that, all the work that you put into it, it all comes to realization. And, things never go exactly as planned, but at least there's a path where you want to go, right?
Yeah, I think my job as an event producer is really minimize the things that do go wrong that attendees see. So I can go on for hours about all the things that went wrong behind the scenes.
Yeah.
That necessarily, as you come in as attendee, you don't notice. So I try to minimize those, and I always welcome people to tell me, where we went wrong and things that they didn't enjoy, because it only makes our show better. So.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. And we always learn. I would say learn every year. No matter how many years you've been doing this, there's always something new to be learned.
Well, we've been doing Grow Up since 2017. So we had a
Mhm.
couple of years, I guess, legacy years before we became legal. And it seems every year we pivot in terms of, what did we learn? What went well? What didn't go well? What can we add? Where's the industry at? Do we need to change? Are the attendees getting what they're coming for? So it's a constant reevaluation of what we're doing,
Yeah.
and then trying to implement those and do it to the best that we can. And I think we do a good job of doing that, of keeping true to our growers as our main focus. Hence the name Grow Up. And I think we've built a really good community of growers, legacy and legal. And then it just allows us to, make sure that core component is working properly, gives us an opportunity to expand to different things.
Now, obviously, you got to start somewhere when it comes to these events. What was your inspiration, or thought process of why you wanted to do the Grow Up?
So when we started in 2017, I was involved with Canadian Music Week. You can see one of the.
Okay, yeah.
Here. So I've been involved with them for 22 years, and they in 2017 decided to put together Old Cannabis, which I was a part of. Okay. And at that time, a lot of the cannabis conferences were really business oriented. They were in high profile cities, Toronto, Vancouver, San Francisco, California, a lot of the major cities, and there weren't really grassroots type of.
Yeah, it wasn't consumer or anything related. All corporate.
Yeah, it was all, how do we get the money to build this? How do we get investments? Let's take it public. All the suits that were coming in and trying to figure out how to make money off of this new gold rush. And I come from a small town in southern Ontario called, I was born and raised in Port Colborne, live in Welland now. And I've been through Toronto. I've lived all over Ontario. But in Niagara, there's a ton of growers down here. Well, and at the time, they're all legacy growers because it wasn't legal. But, and I've talking to a lot of them, I got the impression that they didn't want to go to downtown Toronto or these large metropolitans to talk to growers. Growers are typically a quiet bunch. They, loose lips sink ship back in the days. So, you really don't tell a lot of people that you're growers, and it's tough to even when you do, to get out in public and talk to other growers. So my thinking was, well, let's do a show in Niagara. We've got a lot of growers here. It's a destination. People who've been in Niagara Falls are going to come regardless. So if they come down, they got a couple of days in the falls to enjoy everything down here. But at the same time, let's do a show that focuses on growers. And I was lucky enough to have a very good advisory board, which I still have to this day. And they're the ones that sort of directed me into, who you should be talking to, what kind of education do we need, and who do we need for keynote speakers and things like that. So relying on a lot of their expertise, I was able to pull together our first event in 2017. And before COVID, and this was all new, these events started almost doubling in size. So by 2019, we had an incredible event in Niagara Falls. We had almost 250 exhibitors.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it was crazy. We took over pretty much the Niagara Falls Convention Center.
Yeah.
And then COVID happened. So that sort of killed any kind of live event. But at the same time, the cannabis industry was changing a lot. So
yeah,
with or without COVID, there would have been a big change in the way we do shows. And, that's kind of where we're at now.
Yeah.
A different focus and a different sort of attendee and a different experience.
So when people come to the Grow Up, and I got to keep catching myself on grow up and not grow up. It's just basically the top of an O has been cut off the top there.
Yeah.
What could people expect to see? Like what's all happening at the expo and the conference and the whole bit?
Well, traditionally, we are a B2B event. So you're coming to look at some of the ancillary companies, the lighting and nutrients and soils and, that type of software and lighting. There you go, Alias.
Yeah. Got my shirt on.
So you're going to see a lot of those people. And what we've done over the last few years is, as retail has gotten a lot stronger and a lot more locations are popping up. I mean, they're all over the place. We've really taken a stance on bringing in retail buyers. So again, our main core are the growers and the brands. So it's up to us as an event coordinator and producer is to give the growers and brands that we have the best opportunity to be successful. And doing that by bringing in the retail, it gives them an opportunity to get exposure to some of the locations that they normally would not get exposed to. So
especially with all the restrictions that are going on. By going to an event, that helps gets their brand or their name out there to consumers or people who are attending.
So when you attend our event, we're starting to become a full 360 event. And by that, I mean, we originally were dealing with growers. So, the foundation of the whole industry is the growers, the education, and being able to produce the plant the best you can with, what's out there. The next step was our retail, which brings in retail buyers, brings in bud tenders, gives them an education on what's being produced and the opportunity to talk to the growers that are producing this, not just, the sales or marketing people that are trying to get into the stores. You get to talk to the, in most cases, the owner of the micro. So that's sort of the other 90 degrees. This year we introduced our executive global summit with the idea that there's so many countries around the world trying to capture cannabis on the recreational level. You've got Germany, you've got UK, you've got Thailand and Israel and Australia and things like that. And what happens is a lot of people end up going to Germany or going to the UK, and Canadians go there to sort of bring their knowledge. My thinking is that they need to come here. We need to bring as many international companies looking to do business in cannabis. They need to come to Canada. We've got a whole country full of businesses and industry that have been doing cannabis legally for 5.5 years. There's so much that they can learn off of what we do right and what we do wrong. I mean, those are a lot of things that they can take away. And coming to Canada gives them access to thousands of people versus, a couple people that can afford to go to make the trip over to the UK or Asia or wherever it is.
Yeah.
And then the other part of that is it gives Canadians exposure to an international market because there are a lot of brands that are looking to export, but they don't know how to do it. So those are the couple of things that we accomplished on the sort of the executive side. So that's 3 parts of the circle. And the last part is consumer and medicinal. This year we brought in Mendo Pavilion. So Mendo, as you know, is a medical platform online, and you can, there's a lot of veterans. There's a lot of people that, need it as medicine that they go through Mendo. So we put together a pavilion showcasing a lot of the Mendo brands. Now what we're doing coming up is we're going to start bringing consumers in and allow them a day where they can come in and actually talk to the brands, watch different workshops. If you grow at home, let's show you how to trim, learn from the experts, and do it in an environment that's sort of a festival feel, have some good music, and, and have some medical or advocates there, people that they can learn from. When I bring consumers in, I don't want it just to be a smoke fest and everybody just sits around and gets high and hangs out with just their friends. I want them to be able to learn something. So in our Edmonton one, we're just in the planning stages. So our Edmonton show comes up at the end of September, we do our Cannabis Cup. So I want to be able to do our Cannabis Cup live in front of the public, where they can come in and watch it actually being judged online or in front of them, and purchase the cannabis pack that we produce, and be a part of it themselves. So I think there's a lot of education that needs to happen with consumers.
Yeah,
And we need to let them know that going to the store to purchase this, you're going to get incredible quality. We've got some of the best product in the world. So that will be the last part, is to sort of incorporate consumers, but do it so that consumers get something out of it. I'm sure you've been to a lot of shows over the last few years. They'll make a consumer day, and they just come in, they walk around, there's nothing there for them. You're looking at an $800,000 extraction machine. Well, that doesn't do anything that somebody just wants to come and take.
Yes, exactly. That doesn't help the guy at home or the people at
No,
home.
it doesn't at all. So my intent is to sort of separate that and keep it as its own sort of entity.
Yeah.
So we'll do it at the beginning of the event, which is a Sunday. So gives everybody an opportunity to get all the exhibitors who can get load in, but during that day, we'll be able to bring some value to consumers.
Great, good. And, product like that they could carry away.
Yeah.
As well, to be able to sell, which would be handy for sure. Now, as far as the expo, we talk about it being in Toronto, but and you've had it in Niagara, I believe, as in the past. Where else is it held at?
So in 2021, we did our 22, I think, one of those. We did our show in Niagara, and it ended up, it was kind of during that COVID phase. It just seemed like everything was diluted. There was too many shows in Ontario. You had them happening almost you could go to one every other week if you wanted.
Yeah, I remember that.
And none of them were really bringing value. What it was doing was thinning everybody out. So the delegates that were at my event and the exhibitors that were at my event in Niagara Falls weren't really getting full value, because there's too many places to go and things like that. So during that point, I decided back in 2020 that I was going to go do a show in BC. We were going to do Victoria. So Victoria, to me, is the birthplace of cannabis in Canada and North America. The BC bud and even psychedelics. And so we decided on 2020 we were going to go to Victoria. COVID came, pushed that back. So our first show was in 2022 on the island. And it was fantastic. I mean, we brought out some growers out to that show that, they probably crawled out of a cave on the mountains and said, "Oh, we can show our faces." And it was really good, because we brought that community together on the west side of Canada. And then we came back, we did a show in Niagara. That's what we did. And then after that, I thought, okay, it's starting to thin out too much. It's not of value to my attendees right now. I'm going to go where people need it right now, and that was Alberta. So Alberta has a ton of growers out there, and they've got the most retail companies out there and headquartered in Alberta. So we decided, okay, well, let's go to Edmonton. And again, with advice of my advisory board, they led me down the right path and connected me with the right people. And we did our show in Edmonton in 2023, and it was fantastic. They had not had a show like ours in a long time. They had a hemp fest out there a long time ago, but they've never experienced a type of show that we put together. And and we're going back there this year in 4 months. So right now we do BC, Ontario, and Alberta, and we're looking to go back to BC in 2025.
Nice. Now, are all the shows the same? I'm assuming like you would have different guests, or are they all the same speakers at all the shows, or each one has to be organized separately?
Yeah, they're all different. Each region is unique in itself. When we do West Coast, my advisory board consists of strictly West Coast advisors, because
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that could give you the better lay of the land out there. And we bring in a lot of local speakers, a lot of experts. We will bring in some keynotes from, around the world. We bring them in. It just, I guess it depends on what my advisory board figures out we need to bring out.
Yeah, exactly. Now, talking about guests and stuff like that you bring in this year in Toronto, you had Tommy Chong, Amila Jansen, and Jorge
Cervantes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That appeared that's quite the legend panel that you would have, and I know that there was a panel legend.
Yeah.
Now and then, or something along that line.
The super panel.
The super panel, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and we also had Ed Rosenthal there.
Yes, I interviewed Ed. That's right. Yeah.
Ed's become a staple at our events. I mean, he loves our events, and we bring him up every chance we get. But to have Mila and Jorge, I went to Spain to Spanibus. One of the reasons was I wanted to go get Jorge and bring him up to give him a Hall of Fame award at our event. I tried on LinkedIn, I tried emailing him, I never got through, and I thought the only way I'm going to do it is to go see him in person. And I had no idea where I'd find him. I just knew that he would be in Spanibus. And if you've ever been to Spanibus, that's a very difficult task. There's 30,000 people wandering around. And there's a lot of places somebody can hide. So at one point, I held my camera up just to take a shot of the amount of people so I can share it on social. Mm-hmm. And when I brought the camera down and I looked at the photo, right in front of me was Jorge.
Yeah.
And I thought, there we go. So I walked over and introduced myself and explained, what we were doing here in Canada and the award show that we've done. We've had it since 2019. And his first reaction, as with most people, is, I don't really care about awards. Just doing the work I do is reward enough. I said, I know, but if you think about it this way, I think by you coming in and accepting the award, it's more for us, for more of the people that you've touched that, his education has produced a lot of growers. So it's an opportunity for us to say thank you. And, he came and I absolutely love having him here. Just at our show, when we've got legend growers like that, legacy growers to me are the source of everything that we're doing in cannabis. Without them, we would have nothing today. And some of the growers that are coming up, they don't have that, living in fear of being incarcerated or having everything stolen from you or dealing with
the guerrilla grow too.
Yeah, a lot of bad people. So to give them credit and pay homage to them, I think is something that we just need to do on a regular basis. And Mila Jensen, oh my God, she's so adorable. She's turning 80 years old. And every time I see her, I just want to give her a hug because she's just always happy, always smiling. She's done so much in her career in terms of, bringing cannabis to the forefront and, developing that pollinator to help produce hash. She's just an incredible woman. And I think everybody was blessed to have her at the event, to have access to her. And Tommy Chong, I mean, I don't know how much more you can say about him. He's a legend in the cannabis industry. He's not a grower like Ed and Jorge and Mila producing hash, but what he did for cannabis is, it's just extraordinary. And to know that he's still there and supporting cannabis and he's accessible. He loves sitting out there. We did a VIP meet and greet where he sat in the consumption lounge and, he could have sat out there all day long.
I'm sure he could have, eh?
Yeah.
Like I know when I seen him inside, he was in one of the booths, the booth that won the award for top grower.
Atlantic cultivation.
And he was sitting in there and people could just come up and, basically have a few words with him and talk to him. I know Mary Jane Baker here. She's on the with the newbie and the doobie here on the network, and she went up and presented him with a gift, and reminded him that she had met him back in 2018. So it was, just being able to do that, basically almost walking up to him to be able to talk to him instead of having a whole slew of security around him was good. It was,
And the nice thing is, for those of us that are old enough to appreciate, when Up in Smoke came out and all of that, a lot of us had the old 8-tracks and cassettes. So for me, it's kind of a bucket list. I think some of the newer people that I've talked to, they don't even know. They would probably know him more likely as Leo on that 70s show.
Yeah, really.
As Cheech and Chong. But I think the reason that I get him involved is I think it's for us older guys that are just everybody in the end.
They watch the Up in Smokes and all that stuff. Correct. I used this movie, aka Tommy Chong, as an educational movie when I was doing documentaries, so it was nice to have. Also, I want to mention awards. As you mentioned, Jorge got a Legend Award. I seen there at your website, you got 4 different categories, but you got like 33 different awards and hundreds of nominees.
In 2023, we had almost 50 different award categories. So it was a little crazy. We brought that back down to 33. We had 291 finalists. We had 15,000 votes. We've been doing it since 2019, and it's a good opportunity to celebrate, some of the best in the industry. And it's a good time to get together, even if you don't win or even if you're not nominated, just to get together and have that sort of, the networking and the experience. Exactly. Just having a meal and talk to everybody and, come together as an industry really to celebrate.
It's an opportunity to get together face to face with people who you would normally maybe see just on a call or something like that.
And it's in the inviting environment. It's not on the floor. It's not in a conference setting. It's relaxed. You're having a couple of drinks. You're having something to eat. We have a consumption lounge. So
exactly. I was going to say, you can go out and have a talk out in the consumption lounge. Yes. Now, another thing I wanted to ask about was I seen the sign there, and I seen some like it was on the list of events, but I didn't really get into finding out what was all going on there. And that was the clone and seed exchange.
Yeah. So
that was new this year?
No, we've been doing that since my first trip to Spanibus, which was in 2019 or 2020. When I went there, I was like, what? Like, what are these? There's so many seeds there, and they're just people having so much fun. And I thought, we need to do this at our event. So we introduced in 2020 a seed exchange. And basically what it is, we will gift some seeds, 3 seeds or whatever it is. If you don't have seeds, if you do have seeds, you bring it. And we've got breeders that are exchanging. We're bringing some really good genetics, and I don't know if we had many clones this year. I think there was an issue at some point, but
could have been,
in Victoria, there was people walking around with clones in their hands. The first time we did it was Edmonton, where we had people walking around with clones, and I thought we won. Like, you can't have a better tool than that. Walking around with the clone in your hand. I thought, that's fantastic, and we need more of that. We need more. Yeah. We got to be able to embrace it. And, there's no stigma at our show. So, I mean, everybody is not surprised that you're walking around with a pot plant in your hand, or a clone, I'll say. Mm-hmm. But it just encourages more of the community.
It does. Exactly. It was good to see clones and seed exchange. Hey, if I had known like more about it, I could have brought some with me. Let's see. We didn't talk about the sampling yet. I see that more and more at events. Some events seem to have different guidelines or rules around them. Obviously, it's popular amongst the bud tenders.
So the way that we approach the sampling is the purpose is to get the product into the hands of the people that make the decision that have never seen your product before, or they've seen it and you've got a new line, or, it's just to get it back in front of the retail buyers. So the first day of our event, we invite all the retail buyers. We've given them, 2-day passes to come to the event to be a part of it. And we allow the LPs and the brands to hand out samples as they see fit to anybody that has a retail wristband on, or their can sell numbers on their badge. Now, what we do different than a lot of these other sampling events is when they give a sample out, they would scan the attendee's badge. That way, number one, who you gave a sample to. Number two, if they weren't allowed to be sampling, they're not going to let you scan the badge because you're not allowed to.
Right.
And thirdly, it allows the brands to, after the event, follow up with all of the retail and say, we gave you a half gram pre-roll of this. I hope you had an opportunity to try it. What do you think? And, how do we get a couple boxes in your store? And it just opens that conversation up. It's not like everybody went home with probably a ton of. I know.
I've seen some of this stuff online. Yes, it is.
To me, I don't think that's the. That's not the goal of what we do. Is
correct.
Whoever comes out with the most wins. It's more about that conversation. And here, this is what this does. And before they even give them a sample, you explain what it does and their price points and what it takes to get into your store and things like that, and scan their badge and give them a sample, and then follow up with it, because I think that's the most important measure of ROI on these events, is being able to communicate to the people that you gave samples to.
Yeah.
And they've got the opportunity to go right outside and try it out in the consumption lounge if they want.
Yeah, exactly. And you had vendors out there as well in the consumption lounge.
Yeah, we had a couple out there. I tried to keep brands out of there because every brand would want to be in the consumption lounge. So, we had Bovida and Echidna were the two main sponsors of the consumption lounge, and then EastCan we had out there as well. So,
yeah, I actually had a sample tested by them.
And
actually, to tell you the truth, right here, there's their little anteater that they got. They gave me one because I was the first sample that was tested, and of course my sample was at the top of the list while I was there.
Nice.
So I did a quick interview with them as well, so people could find out about them. So
again, another booth that I didn't get an opportunity to sit down with.
Yep. Yeah. I know. You saw me wearing my Alias shirt.
Yeah.
I use Alias lights, and I had a good interview with Landon and Ryan while I was there. It was good to get caught up with them. So.
Yeah, they had a great time. They had so much fun.
Yeah.
Well, we got Steve LaBelle was one of our speakers on cannabis, and I think it was Landon Alias is huge fan of Steve LaBelle, so he was excited to be able to meet with him and talk to him in person. And
yeah, exactly. And it's getting together. It's a spot where you don't get to do that in person stuff. So it's great. These events like yours allows that to happen. So.
Yeah, we really push the networking. I think one of the strongest things that we do are the networkings. We do a speed networking where we allow brands to sit down with retail buyers. You sit with them for 5 minutes, give them your elevator pitch, and then move on to the next one, and just keep going on. And I think it's just a great opportunity to get your face in front of the people that you need to do business with.
Right, and you had separate rooms to allow those people to do that instead of doing it on the floor, where it can get loud at times, just because everybody talking, and then all of a sudden there could be an impromptu band that runs through the place.
I got a lot of heat over that one. I've got a lot of kudos over that one. So I think, yeah, there's a conversation we had about that. I thought it was better, but when they went across where the speakers were, I think that kind of that was,
and it's one of those things that you learn as you go along, right? But I know for myself, when I was doing interviews and they came along, I zoomed in on them so that people could see the band going by, or I just scanned on the products within the booth until they went by, and then continued the interview with them.
I think it added to it. Next time we won't do it going across the front of the stage. And it was Green Planet that brought the band.
Yeah. I noticed they were all wearing Green Planet sweaters. I didn't know if they were all from Green Planet or they just had the sweaters on because
that was all they're doing. So I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. I got while they were walking through, my wife called me and says, "What the hell?" Because I didn't tell her in advance because I knew that I probably would have been shut down on that. So.
Hey, it was it happened. It was good. I don't know. I enjoyed some of it. So, all right, Randy, is there anything else that you would like to mention, talk about? Maybe looking forward to 2025. What some people could sort of expect, or ideas that maybe you're going to do different this next year.
So what I'm looking forward to, number one, is Edmonton coming up at the end of September. So we're September 29th to October 1st. That's at the Edmonton Convention Center. And it's going to be, we're going to do our Cannabis Cup there. We're going to hopefully develop a pretty strong consumer day. And then we're coming back to Toronto. I'm just working on dates, trying to get the right dates. I think we're going to go across the street this year to have the Congress Center hold our expo and trade show. And then stay at the Delta for all of our networking and parties and things like that.
They give you more floor space by going across the road there?
Yeah, we got a lot more floor space there. We'll be able to break it up a little bit. It was nice. I love being at the Delta because everything was there and you ran into people all day long. So we're going to have to discuss the options there because we did run out of room.
Yeah. There was some aisles there that were a little bit tight. Yeah. But hey, it was. I know. We enjoyed being there for the day, covering the event, talking to the exhibitors, and seeing some of the people that you see at other places, such as Pad H. Like, who would have ever thought that? Would be welcoming having a group that is out there promoting responsibility of cannabis. Some people might look at it as Mad Canada or whatever, but they're out there promoting responsible cannabis use, and they were there, and they've been at other events that I've been to.
And they've got a good mandate, and is don't drive home high. I know it's just the Mothers Against Drinking and Driving kind of thing, but I like the idea that they give you an Uber, a credit to an Uber if you need to get home. And, we should always be aware of that and be able to take advantage of that. Or at least be conscious of what we're doing when we're out having fun.
Even producers of alcohol have a responsibility message, right? So cannabis.
We try to bring in all the right people and make it a good experience for everybody. And there's a lot of things that we can improve on, and those are the things that we just keep working on.
Working on it. Yep.
As I think the industry is starting to ramp up compared to the last couple of years, and I see that in the attendance. I see that in the conversations. I see that in the vision of what a lot of people are looking to do. So it's encouraging where the industry is going. I think as an event producer, I really want to do more for consumers. I really want to do more for medical patients. I really want to do more to get us to flip from that legacy over to a retail environment, to get more because right now everybody's that race to the bottom, and it's it's hurting a lot of businesses and a lot of retail businesses.
Mhm.
I think there's enough people in Canada to support the amount of retail out there. We just got to get the percentages flipped over in our favor.
That way, that way the businesses will survive and keep growing. And like I said, there are legacy people who are now, owners of retail businesses and involved in the cannabis community. They fought for legalization, and cannabis legalization is here.
Yeah, there should be an incentive to bring legacy growers over to the regulated side. I mean, we should be encouraging it because number one, they're some of the best product out there, and number two, it just weighs more into our favor of having the legal retail side of it be stronger.
Yeah. Okay. Other than that, website where anybody can find some information on the grow up.
Growupconference.com.
There you go.
Once you go there, we've got our Edmonton show that we're starting to promote, and then feel free to look me up on LinkedIn, message me. I'm usually pretty responsive depending on what time of the year it is and how close to the event I am. But I'm always listening to new ideas and comments, good or bad. If you went to our event and there was something you didn't like, please reach out and let us know. And if there's anything you want to see at some of our events, again, let us know.
All right, good. All right, hang on, Randy. I'm just going to sign us off here, and then I got to get some information from you. So, Thanks, Randy, for joining me for doing this interview, telling us all about the grow up, and I look forward to 2025. And to our viewers, thanks for tuning into the broadcast, and we will be seeing you soon.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
The Hamilton.
Hey,
headquarters.
I got
Yep.
I've got 11 here, and I've got a question for 11.
Okay, you go
All
ahead
right?
and ask.
And I asked this question of everybody I've been talking to during the march. Okay. Why do you march?
7.5 inches. Oh, sorry, what?
Why do you march?
I thought it was something else. I thought you were gonna ask me something else. I mean, one, it's just great to see everyone. Let's be honest. Should we keep walking? Let's not lose the herd. So it's definitely a community thing. It's definitely a beautiful energy, but we got to show up, just like with the podcast, as the different manifestations as we are as like consistent cannabis users and community members, to show how diverse. Like, you got to show up for it to kind of like share the colors inside of the community and kind of just like represent. So I think it's rewarding, definitely, to be part of it. But yeah, like, to show up and to march, I think you gotta give that respect to the plant by like presenting yourself as part of something that is involved with cannabis. So I feel like it was just representing, but also, it's totally selfish. It's 100% selfish because I just get to hang out with a bunch of stoners.
Yeah, you dual purpose, fight for cannabis law reform and hang out with friends.
Yeah, I feel like we even just shifted the energy to like fun. I mean, it feels protesty because we have a chant, but it's like, me, I prefer to kind of focus on the, on what's working, on what the positive is. So if we can all just constantly live a good example, like by checking ourselves first, and then what people notice of the community is positive. Like, look, everyone's just goofing around, laughing, being creative, colorful bunch. Like, it's about the opportunity to, offer that impact as like what collectively as a group a stoner's supposed to like be. Not that it's period after this group. It's just like here's a bit. Here's like a Toronto vibe. Yeah.
And in this march are some people who've been here since the beginning, and it's good to see that this year's a bigger march than last year. And last year was sort of it wasn't really much promo or anything, and this year there's some promo done, and we got more people out.
Just keep moving with it, man. That's it. Let the momentum build.
Do it all again next year. Just try to build again, rebuild.
It's always a fun time, and it gives you the opportunity to probably try some new shit or smoke a joint with someone you ain't never smoked a joint with before.
Somebody maybe you only knew through Facebook.
Well, that's what I said. I was joking about that when I was getting the chance together. I'm like, it's like this is a fucking bunch. Like I see a bunch of faces that I only see online.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true. So, all right, 11. Well, let's shout out to where people can find you, man.
Disciplined Stoners. Me and my wife, Winnie Clark, have a podcast called Disciplined Stoners, and I mean, a bunch of people who are here have been on it and will be on it. And we just are lucky enough to be documenting this time period in history and going at it through the lens of mindfulness. So that's like what we talk about. And yeah, we do canna covers, all sorts of stuff like that. So you can check us out. Discipline.
We'll have a show about the march. And after, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, maybe a song. Yeah.
Damn, didn't someone catch the ball? I think Spliff McKenzie, we just made history. I was just freestyling, and then a homie comes up and starts freestyling next. It was awesome, and like there's always those moments that happen authentically, and when you exist in the cut,
Yeah, exactly. All righty.
You're documenting it.
Oh yes. Been doing it for years. We used to just do it in audio. Now you got the cameras going, so yeah, that's right. Cannabis. There we go. All right. Thanks, 11.
Yeah, buddy.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Three High Guys. Hi, guys.
Hi.
What's you drinking?
I got water.
Mm.
I got water.
I'm having some red
I
rose.
Smart.
I have red rose. What the heck is that? Is that what a tea?
So this is actually the best tea cup ever. I don't even think you can buy them anymore. They were Christmas specials from Tim Hortons. So good luck.
And it's for tea?
It's for tea, coffee. I will say I used to have trouble, and I know you know this, Al. I'd be constantly going, "Are we taking break? Because I want to go reheat my tea." Well, now I don't have to.
I was just gonna say I'll be right back.
Now I don't have to. This thing is amazing. Amazing. It definitely keeps it hot.
Next Tim Hortons I go into, which might be this afternoon, I might go to Marathon today. I'm gonna get one because I am so sick. The air here in Terrace it's different. You feel it differently in your chest, and the air is
heavier,
damp.
Well, see, this is why we've got new names on our name tags there. You're Northern Ontario, Al, because you're up north, and I'm Southern Ontario, Al, because I'm down here on the south end of Ontario. Right? And you're just up there in that northern heavy...
I'm in nose picking areas.
Oh,
there's that didn't come out right. I'm at the most northern tip of Lake Superior.
Yes, that's north. So today on the show we've got Al.
And Al's on the Trent Canal. Sorry,
Yeah, I'm just off
popped
the
into my
drink.
head.
I'm now over by Belmont Lake.
Oh.
Oh, yes. Today on the program, we got Al's list or short list.
It's my high
and
list.
MJ, you got some health and what other news? Events news, right?
Yeah, I've got the morning motivational, sort of like motivational mornings with MJ, and then of course the health segment. And
Yes.
and events.
Yeah, and I got some news.
Sorry.
We got some we got a cannabis news. We got a cannabis news article, and we've got some sports news as well that we're gonna get into today. So,
Was that
so what do you say?
Short sports shorts?
Sports shorts, all that
Sport.
type of stuff.
We
Now,
should just call it sports.
Sports.
Schwartz. The just so anybody knows, if you got any comments or anything you want to say, by all means, anybody who's watching, if you're watching, especially while we're live, we will get back to you. So if you got
And
anything
also,
you want to say,
if you have any stuff you want us to try and review, and there's 3 of us here, you'll get 3 different opinions, and there you go.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah. I was doing some sample testing over the weekend, actually. So.
Were you? I have not had any edibles in a very long time, and I've been eyeballing the Coca-Cola. It's not Coca-Cola. The cola drinks at the at my cannabis here in Terrace Bay.
Oh yeah, and what do you think?
Well, it's not going to do anything for me, Al.
Yeah, I know, right?
You know.
Have you purchased any yet?
I have had a cola, but not in a while. I've had a Kool-Aid, the one that Darcy sent me, which I actually didn't, I didn't mind it. It would have been good with some vodka, right? But obviously,
Which technically they can't sell to you that way.
No, but we can do it. I didn't enjoy it from the point that it's a distillate, and I don't really like distillates, especially edibles. But it was a drink. It lasted a few days.
That reminds me, distillates. Do you remember we had a conversation, MJ, on distillates and live rosins and vape pens and everything? I don't know if you saw my post this weekend of my first rosin vape cartridge that I purchased.
Exploding? Yeah.
It leaked and leaked.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Well, the one that you
battery's toast now because it just
the one that you said the Shatterizer, it exploded too, and I thought it was just from too much battery from the Shatterizer, too hot. But now I'm seeing a lot of people say that their cartridges are exploding.
It haven't exploded; it just leaks.
Exploded.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's all sorts of different. So I've got them. I keep my carts like this.
Yeah.
Standing up when they're not in use, because a lot of times you just lay your vape pen down, and that's and some of them are better than others. Like this one, I had to pull it to get out, so the bottom's already sticky.
Already sticky.
But,
yeah, there you
but
go.
like you're saying, when it gets in the battery, it's like what now my 20, like I bought a $20 like there. Okay, so I've got a bunch of them over there, and half of them need to be cleaned, and I don't know if I can clean them.
And I'm thinking, well, Christ, you spend $50 in a cartridge and it leaks.
Where do you go for quality control on this? Do you go to the company of the cart?
Or like I know that I've commented a few times in a store, and they say, yeah, there are some that do that.
Yeah, but see, like these companies are both the exact same, and I treat them both the same. They have both about the same. This one is all sticky and gunky on the bottom, and this one's fine.
Yeah.
So it's like, is it what's inside? Is it?
I don't know.
Is it the container? I think maybe we need to ask the people who make the vape carts or the batteries or the.
They all seem to be an industry standard type cart.
Yep.
And like,
Yeah, they definitely seem like
no
it.
names on the cartridge. And if you've got like 3 or 4 cartridges, unless you label them yourself, you don't know what's what because all it says is THC on it.
And again, this is why I like the Shatterizer, because they have labels on their lids that distinguish which you have in there, and you can see through the glass of the pod, right?
Some
so you
companies are actually doing it, but
Is that Tribal Gardens?
Oh, so yeah, it's tribal. So this I know is tribal. I don't like that I can't take the cannabis sticker off of it. It's literally in it. I don't
It's
like that.
painted on the glass, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that.
No.
I don't like it. Like, I understand you put your company name on it, but where's the strain name?
Well, they don't.
That's what I would like to know.
I have one cartridge that had a name of the company on it, and the rest are all blank. They don't have any strain listed on them. No information. But then if they put everything on the cartridge, would you be able to see inside?
I don't know, man. I have trouble reading half the things they put on those things anyways, because in order to print it, it's got to be like this friggin' big. I got to pull my phone out and like get
my screen.
Zoom in.
Exactly.
Yeah. I thought it was my eyesight going like bad, but it's not. They're starting to put like green writing on blue background or blue writing on green background. And I'm like, how am I supposed to see this?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you can't see the speaking. You can't see podcast because of my background there. Because but I don't want to look at the wall, so I moved Al over. I could do this.
Whoa. Nah, I feel like it was better. Yeah.
It looks good there.
It's better.
You look like you're looking at me.
Yeah.
So, alrighty. Well, anything else off topic before we get into on topic?
Depends on what is off topic.
Well, things that aren't already on planned for the show.
I'm sure I'll come up with something after.
I'm sure you will. All right. Okay. Let's just do a quick little break. All right. And then when we come back, we'll come back with MJ's motivational
While we're gone, if anybody has anything they want to like talk about in today's show, feel free to throw a comment up and we'll make sure we touch on it later.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. All right.
All right, do what you got to do.
I'm gonna run an interview here with the newbie. He was going around as a non-consumer.
I know him.
You know him?
I do.
Wow.
He's the newbie to my doobie.
Yeah, as we know, he's a non-cannabis consumer, and so we're going to.
So he sings.
Yeah. Because
we have this discussion with him.
If you're using topicals, you're still your body, because your skin is your largest organ.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. You're still a consumer, sort of.
Just so you know, we got a comment. Cheers.
All right.
I can't pronounce your name. Sorry, Gross. Guerrero. I can't pronounce that. Sorry, but thanks for watching and tuning in.
I think it's Guerrero.
Guerrero. There you go. All right, gonna run that video. It's about 3 minutes, about the normal length of a commercial, and then we'll get into, as I said, your motivational tips and so on and so forth. Right back.
Hey, how are you? Nan? That's not your name? You stole that? Okay, cool. Camille, I'm Timmy. Nice to meet you. From the Newbie Doobie podcast. There you go. That's our podcast. I'm a newbie. So my partner is a longtime consumer. I'm a non-consuming advocate. However, I have been using your topicals, especially in the mornings. So for shoulder pain and neck pain, we've been using the which one is it? Yeah, the cooling gel. So I don't smoke, I don't eat. but the topicals I have been slowly trying, and I've found that your cooling gel has been amazing. So yeah, so that's. No, like, talk. It's like, if what would you recommend in general? What is your favorite products? What are the ones that sell sell best?
Yes. So my colleague here can actually explain that.
Your colleague John King. I don't think either of you actually work for this company.
That's John, and then that's it.
So what's your real name?
My name is Fernanda. I'm the QIP at Lupus.
So I don't know if you were hearing me talk to him about I'm a newbie, I'm a non-consumer, but I'm an advocate. And I don't smoke, I don't eat currently, but I do use the topicals, and your cooling gel is the one that I've been using most recently, and it's been incredible. So I just wanted to kind of we're live right now, and I just wanted to kind of hear a little bit more about the product and maybe what some of your best sellers might be and that type of stuff. So
Our main products are the creams and the gel, right? As you said, and we also have some extracts which are ingestibles, which are also very well known by the public. I would say that my personal favorite is the full spectrum. So our products they are normally with a very high concentration of the cannabinoids, which makes them very potent and very good for the use, right, for patients. But the full spectrum, the combination of the CBG, CBD, and THC makes it.
I think my internet is connected. No, I lost my whole internet. It's connected.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I don't know. Does that run like that for the whole 3 minutes?
What happened? I lost my internet. Story of my life. It's funny. I was just editing karaoke video, and I literally was like, internet.
I don't even remember that.
Me either.
Where was that? Grow Up?
That was Grow Up.
Yeah.
I will say I know exactly what cream he's talking about because I just tweaked my neck 2 weeks ago and couldn't move. It was so painful. I was getting headaches just from holding my head up. And if it wasn't for that cream, I would not have survived. The pain was making me nauseous until I put that cream on, and then I was able to move around. So
good.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, it worked that good.
Yeah.
Super.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So now it is time for our
You didn't let it play out.
It did. It played
That
the
was the whole thing.
Really?
5
Oh,
seconds.
really?
5
Okay,
seconds.
I'll make it 7 next time. Just kidding. It's because you said I had 3 minutes, and I was like, roll a joint.
Oh
do
yeah,
your thing.
that was during the Timmy interview, but
I know we got
I started
screwed.
thinking, just how long is that? That's I was the one who put it together. I better check that out.
We did get another comment
Yes.
from Guerrero. It says, like the wrestlers. I love that you think I watch wrestling. I know I call myself one of the guys.
Yeah.
Maybe I should start watching some wrestling. Although I will say, I would like to climb John Cena if I could. Just saying.
God. I don't know how Timmy would feel about that.
Oh, he knows. We each have our own lists.
Yes, I know. His is
Celebrity,
Sandra
so.
Bullock. I know that his is Sandra Bullock because I watched that episode, and she is my crush.
Oh, well, I think.
Oh, I'm so fucking pissed at Jesse James for what he did to her. But anyways, that's a whole other
All
topic.
right, that's not motivation, people.
No, we're going the other way. Okay. Okay. So for motivational mornings, I always like to start with a quote that kind of generally takes us in a direction for the day. Okay. So the quote for today is simple yet confusing all at the same time. So whether you know you can or think you can't, you are 100% correct.
Mary Jane says, not Confucius.
Yeah, I'm like, let me say it again. Whether you know you can or think you can't, you are 100% correct.
Confusion.
So basically, what we're going to talk about today is the power of belief. So
Right.
if you believe that you can do something, chances are you can. If you believe that you can't, chances are you can't. So I'm going to delve into this. It has to do with if you have the negative thought process, you're going to fail. It's just plain and simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
would that work? Would that work if I thought I could climb to the end of that branch off the tree?
Well, it depends how thick the branch is. I mean, logic has to take logic. So, like,
Okay.
well, I'm like, we're not going to talk logic. We're going to talk mindset.
Okay.
Well, mindset is different than logic. Obviously, for obvious reasons, right? Like, I don't want you to go climb a branch or do something that's going to hurt you.
Don't go jump off a tree.
No, you cannot fly. I'm not telling you that you can go achieve amazing things because, like, I could never be an NBA player. It's just not going to happen, right?
Yeah, you're too short.
Could I be good at basketball? Sure, that's a possibility. So basically, if you have a growth mindset, you believe the abilities and intelligence is something that can be developed over time with effort and learning. So if you want to bake something, you want to be a really good baker, you know that if you keep doing it enough and you take classes or whatever, that you will get better. That's the growth mindset. There, on the other side, there's something called the fixed mindset. Those are the people that believe everything is static and can never be changed. Basically, I am this way because I am this way. It is just, that's the way it is. It is what it is, those people, you know?
Right.
So what happens is that with the fixed mindset, you avoid challenges or give up easily. So you're looking at me all confused. What do you do with this information, Mary Jane? What do I do with this? So I'm going to tell you how to put it into action.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So be self-aware and recognize everything that you believe about your own personal abilities. Be realistic. Can you climb that branch? Can you make it to the edge? Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Is what you believe about your abilities helping you or hindering you? So, do you have a negative belief or do you have a positive belief? And then change it using growth and adapting to change your mindset into the growth mindset. Start replacing can't with can. Obviously, when it comes logic, use logic first, and then take action. Use the mindset to drive your actions. If you believe that you're going to achieve, you're more likely to actually succeed.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. And just so you know, we got Guerrero is chiming in here, and he says, I manifest my own destiny.
Yeah. You know, I used to have a lot
of
like
if you've
and
got,
I just kind of just like I said, just start saying can.
Yeah. If you believe you can do something.
Yeah.
And yeah, the confidence, all that type of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you need help, ask somebody. You know, you have that positive friend who's always like super, reach out to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't say
Send me
that.
a message.
Everybody and their uncle be reaching out, going and touching you.
Yeah, no. Send me a message. Let me clarify. Send me a message. We'll chat.
All righty. For motivational moment, let's move on to the health and wellness tip of the day. or the
Oh,
week, I should say.
That's me again.
Yeah, that's you again.
I feel like we should do a split here
Well,
because mine are more like
we do. We got
lectures.
the thing is, you got three. I got. Yeah, I know how you feel. I do two back to back. I know.
That's all right. I feel like I'm reading. Eventually, I'll get more into the jam of it. Okay, so with the
Did we bring
jam,
toast?
there's no jam unless Al has that in his recipe corner. I'm not sure.
Oh,
yeah, we're not doing. I'm not doing jam. But I will talk about the importance of balanced snacking. I feel like as cannabis consumers, we all know what the munchies are.
Balanced snacking.
Yes. So, it's so easy to reach for whatever's handy and is going to satisfy that urge immediately. That's not always the best thing to do. I mean, it's great for our brains and the dopamine, but not so much for our bodies. My scale has told me so this morning. Yes. So it's really important to start choosing snacks that not only satisfy your cravings, but are building and providing nutritional benefits for you. You don't just want to be eating empty calories. If you eat empty calories, it gives you fake energy. You don't even get like sustainable energy. That's why a lot of people are tired in the middle of the day, because what have you eaten today? If it's processed or high in sugar or carb, like chances are you're not getting what you need.
Right.
So I would like to also mention that cannabis and cannabinoids, such as THC, stimulates the brain's reward system. So we have to keep that in mind as we're putting food in our faces, because it's also feeding into this euphoric feeling of food is already tasting better, no matter what you're putting in there. Therefore, it's more important, in my opinion, to be conscious of what you're eating.
Can I add to that?
Yes. I was just going to ask a question. So yeah.
I had, I don't remember where I brought this up. I don't know if we brought it up on the 420 show or not, but I was watching a little thing about popcorn. And popcorn, if you eat popcorn on an empty stomach, it stimulates your bowels and your stomach, but it also, all the enzymes in it, and they go right to your brain and they stimulate your brain and get you moving and stuff like that.
Popcorn would be my death.
Popcorn.
I know that popcorn will make. So I used to have, because I suffer with IBS.
Yeah, I get issues with popcorn too, but
so no, apparently popcorn, if you have, if you're constipated, they say eat popcorn.
It's the rough
popcorn will give you the runs.
Or nuts.
Yeah, it'll give you the runs.
Yeah.
So that's not surprising that they say that about popcorn.
But
this is just one more thing that I'm like, it's important that we pay attention to what we're putting in. A lot of people don't even know what they're putting in.
If you have an issue with Crohn's like Al does, you can't eat nuts and corn and vegetables like that, right? Like I have a hard time with corn and stuff, so I have to eat.
Well, somebody like Southern Ontario Al would know what he's eating.
Oh no,
like if I ask him, what have you eaten today, or what have you had yesterday? I bet you could tell me, because it's all safe food and stuff that you know that you need. But somebody like Northern Ontario Al, if I asked him, what did you eat yesterday? I think he might have a harder time. Yeah, that's it.
No.
Like that's
you know what I eat very much the same every day. I like my rice bowls. I like meat. I like potatoes, and I like pasta. So I eat a lot of starchy foods.
But what do you guys snack on? This is my question. What do you guys like if you're like feeling the munchies? What do you go to the cupboard and grab, or in the kitchen? What are you getting?
cookies,
Okay.
chips, popcorn,
So
although not
bad
very
choice,
often.
bad choice.
Oh,
bad
yes, I know
choice.
that. Of
Right?
course.
Like this is okay. So Al, what would you grab? Southern Ontario Al.
My munchies would be some probably bad things that I can tolerate because
Okay.
I have to
What
eat
is
so
what
safe
is a
how the
bad
rest of
thing you
the
can
days.
tolerate though?
Oh, I can have some potato chips and
Oh.
stuff like that.
Really? I figured with the oils you wouldn't. I guess probably specific ones.
Yeah. Well, there's are things that there's some that are
Yeah.
really oily that I
Yeah.
avoid. Yeah.
Okay.
But when I go to events, there's always vegetable trays and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Cold vegetables cut that you can
Yep.
dip and stuff. I avoid the little mini sandwiches because they're full of
Yeah.
processed or deli food normally.
I love
Yeah.
deli food.
Yeah, that's the traditional. Like if you go somewhere, they do sandwiches and veggies. Sometimes you get
Right.
like a platter of fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I look for.
Okay, so I would say definitely the fruits and vegetables are a better option.
Yes.
So this
We
is
have-
this is the
we have-
part I'm gonna talk about. I'm gonna give you a couple different options.
Okay.
Change
Okay,
it
Mom.
up. So for example, avocado toast with hemp
Yeah.
seeds.
Blue seeds? Oh no, no
With
seeds.
hemp seeds, if you can handle hemp seeds.
Yeah.
If not, skip the hemp seeds. Just have
Right.
the avocado toast as a protein boost, omega-3 fatty acids.
I don't eat bread.
And then we've got, see, and I'm like, I know there's somebody who's
I do,
celiac,
but
and
very
they
little.
have special bread
Yeah.
that they got.
Yeah,
So
I-
of course, all of these things can be altered. Like number 2 on the list is Greek yogurt with berries and nuts.
You know what?
Maybe you don't like berries, you just like bananas, and you want a non-dairy yogurt.
No bananas, but I don't mind a light yogurt, although I'm having issues with lactose.
You eat lactose free.
Yeah,
Yep.
but the lactose free stuff just has the enzymes that you need, and sometimes it's worse.
Well, there is coconut.
Yeah.
Yoso makes it delicious. There's one that's coconut, and then there's one that's almond. I
I
prefer
like
the
the
coconut.
almond. I don't like the coconut. I don't
And
like
see,
flavor of coconut.
I love the coconut one. It's so good, so good.
Yeah, I know. I
And
don't
then
even
of
like
course,
the smell of coconut.
Go ahead,
Southern
Megan.
Ontario. Al mentioned veggies and dip. Hummus is a great choice.
Yeah.
Fun fact: veggies, carrots, Vinta roasted red pepper crackers, and hummus. The roasted red pepper hummus. Those 3 things is what I killed my munchies with, because I promise you, if you only give yourself a healthy option to eat as munchies,
Mhm.
you're going to develop the munchies less and less, because you're not going to want to eat those carrots
it's just
and
in there.
hummus
It's just
all the time.
even though a chip is a potato,
Yep.
it's the
It's so
process of
different
getting
when
it
it's
to a chip. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
See, I'm
And
a
then-
victim of cheese and cracker lady. My mom had lots of cheese and
Oh.
crackers and wine parties, so
Crackers in general, I
we
think.
spent many evenings preparing platters and stuff like that for my mom's parties. And so now I like saltines and cheese. I like mushrooms. A cut up button mushroom with a little dip or something, or even a slice of cheese rolled up in a piece of salami. Anyways, go on.
Sounds like you're getting the munchies now. That's hilarious. And then the last option I have for you is dark chocolate and almonds. It's good for you because the dark chocolate is going to satisfy the
cherries.
craving and is loaded with antioxidants. Pairing it with almonds gives you a mix of healthy fats and proteins. Gives it like a balance. Yeah. And if I can tell you anything, preparation is huge.
Yeah.
Buying this healthy food means
Preparation is the
nothing.
key.
It is it's huge. It's nothing if you put it in the fridge and you just let it rot. Okay. If you just let it rot, there's no point.
I don't think that people like my mushroom comment because there's now only one person watching.
That's all right. They're in and out. Maybe they've gone to the kitchen to get some food because we've been talking
we
about
made
the
them hungry.
munchies.
You weren't supposed to
They
leave.
would get something to eat. They would have get something to eat.
Hopefully
So,
you've made a good choice. But yeah, I'd say prepare the healthy things when you get home. Make sure you have them available, because if you have to go in the kitchen and prep the healthy food and you've already got the munchies, chances are you're going to walk away with cookies or chips.
Well, there's one thing about chips. I consider them crunchy food.
Crunchy
They actually make
so are
noise.
carrots.
They make noise when I eat, because everything I eat has to be normally is soft. It doesn't make any noise. Alrighty. Are you done?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think that's
All
it.
right.
Yeah.
We're moving on.
I'm hungry.
Well, okay.
Sorry.
Maybe your list will help. We're moving on to.
It's certainly high on the list.
High five.
I love Bing. So today I got a list, and it's longer than you guys think. So this is our list, and I'm going to actually ask Al if he wouldn't mind helping me with the reading, but I'm going to start it off.
Okay.
This is tried and tested tips for finding the best cannabis products for relaxation. It's a big industry, as you can read here. We're going to go down here to choosing the right strain for relaxation. When it comes to relaxing, you need to remember one thing, or two things, actually. It depends on the strain. It depends on the individual. Everybody reacts differently to different strains, different methods, and things. We'll get into methods after this. You got your three strains, although there is a fourth strain, but we won't go there. It's called ruderalis, and a lot of people who grow will use that to. What exactly does that do, Al?
That's the auto flowering end of things.
Okay, all right. So you got your indica strains, which is your couch, lock, stage.
No.
Usually very calming and sedate.
Where does it say that?
It says right there.
Stays right there beside indica strains.
Fake news. Where did you get this?
No, hold on. Let's go through this and because I know for a fact that there are three strains, but there are many different effects. Okay, because I have ADHD, a sativa may react differently to me than it would to somebody who doesn't have it. Same with an indica. So,
but can I just point out that the subclasses of indica?
Yeah, sure. There are indicas that act like sativas and sativas that act like indicas.
No, that's not what I was going to say.
They're called hybrids.
Indicas, sativas, and hybrids are all defined not by what they do or their effects. It's defined by their visuals, the way they grow, the way their leaves are.
Yes, it's the plant itself.
It's the cannabinoids and the terpenes in those strains that give you the effects.
Correct. Now,
that's why I'm like, no, it's wrong. Okay, keep going.
It's not completely wrong, Mary Jane. Okay.
Well, when you think indica, I always think relaxing.
That's right.
So that's because most of the cannabinoids that are in indicas. Yeah, but most of the cannabinoids that are generally in indicas are like myrcene and things like that. That's why most people say they get the similar effects from indicas, but I'm like, no, but like, yes, but no. So that's why I say go ahead.
And some people don't even like using these terms. They use cultivars instead.
Mm-hmm. What's the other one? Cultivar and chemovar. Chemovar.
Carnivore. Something that eats.
Ira used to use two: a cultivar and a chemovar, or something like that.
Yeah, and they also, even though when legalization came in, there was a big attempt to basically remove these indica and sativa and hybrid labels. It's something like I know I can walk into my store downtown here, and right there on the thing it'll say sativa, indicas.
Oh, I know very well, and that would have come up in the
But
conversation
yeah,
if I
it
was
does
allowed
come
to.
down. A lot of it does come down to the makeups of the plants, the
And the
terpenes.
person.
Yeah,
And the person.
Oh.
But
yeah,
for the layman, okay, that's just grabbing a doobie, if you like that strain, smoke it. And if you don't.
yeah.
But indicas are indicouch is what they're called. Usually a very calming and a sedate effect, but there are lots of indicas that act like a sativa, and there's a lot of sativas that act like an indica. I like a sativa because I don't like the feeling of being depressed, and that's the feeling I get when I'm couch locked.
Can I read something here before you
Sure.
move on? Just
Is that behind
since
your
we're
cue
talking
card?
about this. Yeah, no, it's on the phone. So it says sativa, according to the original system, sativa strains are generally uplifting and energetic, characterized by a head high, whereas indica strains were more calming, relaxing, and stress relieving.
Right.
Several studies have now challenged this classification, finding that the product names did not accurately distinguish chemical compositions or THC potency. Often samples sharing the same name did not look similar. Psychopharmacology researcher Dr. Ethan B. Russo called the sativa indica distinction as total nonsense and an exercise in futility. He added, one cannot in any way currently guess the biological content of a given plant based on its height, branching, or leaf morphology. So basically, I'm not going to read anymore, but that's what I'm saying. It's just, I know that the terpenes and the cannabinoids are generally similar in a lot of the indica type strains. So that's why people feel the same. And that's why Al's saying when he does a sativa, it makes him feel different, where somebody else can consume that same sativa and it doesn't have the same effect.
And the
because
reason
it's a
for
different
that
cannabinoid in there.
The reason for that, in my case, is because my serotonin levels are different, and cannabis affects your serotonin levels.
Yeah.
Very, very, very heavily.
Yeah. I just don't want people to go in and get a sativa and think,
but
or an indica and think. So that information, that line where it said that one thing about effect, that's incorrect. Doesn't mean
Okay,
the article's incorrect. So let's move on.
Let's move on to the hybrids. The hybrids are usually a mix of strains. You look at the strains that are a part of that plant, and then you go from there. And if you like it, you like it. And if you don't, you don't.
And
there are some things that you need to be careful with. Sometimes different strains will get your brain going a little bit too much. And then you get, then you think you're having a heart attack. And then you think you got to go to the hospital. And then you're told that you're an idiot because you smoke too much pot. But the fact of the matter is some strains can affect things if you have mental health issues, and you need to be very specific in what you're using. Otherwise, if you're using it for medical purposes, otherwise you're kind of defeating the whole purpose of using it.
As you said, cannabis isn't for everybody.
No, it is not.
Just like cheeseburgers aren't for everybody. I can't.
Yes, they are.
Right. And
Fun
cannabis.
fact: if you consume and feel too intoxicated or too out of, whatever, they say CBD can help counteract the effects of THC. But Neil Young for years has been talking about just chew on some black pepper. And now we know that black pepper has caryophyllene or caryophyllene, whatever that terpene is. And we know that actually helps calm and bring down and counteract THC. So if you're feeling a little too messed up, grab some black pepper. See if it works. Just don't breathe it in.
Yeah, don't sniff it. Yeah, or literally just eat something with a little black pepper.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay, let's move on to this. There's lots of different ways that you can consume edibles.
Wait, where's the...
We got to put the list back up.
Well, who took it down?
I just
You
want to
did.
say that I personally like when growing
There we go.
indica plants. Growing indica plants because their leaves
You know
are
what?
so freaking beautiful. They're so fat. They're like big
I get
hands.
that because I'm not having. Wait. I'm not having. Here, it's my segment. Shut up. I'm not having. I'm not amused with the CBD plants that I'm trying. They're very tall. They got very little going on down at the bottom, and they're just they're not appealing to look at at all. But
you're
the
comparing them to the other ones too.
The indica plant that I have, or well, the two, the Pineapple Express is very tall, but the Northern Lights 2 is short and is starting to look like you would see in a picture of a cannabis farm outside. You know, the big round dome, right?
Mm-hmm.
A friend and very, very well known and beloved lady, Mama Hawk, who is gone now, unfortunately. I used to help her trim every year, and she would have these big domes that were like 5 feet wide and 5 feet tall. You know what I mean, Al?
Yeah.
And the look, that's the look that you that's a plant, right? That's a pot plant. But when you see them all tall and lanky, you're like, what the fuck is that shit?
It doesn't mean anything. CBD, you're going to get less off the plant anyways. And
Well,
the bottom of the plant,
also the hemp aspects. It's also
you
the
know,
hemp aspects, right?
what is the bottom of the plant? It doesn't get much light anyway.
I cleaned that off. I just
Yeah.
did that. I spent an hour and a half last night out in my garden, trimming off all that bottom crap, all that shit down there. That just uses up nutrients.
I've been doing that too, but been taking the fan leaves off it anyway. But anyway, let's go back to this.
I
Where'd
had
it go?
some deer watching me.
So
there's two deer.
instead of going through this, because most people know your methods, okay, and Mary Jane was talking about topicals earlier. With doses, you have to, whatever way you're consuming cannabis, you got to watch your doses, and only you know this. When I went to get, where's the one that I want, Al? There we go. When I went to get my license the first time, when I spoke to my doctor of almost 40 years, he was like, I don't know anything about doses.
Yeah.
I said, well, that's fucked up, but you'll give me a script for painkillers. I know doses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So by going about that, I had to learn to teach my doctor about doses, how much work, but you can't say, here's a recipe, do this, because this recipe might be good for you, but it's not going to be good for that person.
The only
It's good for
recipe
a
you can
base.
give is
It's a
the
good
start
base.
low and go slow.
That's right. That's right.
Low
Because
and
you know,
slow. Low
and
and
if you have too much, eat something. Not another cookie, not another brownie. Have a meal, have a drink, have a tea, calm down. It'll only last 20 minutes or so. And then
Tell
you can go
yourself
back
you're just
along with it.
high. You're just high.
You know,
okay.
I've
You
done
won't
it.
die.
I've ended up in the hospital from having a little wee too much edibles. It will happen during your investigations, as I like to call them.
But nobody's died. Nobody's died from cannabis consumption ever.
You know what?
It's okay.
You know what? That's
won't
not
die.
altogether true.
Someone died. A worker died from inhaling the dust of cannabis at a cannabis factory. He had asthma.
If he, but that could have
Didn't
been
wear a
particles
mask.
from anything.
He
There was
didn't wear
also
mask.
a guy.
He basically got overwhelmed with all the pollen in the air, right?
Stuff.
It's which is no different than somebody with hay fever walking into a farmer's field. Really.
There was a guy who was being chased by the cops because he had shit ton of weed in the back of his car. He was running from them and it crushed him. The weed crushed him when he got into an accident. Does the weed kill the driver? No, his driving did. Actually, some could argue that the police were to blame. Not me, but I'm just
Does that
saying.
mean someone who's charged with impaired driving? It was the driving. I don't know. I'm not sure.
It didn't say he consumed any. He was just transporting it.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
You're done your list there, Al?
I am. Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you for your input, Mary Kay.
We'll be back in about 25.
Wait. I have a question about
Sure.
strains. Do you have a strain that you use for pain?
I haven't found the one
Or
that
relaxing?
I use. I haven't found the right one. I've got several strains that work for me, but I don't like. Depends also on the day and the type of pain, right?
Yep.
When I first got sick, I was using shishka berry. And then I lost it, unfortunately. And the strain that I grow now that I use for my pain and stuff is my Grape Escape, which happens to be partially shishka berry. For 14 years now, so that'd be my pick.
That's awesome. I can't get mine anymore. One was Romulan, and one is Violator Kush.
Oh, yeah, I hadn't heard the Violator Kush. Ramu.
Ooh,
It was around. I remember it being around years ago, yeah.
Yeah, and Northern Lights number 5.
Right.
I have number 2, and I've got Pineapple Express, which leads me to this. I found this last week. I did this on 420 show the other day. This is from Potluck, and it's an ale of different strains. You got now, of course, they're falling all over the place.
There's 4, right?
There's 4. I've got orange layer cake, Pineapple Express, banana cream, and frosted cherry. I can hardly see. All right.
So I love that Potluck has branded all of their strains after like something you would bring to a potluck.
Well, it's also more consistent, like the strains that we're used to, right?
Name wise,
yeah. You know, it's not just strain number 432B5,
And
which is
out
what
to the
we started
listeners,
doing.
Okay, so
I was like the question out to the listeners now. What's the strain you use?
What's your favorite strain? Let
What's
us
your
know in the
favorite strain?
comments.
Yeah, a high five. Yeah,
That's right. In the meantime, we're going to run a short little 25-second commercial, and we'll be right back, and we'll be getting into some news at that point. All right? See you shortly. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 page re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. There we go. Make sure you catch that, people, because there's times where we'll start that, as I said, 8 o'clock in the morning, and it won't end till midnight. And it'll run continuously through. So it's just like watching regular television. Just put it on and sit back and enjoy, right? Alrighty. News.
I've been doing that with HGTV.
What's that?
I've been doing that with HGTV.
Yeah. You know what? There we go.
Do we have a news intro? Yeah.
All right, there we go. Okay, the story that we discussed before we went live was the fact that I don't even have that. Cannabis retailer Tokyo Smoke is closing 29 stores and is seeking creditor protection.
Now,
That's a lot of stores.
That's a lot of stores, and a lot of people are laughing at that because Tokyo Smoke came into the market and just went wham.
I don't know why people would be laughing. That's a lot of people out of work right now.
Yeah, it
That's the
is.
sad
It's a
part
lot
about
of
it.
cannabis people that
Right.
are that
A
you
lot of
know.
people.
Yeah, that's the sad part about it. But yeah, they did come out. From my understanding, like I never went to any of those stores, but the one in downtown Toronto, when it opened, a lot of people described it as the Apple store.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they
Yeah, it
definitely
was
went with a
big,
different feel.
funky, not interesting at all. It was very corporate. I've only been in one, and that was out in Oshawa.
You know
But
what?
they're all the same.
I've been in
It's
a
like
few.
walking into a McDonald's. They're all the same.
You know what? I don't see like it's a certain type of person doesn't want to go into a store that is like they want to go into a store that looks like a store, not a store that looks like a back room in somebody's house that just set up shop. And
Right.
like that's like a lot of these places I don't know.
They put
And like
too much into it.
I think that what really boils down to is a company run like they actually care about their business. Like I used to go into the Tokyo Smoke here in Belleville and I had a great relationship with the bud tenders, but you think you could get they couldn't even choose on what they were ordering. They would just get shipped order from head office. Like they literally would get 40 cases of the same friggin' drink and like they're like we already have like 12 in the back. Like, why are you doing
Right.
this?
Yeah.
So, like, some people who own businesses shouldn't own that business, I guess. And maybe this is what we're seeing.
Maybe. Yeah.
I'm
Could
just
be.
an uneducated consumer. What do I know?
Did they grow too big too fast?
Maybe. But
You
if
know,
you're not
this-
giving the customers what they want, like I stopped
Yeah.
going there because I couldn't get anything I wanted.
Correct. Exactly.
Like me and
Because
how many
if
other
you're-
people.
Yeah. The stores allowed me to, experiment and play around with some things, try different things. And, as we talked about at the beginning, the vape cartridge issue, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Customer service is huge too. Like,
yeah. And if that's what someone was looking for, then, unfortunately, they may look at it as the store, it's the store's fault. But yeah. 29 stores, you said, is a lot of people.
It's a lot.
That will be without jobs.
Yeah.
They opened, if I remember correctly, when they opened several stores at the same time. And the only other real big chain that I know of, anyways, is Canna Cabana, and they seem to be doing all right.
Well, we had 3 shiny buds.
What's a shiny bud like? Is it just a regular store or is it a foo-foo store?
They're gone now. Apparently, I drove past one the other day and it said "High Cannabis" on the sign, and I was like, and I googled "High Cannabis" and it said we have 3 locations in Belleville, and big surprise,
So
they were the same ones. And I'm like,
rebranding.
Are you guys gonna order the product that I asked for? Like, and honestly, I asked for products that I know are going to sell, and I don't understand why you don't even have them on your shelf.
Be it a pot store, a booze store, a beer
play?
store, it doesn't matter. When you go into a store that is for your consumption, alcohol, beer, whatever, you want the products that you want, and if they don't have it, then you go somewhere else. But the issue is when a neighborhood of stores don't have what you want and you have to go out of your neighborhood, it's kind of redundant. I mean, in Toronto, there's so many stores now that you're literally going into the variety store of cannabis in Toronto now. It's a little disappointing.
Really,
but there are a lot of good stores. I enjoy going into a cafe. I like cafe. They're very friendly. They have a good selection, and you can get a tea and a coffee while you're waiting in line to go in.
Yeah. Well, I know I've brought it up before, but Spirit Leaf in Campbellford is by far one of the best cannabis stores that I found. It mainly because like customer service is great. If you don't know what you need, the knowledge of the staff is extremely good. If there's a product you're looking for, they'll do their damnedest to bring it in.
Yeah, I asked. First time I was in there, actually, I had asked Eric about getting the Remo infused joints in.
Yeah.
And so he asked me about them, and I told him about the joints and told him all about Remo. And he said, sure. So he had to order a case. And when I had talked to him, probably, I'm going to say maybe a month later about them, he had sold like 5 cases of them.
Yep.
Yeah, and I said, holy shit, like, how'd you do that? And he says, I just told him what you told me. Like, and, maybe some people knew them, but yeah, they, and of course I did a little promo of the joint in the local group in Campbellford. They can't promote, but there's nothing that stops you or me from promoting something.
Yep. Yeah.
Shout out to Shirley for bringing me in this joint, man. Look at it.
Yep. Yeah.
I
went there because it was the only place I could find the drink I was looking for.
The sheesh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have it here. I go into my cannabis because I've become friends with the guys there and the owner Tyler, and they have a really good collection. I mean, they are the only cannabis store an hour in either direction.
See, I would be curious because you live so far north,
what
the OCS delivery would be like to you from
purchase
to delivery.
Once a week. They get deliveries once a week. I don't want to say what day, obviously, but they get deliveries once a week. And but there are a lot of silly rules.
Not OCS to them, OCS to you directly.
Like you order something online.
About 3 days.
Order something online, OCS.
Yeah, because from OCS they have. This pissed me off. Okay, I want.
But it's actually more expensive to go through OCS.
Well, see, yes and no, because it depends on what the store charges.
You don't have, yeah, fair enough. I mean,
every store is different.
I get a bag of Slurricane Shatterizer Shatter for 33 and change, and I'm okay with that because I've always gotten Shatter, even at the markets in Hamilton, for $20 a gram. But what I like is that you have the option, and my cannabis brings in stuff like from Royalty, where you have a different selection, stuff like Potluck, So, I mean, even though the owner doesn't consume, he's really trying to bring in things that we need in the area. Because, like I said, they are the only store within an hour anywhere near here. So
a good owner management can make a huge difference.
A little store might be a little bit more expensive because they buy less than a can of Cabana, where you can go in and get a cheap ounce. And you on the average here, you're looking between $100 and $150 for a budget ounce through a legal store here.
That's about the same here.
And it's about the same online as well, except for the fact that you have to pay for shipping.
Yeah. Well, the thing that frustrated me was when I
was the shipping. What was the shipping?
Yeah.
And that's what origin of the question.
Yeah, because you could get whatever products. So this is what I was getting at. So I was looking for sheesh for a couple months, and the store that was trying to order them for me, every time she went online, it said they were unavailable. And I said, well, that's weird because on the OCS, it's available. And she said, what? I'm on the OCS. But she was on the retailer side, like on the wholesale, on them. And as I said, well, go on just the OCS. And as soon as she went over to like the normal, like me, just like just a customer, consumer, public going on to buy some sheesh, I could order sheesh no problem. And she's like, what the hell is that? is because OCS apparently takes the stock when they get it and they go, this is going this way and this
Yep.
is going this way.
Oh yeah. Well, they have to keep some back of everything in order to be able to supply it to their customers who are online.
I don't want
They
to.
need to
Where I
begin-
live, anybody could pick that shit up off my step because they don't even make you sign for it.
They need to remove the OCS completely out of the picture and let the stores handle it. OCS can do the distribution, but OCS is just confusing things. And they and their websites are not informative about their products. Yes,
No,
when
they're
you
not.
go into a legal store, you can only do one of two things. Take it and go home and try it, or do what I do, the squish test, because the squish test is the only thing that's going to tell you if that bud is going to be really hard and crumbly and dry, or
You
know,
squish
most places, including in these little containers, they have a. Are you waving at me, Al?
No, I'm squishing.
Oh, they have the little packs.
Yeah.
The humidor packs in these,
The
which is really
humidity
cool.
packs.
I really, really like this. I'm gonna get more potluck and see what other strains they have.
Alrighty, we're done with the news, headline news. Now on to
Did you hear my shorts?
Yep, we're on to sports. And today, I got a little thing I gotta close.
Oh God, Al's in trouble.
There we
now.
go. Marijuana use is becoming more commonly accepted in sports, according to a study funded by the NFL. So there you go. It's good to know that more sports are maybe getting, aren't banning people for cannabis use.
As it should be like that. We shouldn't be banning them for using a safer alternative for recovery and sleep and stress
Yeah.
management or even just recreational. Let them do it.
Yeah, they talk about the knowledge gap, and they say that due to prohibition, we currently have a generation of healthcare providers with minimal understanding of the substance that is increasingly available for both therapeutic and recreational purposes. This knowledge gap needs to be addressed. Restrictive policies and over-regulations have hampered an opportunity for Canada and U.S. global leaders in cannabinoid research. They said this study.
That's what Al was saying with his doctor.
Yeah,
I think that we should be calling medical cannabis therapeutic cannabis now.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Now, sure. If we remember, it's still breaking the habits of saying things like.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
Government doesn't think it's medicine.
Yeah. Now, they say the study was done at the University of Saskatchewan and the University of Regina, right here in Canada.
Nice.
It was done for the NFL's pain management end of things.
I was going to say,
they back in
Regina's
22
in
they
Canada?
announced $1 million in funding to do cannabinoid, basically research on pain management and concussion protection. I wonder how they made that with the concussion protection. Education is a proven harm reduction strategy, according to the report. Well, if the efforts are made to provide information to the public on potential harms of cannabis products, equal efforts should be made to research and understand the potential benefits. Here.
That's awesome.
Yeah. They say misinformation, stigma, and barriers to research continue to perpetrate the confusion of the public regarding the potential therapeutic use of cannabinoids. A focus primarily on the negative messaging does not align with the anecdotal positive experiences of a growing number of people using cannabis products and contributes to a lack of trust in health policymakers. Yes. So I look at that as being positive news. Hey, we got to investigate all these health things, benefits, not just the nasty stuff, right?
Well, yeah, but the Canadian government, even though they have a medical program, still does not recognize cannabis as a medical alternative.
Yeah.
They haven't even changed the wording on their website. It's still with the H, not the jaw.
Yeah, it's
Let's see.
marijuana.
Juana.
Yeah.
Juana.
They talk about the NBA. They mentioned Major League Baseball, NFL. Marijuana Moment's got long articles, but it's good to see that there's some positive there. Now, in a non-cannabis news, sports news, recently, just so you know, that a Toronto Blue Jay, an ex-Toronto Blue Jay, became the first in Major League Baseball history to play in the same game for both teams.
I heard this.
Yeah, I gotta bring this up because
so Timmy explained to me, because I was like, how is that even possible?
Yeah, it was the rain delay.
Yeah, so he played one game as a Blue Jay.
Started the game as a Blue Jay. The game was put into a rain delay.
Yep.
It was
They had to stop it
rescheduled
halfway through.
It could be weeks. It could be months down the road, weeks down the road. And he was traded to that team.
In the meantime, he was traded to the exact same team. So
And then he had, so, you know.
That is, I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
So when they came back from the rain delay, he had to play he was playing with the other team.
Correct. Yeah, so he was playing against his teammates, his former teammates. Yeah.
And now they must have had a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, I would imagine. It would be, even just like the people on TV and doing the interviews. I'm sure that was all brought up, and it'd be quite the thing. Being that, everybody always talks about home runs and so on and so forth, but to be the only guy after all these years to play
That's history
for both teams in the same game. It is history. So, all righty, there we go. That's our new sports news, or headline news, and now it's time for events
and entertainment.
Yeah, go ahead. What do we got for events?
Okay, so I tried to give you 2 weeks of events, cannabis events. So starting September 5th, I can't say starting, on September 5th in Edmonton, Alberta, you can go to Kind Gardens, which I think everybody knows what Kind does. They do the activations, so you get to meet cannabis brands. It's a lot of fun. This one is indoors, which I'm kind of jealous about because ours here in Ontario is outdoors. But anyways, September 6th and 7th, the 5th annual New Jersey Cannabis Convention is happening in Atlantic City. So if you're south of the border, for our friends down there. September 12th, Elevate Expo is having their launch party in Etobicoke, Ontario. If you want tickets, you better act fast. I did see they were moving at a crazy rate. And
Where's
September...
Yeah, I was just saying, finish your report.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Let's talk about Elevate. We'll say.
Okay, yeah. All right. What's that all about?
Okay, so the Elevate Expo is an expo for cannabis. It happens in Etobicoke, Ontario, at a banquet hall. It's a beautiful building. The floors are awesome for roller skating, just saying. They're doing their launch party. I'm not sure if they're doing the expo yet. I haven't seen any info on that, but the launch party is happening on the 12th.
All right, so this is just a launch party. Okay. Yep. So sometime there's going to be an expo.
Yes, I think it's like a gala type event. Either way, it's going to be an awesome bash. The expo itself, I think it was last year. It was, all the food was covered. It was delicious. It was like, it's a party you don't want to miss. If you're thinking about, I want to go to a cannabis event in the next couple of weeks, check it out. And then in Richmond, BC is the Summer Sesh. I didn't actually do a lot of research because it seemed more like it was literally just like an expo. And I was like, well, why are you calling it a Summer Sesh? That's not really, it felt, it felt like they were looking for a cannabis comfortable term to call their event, like summer sesh, and I really feel like they missed the mark because it's September 12th.
Well, fall, I was thinking the same. Fall doesn't kick in, I think, until September 20th.
Officially, yeah, it's like the 21st or some whatever.
Yeah,
is the first day of fall,
correct.
but like
Yeah.
once the
I
kids
was-
go to school, summer's over. Just saying, it's the first day of school. It's summer's over. And then I do want to mention Kenny versus Spenny is having their 20th year anniversary. It is their last tour. If you love Kenny versus Spenny, ever wanted to see them, get yourself a ticket. They have a couple places in Ontario. They're hitting the road on September 11th, visiting Hamilton, Brantford, Chatham, Cambridge, Toronto, and then they're off to Alberta. If you want information on that, go to the diamondmineagency.ca. And then for entertainment, I'd like to talk to you about an upcoming movie that is releasing this Friday in most places, but it is, do you guys know, it's a sequel to a movie that came out a while ago. You got it. That's right, Beetlejuice.
I can't
Timmy
wait.
and I have already pre-purchased.
I'll be sitting here looking up movie. Where are you? Where are you? Because there ain't nowhere to see it here.
Now you mentioned Kenny and Spenny, whatever.
Yes,
So
Kenny versus Spenny.
So that's this. Oh yeah, what's that all about? That's
That is, yeah. Oh, and I did do another event thing too. It's okay.
I noticed.
Thank you for finding that.
Oh, okay. Well, I just
those.
found the other one that I didn't play because it wasn't in order. Do you want me to put it? The other one now?
You can put it up. You can put it up.
This is the one I missed. And that'll be the one for your healthy tip.
Yes, the healthy.
I've got it in the. I've moved it around now.
That's right. I just noticed that they both have the same music.
Oh
yeah, there's way too much stuff in there now.
That's
it. All right, well, we'll delete a lot.
We just got to keep it in order. It was down at the bottom. It was just new. Someone had been moved up, so she's all in order now. So we've done the entertainment. Anything else you want to mention, event-wise?
No, other than I'm super excited to go see Beetlejuice.
Okay,
I'm looking forward to it as well.
Yeah,
I haven't been to a theater in decades.
I didn't say I was going to a theater.
I
just said I'm looking forward to it. I want to just mention quickly our little boxes down there beside Mary Jane on our feed. If you've got a cannabis or non-cannabis related business or event or whatever, and you'd like us to have it mentioned, please let us know, and we'll go from there. You can contact any one of us.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's good.
Reach out.
Reach out.
And touch us. No, don't touch us.
Reach out and touch me.
All righty. It is now time for
Munchie time.
Munchie time.
That looks so good.
I don't know if this is whether you would consider this a munchie, but I had never heard of it until I had spotted it, and I put it in the Grassroots Advocate magazine. Found it pace-online.ca, and that is Devils on Horseback bacon wrapped dates.
Ooh.
Oh, oh, that's not bacon and dates.
I don't know.
Okay.
So they say to grab 16 pitted dates, 2 tablespoons of goat cheese, 4 teaspoons of can of butter, and 8 strips of bacon cut in half crosswise.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now you got to preheat the oven to 325 degrees. Now with a small knife, make a slit in each date and open it, spread it open. And in a small bowl, thoroughly combine the goat cheese with the can of butter.
Yeah, no thanks.
and then divide the mixture.
You lost me there with goat cheese, Al.
I'm still trying to figure out which way I'm supposed to cut the bacon.
Crosswise.
What is it? What the fuck is crosswise? That's like folding the cheese. Jesus.
We're supposed to do it crosswise, anyways, on an angle. Instead of just cutting it straight across, we cut it on an angle. Now, divide the mixture among the dates, pressing it into the center and closing the dates after filling. So you take your dates, open it up, and shove this stuff inside it, right? Then wrap a piece of bacon around the stuffed date. Now, you put the dates and the bacon seam down on a baking sheet, so it's put on the bottom. And that way, the weight keeps the things together. I don't know, maybe you could use I see they got a toothpick in it. And then bake until bacon is crispy. That's about 10 minutes. There you go. 10-minute food item to deal with your munchies.
That's baking.
You can do a stir fry in 10 minutes.
How long is prep?
But 10 minutes isn't like cooking a whole chicken. You know, I go through that.
No, but going to the grocery store to buy a cooked chicken is.
And then you still got to strip it when you get it home. You got to debone it.
I know
so there
exactly.
you go.
For those
That
of us who are
is
like me,
that's a recipe. Now
this is cutting the bacon crosswise.
That's I took it as an angle.
I think
Yeah, exactly.
I think they mean like longwise, right?
Oh,
That would be lengthwise.
I know, but I think that's what they mean.
Well, they couldn't put widthwise.
Side to side.
That's crosswise. If you're watching, please let us know.
Now it's a whole interpretation of angle makes it fancy.
I want to know if anybody makes this. Let me know if it turns
Now
out.
I do have a second recipe there, and I've never made them, but I'm sure Mary Jane, something tells me that you probably have. I'm gonna pull that back up again just quickly.
If it's a sweet treat, probably.
Yeah, it is, because it's
I know it's not sauerkraut.
It's lollipops.
I've actually yet to do hard candy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never made hard candy either. I figured that you had them.
I've done gummies. I love gummies,
Yeah.
but they're bad for me.
Yeah,
Gelatin.
for these, they say 1/4 cup of can of butter, 1/2 cup of light corn syrup, 3/4 of a cup of sugar. This is all comes from medicalmarijuana.ca. A few drops of food coloring, your choice, and then lollipop sticks and lightly greased cookie sheet, a quarter pan, and a candy thermometer.
And probably some flavoring to flavor your, like some not in there, because those would taste very much just like sugary cannabis.
It would. There is nothing.
Okay, so as a baker, my light bulb just went off and went, oh, you know what you could do? I've got some awesome jackfruit flavoring. You could put some of that. You could put orange flavoring. You could make them whatever flavor you wanted.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Mary Jane?
Sure.
Was it an LED light bulb?
I don't know. You didn't see it? I just felt it.
I was looking at the ingredient list, so I wasn't able to see you.
Yeah. I would suggest, like, if I made that, I would add some
flavor
to drops of flavor. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
I would. Yeah, because they say to add the butter, syrup, and sugar together in a 1-quart saucepan. Boil the ingredients to 270 degrees, and from my understanding, that's very important.
Yes, and keep stirring.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I haven't tried it yet.
Is that not too hot? Won't that burn off? Start burning things off?
I would think it would start taking some terpenes off. Yeah.
Yeah.
They said to add what's up the temperature, add the coloring, and turn down the heat. Lay the lollipop sticks on a greased cookie sheet, leaving room to pour suckers around them.
Oh, so you just drop the mixture onto the
Yeah.
top of the
Now
stick.
I'm going to add to that. I made some chocolate ones.
Mhm.
I made chocolate, and then I took some lollipop sticks, and I went to the bulk store and bought a pan that had shapes on it, and you put your lollipop sticks in the shapes, and you fill up the hole where your shape is, and your stick is inside your product when you're done.
Is that a mold you
It's like a
have?
mold, yeah, plastic mold, correct. Yeah.
I have one of those too, a silicone mold. I made chocolates too. I've even put sprinkles in the bottom and then poured the chocolate over
Yeah.
top, and it's super
Can
simple.
you add, and you can add a lollipop stick
The
to it.
stick.
Yeah. The one
Yeah, it's
I got is
perfect.
plastic. So
Yeah, I like the silicone because you can peel them. Because my intention was to make hard candy, and you don't want to be like yanking the plastic out of like a hard thing out of the plastic, right?
yeah.
You can get them at Michael's fairly cheap. I will say Michael's is literally my favorite store for all my baking supplies because if they're not on sale, you can use a coupon for like 40% off. Just go to their website, michaels.com or michaels.ca.
Hey, that's not a paid commercial.
No, that's just me. I love their baking stuff. And I love deals, so I like to share.
There you go. Passing them on. So when you go there,
Sure.
you've told everybody about them. They've already bought them, and you don't have any when you get there.
You know what? Self-checkout is the best thing they've done at Michael's because I used to have to scan my code, go out to the car and come back in and scan my code again. So that way I would buy two things
Yeah.
at 40% off. Now self-checkout, I just scan one, pay for it. Next, scan another, pay for it.
When
And then I leave.
now we're at the chit chat end of the broadcast. The on Sunday we went to a store, and there was a lineup at the self checkout.
Ugh.
So we just went around it and went right up to the teller.
Yep.
There
That's sad.
wasn't anybody in line.
I know, it's crazy that now nobody even wants to talk to people. I go to the self-checkout out of necessity because I have a face that says, tell me your life story.
And then I saw people that were in front of us that went to the self-checkout line. We walked by them. Like I said, I walked right up into the till, and then those people came right in.
Yeah, they were like, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah, exactly. That's all we did, eh?
Yeah. Well, I think some people just out of habit are going to the self-checkout because that's what, most of the time the normal tills are lined up. People with tons of groceries. Self-checkout is almost like express.
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody with a cart full of stuff go through self-checkout.
I do.
Except at Walmart.
I do.
Walmart.
No, I do. I go if there's a self checkout, and I'm not feeling like standing in line. I'll go right, and I'll do it, and I'll hold
if it's
back
quicker for sure.
For you,
if it's faster for sure. My biggest problem is I keep forgetting to bring the fucking bags into the store.
Yeah, me too. But I don't do lines. I get very, very uncomfortable, very edgy because my back starts hurting really quick. My feet start hurting really quick. So.
Oh, I was going to say that's an ADHD thing, but
no. And there's that too, but no, it's mostly pain because by the time I'll be experiencing maybe this afternoon actually. By the time we go to 4 or 5 different stores, I'm like, no, we're going to start going to the shopping place first because then I get what I need and I'm not going through quick. Right.
Yeah. I always just load everything back into the cart with no bags because I'm not buying more.
And they take it to the car. That's what Dean does. He takes it to the car and bags stuff.
No, it's so bad now that my bags are at my home. I literally I put everything into the trunk all loose. And then I go home and run in the house and grab the bags and then go to the car, throw everything in. Like I refuse.
Yeah,
I'm not paying for more bags.
I know Gail has a bag of bags.
I have a bag. I was just going to say
a big bag.
I have a bag of bags that I take to when the bag is full on the kitchen table. I take it into the car and I leave it in the car. What do you want, lady?
Yeah,
Gail
mine can't
leaves work
stay in the car.
11:30. It's time to go. The dog's here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Gail goes shopping right from work. So she doesn't even come home because of us
That's
being out
smart.
of town. And so she just has a great big bag of bags that she takes in with her. And
Well,
fills them up.
the good thing here is the store here is in the process of changing from what's the big chain there, Sobeys to Loblaws, and so we're getting basically a lot of yellow. Yeah, Loblaws.
Blah blah.
Blah. We're changing to Fresh Mart, which is yellow store stuff, as I call it. PC, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And
PC
so they
has some really good stuff though.
They've brought in Ziggy's delicatessen meat, and I'm like, yeah, that is the closest to real deli that you can get in a supermarket today.
Come here.
Ziggy's is good.
Ziggy's in Toronto used to be deli.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It used to be a deli, right?
Yeah.
Then they went into the supermarkets, and now it's owned. I mean, the brand is owned by blah blahs. But hello, cat.
That fat cat.
Oh, he's 20 pounds.
Holy, I heard you pick him up.
Yeah, and the thing is that when we first got him,
You don't need to sit over there.
the vet,
It's okay.
we had to take him. We had to rush him into the vet, and the vet gave him a needle and said he's got 20% chance to live.
Oh,
Yeah.
look at him. He looks healthy as heck.
Yes.
He's okay now?
Huh?
He's okay?
Well, yeah. He had a respiratory issue when he was a kitten, and we adopted him from Camelford Cat Initiative, who takes in feral cats, right? And he was a feral. His mother was a feral, and his immune system is weak. And that was the issue. Was respiratory.
How old is he
issue.
now?
But it's also now he's developed an eye infection, which is because of the habit.
Feral cats get a lot more infections and
Correct.
Yeah.
And he so we've had him on eye drops for quite a while.
I'll tell you, just
now,
from experience,
his eyes is a lot better because it's been a steady, and Gail doesn't have to give it to him every day anymore. So
I found with Steven, who's now 14, he's always had an eye drippy thing.
Yeah.
And he gets upper respiratory infections.
Yeah, he's about 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. Garfield, he's around 14. He was a feral cat as well, but he hasn't had any health issues. He's been really good. So.
Well, Steven's had a couple of scares, as you know. One at the farm, where he almost died. But he's better here. He had kidney issues here. Right? That was scary over last Christmas.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. All righty. Well, what do you say? I see it's the bottom of the hour. You got anything else you want to discuss offhand?
No.
Or is it time to say goodbye?
To say bong bye.
Bong bye. We'll see you all next week. Same place. Same channel.
Same bong time, same bong channel.
That's right. All right. It's that time to say bye-bye. See you all next week. Bye.
Bye, guys.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. So it's my turn. Indica dominant number 6. Scissors.
Let's see what I had to say about number 6. Ooh.
Oh, comes Deb with the munchies.
We got room for
Chips, yeah. Just put them up here by. Oh, do they block the screen? Hey, Al, let us know if this bowl of chips does that block the screen? Or are we behind?
Yeah,
it?
thank you. Then it's not going to make me hungry. Thank you.
But the bowl is behind you, so we're good.
Out of sight, out of mind. But I could be a prick and do this.
I didn't.
Okay, so this is great.
I can just crunch it right in the microphone.
This dip does
No,
not
don't do
have
that.
this dip does not have any cannabis oil in it or butter in it. Sorry.
Where'd your cookies? You didn't get your cookies out yet.
No, they're not out yet.
Gail has them.
Okay.
She's got bits of bites too.
Okay, this smells pretty good.
Oh, I should tell her to bring bits of bites for her.
So let me ask this question again. I've already asked it.
Sure.
Do you feel now, 4 joints in? 3 or 4? 3?
5 joints.
5 joints in. Do
5
you
strains.
feel that you are able to judge the next strain properly now that you've had these others?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm not, like I said, I'm not as high as I thought I'd be.
Okay.
No, not that. He probably won't like it. Okay.
All right. So there you go.
No,
right
it's,
now we are judging it for overall peel, moisture.
Uh-oh.
How does it feel moisture-wise? I didn't do the sticky contest either. How does it feel sticky?
Well, he can just eat the vegetables like a good cook too.
Here, I'll let you have a look at it again.
Fair enough, buddy.
Okay.
Is it past lunchtime?
Yeah, it's
Not by. That's what time I would regularly eat.
Oh yeah.
Sugar goes down. Even though I had 2 of those pot.
I'll be back.
You'll be back. All right. Where'd you go? He's back. Now everybody can see our chips.
Kitchen. Water.
Oh, okay. All right. Sounds good. Okay.
What's this one?
This one here is number 6. Okay, and you are checking it for visual peel, moisture,
yep,
smell. Is it pleasant? Is it strong? Is the bud spongy?
Mm-hmm.
No.
All right, there's 2 there.
Is it pleasant?
Moisture.
No sticky?
Is that number 2?
Yeah.
Okay, does anybody need this to come get the chips off my face? Anybody need it to come back around?
I think I'm okay with that.
Do you want
Aroma
to evaluate
strength.
any more
Aroma
evaluations?
strength.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna grind it up now, Al.
Aroma pleasantness.
Al's gone. He's still gone. He's gone to get a drink. Okay. so far. No lumber, folks. That's good.
Stickiness.
Now that I've opened it all up, it's to me, anyways. I'm not finding it
Is it
sticky.
No, I didn't find it sticky.
No, and you know those are things that smoking it doesn't affect
physical
your
contaminants.
judging. And that's why I was sort of.
That's it.
That's why I said, well, yeah, I can
You don't
still
have a
judge.
seven? Honestly, I don't know. The first one was the best one. I kind of feel like I judged it too low now.
Yeah, I think so far. Well, we can discuss this at the end, maybe, because we're not done. We'll discuss it at the end.
Yeah, well, there's one more.
Two
more technically.
This is number 6. For this, we're almost we're halfway done 6. Okay.
No.
It came out fluffy.
No part in it.
It's not bad. Nothing wrong with it. There's no big chunks or anything.
You still have a bucket in there, so
Okay.
still add it for later if I want it.
Just roll the joint.
But yeah, make a dip. Add 2 tablespoons, 3
Okay.
tablespoons of butter. Disappears.
Giving out recipes, Deb?
No.
Alright. Yeah, that's a nice thing. You can just take that dip like that right from the store if you wanted to, or make your own, and then just throw some butter in it. Cannabis butter. Instant infusion.
And you can barely taste it.
Okay.
Lentil sauce.
All right, you back?
Oh yeah. I'm here. I just need to top up my water.
A little lick of the bud tastes good.
I'll do it.
Okay, you got a joint?
Cheese up, put it in there.
That's what we were doing while you were gone. People were getting some munchies into them. Is this mine?
I got honey while I eat dinner. But yeah, because I make them and I eat something while I'm doing it, so I literally have forgetfulness.
What the hell happened there?
Big canoe job.
I said down I was going to make some cookies and these bits of bites. And I went, okay, I'm going to get read up and go and do that right now. I hadn't eaten anything all day.
It's looking pretty dark.
I ate a handful
Yeah,
of bits
I guess
of
it's not
bites.
burnt all the way around
I
though.
can
So
eat the whole bag, like, they're good.
If I looked at the camera, my eyes would be square. I'd looking at the joint.
The cookies are done. I already put them over to cool.
You're gonna sleep tonight, guys.
Lots I had. All right, I'll just eat.
Now it's my turn to munch.
As soon as we're done, everybody's gonna go for a nap.
Lady Joy, like, this was 11
maybe
11:30
I'll
in the
clean
morning, I
early.
thought so.
I wouldn't.
I didn't cook all afternoon.
Okay, here's another.
At least having a munchie to eat, it sort of cleans the palate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The water
We
definitely.
got the munchies, the unhealthy chips, and then we got the healthy carrots and cucumbers down at this end of the table.
Carrots, yeah, somebody go for those because I can't eat them.
What?
I can't eat carrots. I'm
Can't eat
allergic to
carrots.
carrots.
I can't eat any of it. So I got no teeth in the bottom. I tried that pepper and that's been chewable. It hurts.
So how's it going? There we go.
I'll let you know when I pass this on.
All right. Okay.
Is it hot there, guys?
No.
No, we're in the shade. In the shade. There's no breeze.
We got a nice breeze going on,
Yeah.
and it's 38 in the greenhouse, 22 outside, and 16 downstairs in the basement.
If anybody said anything, I could go get a fan and have a light breeze going with the fan, but then it's blowing warm air at you.
Or you could just live on the north shores of Lake Superior. I don't have an air conditioner. I don't have any need for air conditioners. If anybody wants to buy one, I have 2 for sale.
I have 2 for sale as well.
I got 2 for sale.
You got 2 for sale, Bob? Okay. Does it still taste the same as it smelt? How's the ash looking? Is it hard? How's your experience?
I'm getting my gun.
All the things you need to
I like the
judge.
taste.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to connecting the dots, the final dot to the company and the product.
Excuse
It looks
me.
a lot better now than when it left me. Yeah. Yeah, when it left me, it was the same like what Deb had when she lit hers. It looked like there was a big black plug on it, right?
Or even when I first lit it, it kind of ran right up the side. Not like a big runner, just a little
Right.
bit.
You know, I could put some music on the laptop.
I can put some music on now.
Bob, sound.
We got food here.
Well, you know what? I look at the paper. It looks greasy. What do you think that is? Chips.
Come on, it's not resin gland.
Yeah. Now we know chips are not always the best thing to use to have while you're doing this.
I don't taste it.
Okay, good. There's no potato chip flavor, just so you know, Al.
Oh yeah, we haven't started that one yet. We haven't started that yet. He's still getting it out.
I'm getting a little
You
jump on
you
it,
get
right?
that?
Okay, so we've all done sample. My friend's not here. It would have been perfect to start the last one. 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Figured you'd be here, but that's not for another 7. I got chips in my hand. I'm about to have the joint.
What do you do? Get a trip to Arizona? Get
It's
paid or
already-
what?
I guess it's already covered in grease. All right, we have one sample left to do. Number 7. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 ramble loggers later.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here and coming to you from paceradio.net. Good evening, Tamara.
Hello. How's it going today?
Well, before I come in here and got all ready to go, I was out for a walk with Gail and the dog and the cat. Yes, the cat comes for walks with us.
I'm not
And we were Garfield's his name.
yeah.
And got on top of this hill, and we can overlook an open field that a farmer just has like, hay growing in it. Eh? And then on the other side of it, there's a hill going up into some trees. And over the way there, on that hill, was a deer and its baby over there taking a look at us and watching what we were doing. And like we walked down the hill and along the edge of the field that was between us, and they could watch every move we make, and it just stood there. So nice, quiet, somber moment before I come on here.
I just have to go to my backyard. Actually,
Yeah, I know. Well, this is in my backyard as well, right? But
the other
it's
day the
still,
dogs went crazy, and I'm like, "What the heck's going on back there?" Right? So I'm
yeah.
out there because we already talked about the deer coming and eating my tomato plant, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's the fact that you're in town,
I'm in town, right? So the
right?
dogs are going crazy. So I go outside and I'm doing a TikTok. I'm, like yapping about, the dogs, and I don't know why Bubba's going crazy. And I lift my camera and there's a mama deer and a spotted little fawn walking right out in front of
Yeah,
me across my backyard. And then the poor little guy was afraid that it wouldn't be able to get over the fence, right? Because it was small. And
yeah,
it took its time. It kind of like, back and forth a few times, but it did get over. But yeah, we have that on a daily here too. It's yeah.
yeah.
And we're in
I've actually seen them go underneath the fence.
See,
And
we've
the
got to.
thing,
We
yeah,
couldn't.
and the thing is, we don't know. Like, we've had one mom with two fawns in the past, like like in the last week and a half. Tonight, or maybe 2 weeks. Tonight there was only one baby, so we don't know if it's the same set of deer or whether one of them is now missing.
Which is a possibility because we have lots of them. In fact, we have some that have triplets
Yeah,
here, and
and
they have
it's
babies, right? And that's a lot for a mom to feed too. But
nature takes its course.
yeah, unfortunately, and unfortunately, in town, it's usually a truck or somebody's
Yeah,
dog or some idiot that just isn't paying attention too, right? Which is
could be. Yeah, 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 exactly. So, how was your day? You asked me how my day was, and I had just a nice day. Got some things done around here, but yeah, talked with the deer.
well, I don't know. My day was pretty eventful. I had Lincoln here all afternoon because I didn't work because I fell down on Sunday and hurt myself.
Oh,
And I've got, like I was saying, I got scrapes on both my knees this week.
right. Oh, yes. Yeah, you can see the damage.
I banged my head, so I was puking yesterday, and so I decided not to work yesterday or today. So I've been home and not feeling that great. To be fair. I'm not walking and not getting around so well because my ankle, and I can't wear the boot because it's tendon and not bone. So,
Uh,
and then I had a knock on my door at 1:30 this afternoon because a little 10-year-old was having a bad day over at his house, so he came and hung out with me. So I've had my little neighbor friend over all afternoon entertaining me with Alexa. Alexa knows jokes, right? So he was, and he's
yeah,
autistic, so he was playing
yeah.
with Alexa all afternoon and
Well,
with telling jokes.
if at any time during the broadcast, if you're not feeling good, feeling queasy, whatever, nauseated, need to go, let me know, and we'll just wrap things up.
Yeah,
So,
no, I'm pretty good today. Actually, it's been. I didn't take my ADHD medication today either. Like I just didn't take anything. I figured because I gotta go for pain. I don't like taking my hydromorphine for pain either. It's just too much for this, right? Like I don't need that much painkiller. So today I didn't take anything, and I'm feeling like not nauseated at all today, which is good. But I'm just tired. Like I just feel like I was kind of like beat up, run over by a truck.
yeah,
But
yeah.
and this was just my like totally like I heard a thud, went running out the door. It was dark and just bit it. Like only I could do.
Yeah.
I said if I would have been drunk, it wouldn't have hurt so bad. But I wasn't even drunk. Like, because
Well, it's we aren't getting any younger
right.
in all this, and so it's a good maybe a good little segue into something that I saw. I saw it on the news, and one of our sponsors, Legacy 420, Tim sent me a link on a report of showing that anti-aging and increased mental capacity with cannabis.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's sure helping with the nausea. Like that's what I mean.
Yeah, well, just think how you've been consuming so much cannabis over your life. Just think how much worse you'd feel without it.
Right? Like just ridiculous. And it's funny because I make a joke at work all the time because people come in. I've been there for a year now. They don't even have to tell me what cigarettes they smoke anymore, right? I'll just grab them out of the drawer, and they're like, "How do you do that?" I go, "I don't know. It just comes to me." I go, "Not bad for a pothead, right?" And I make that comment all the time because everybody says, "Well, you got no short-term memory loss. You're stupid. You can't remember anything. You've been smoking pot for so many years. It must be deteriorating your brain cells."
Oh
All
yeah.
reality, all it's done is can keep my capacity at the capacity that it is. So you
Yeah.
tell me you go work at a store and you can remember 350 people's cigarettes. I can.
Oh, gee,
And I'm a pothead.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And again,
they say a low dose, long term administration of cannabis can not only reverse aging processes in the brain, but also has an anti-aging effect. This is from the University Hospital of Bonn and the University of Bonn, together with a team from the Hebrew University in Israel.
well, I think that we're both aging like fine wine because I think I actually not aging too bad. And I'm not
Yeah.
using and I don't do Botox. I don't put anything in. I don't do any micro needling. I don't do anything. I use some Korean face cream, right?
Right.
Paravina or whatever, like whatever's on sale. I don't even care as long as it's like some moisturizer on my skin, right?
Yeah.
Used
Yeah.
on for years because my grandma was an Avon lady, right? So it wasn't like I was using high end, Neutrogena, and I don't. And I have so many friends that do Botox and all these things, but once the Botox wears off, the creases come back and they're deeper. So you know
Uh-huh.
what? I will wear every line. I've earned every line. Every gray hair, I've earned every line.
You've earned every one of them. Now they say that there's this mTOR. It's a mechanistic target of, I don't know, rapamycin. I don't know what it is. They say it's the hub of cell growth and metabolism. So they say that this is all good news.
Well, hey, I've been smoking this stuff for over 30 years and
Yeah.
it's not hurt me a bit. Like, honestly, like all it did was my gateway away from harder drugs. When I was using cocaine, this is what saved my life. If it wouldn't have been for this and Alvin and keeping me, like, getting me away from the people I was hanging out with, I would still I'd be dead. Honestly, I'd be dead.
Yeah.
I would. I'd be dead. So I look at cannabis as a gateway to health, as
Yeah.
a gateway to harmony, a gateway to so many good things. There's nothing, I can't think of anything negative to say about cannabis other than it costs too much money.
Yeah. Now, they say that they were able to do this in mice.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
So that's usually where they start, right? So they've been
Yes.
able to prove this in mice. And they say the active ingredients in cannabis, which is the term of THC, has an anti-aging effect on the brain by restoring cognitive abilities and synapses density in old mice.
Wow. I have a tendency to 100%. Because, like I
Yeah.
said, I can remember 350 people's cigarettes. I can remember stuff about, but and
Mm.
names too, like I said, even old phone numbers from when I was a kid, right? And that's stuff that they've never said that people that use cannabis could do because they've given it such a negative tutorial for so many years about it being mind altering, consisting of using up your brain cells, making you have short-term memory loss and all these
Mm.
things about cannabis, when in reality everything that they've spewed out has been the exact opposite. They're
Yeah,
saying
well, and we, even right here in Canada, we've had, back in the early days, cannabis and brain study that was done,
look at the
and it talks about
possibility,
how it can help
right?
out with the brain cell regrowth, and there's
Right, and
mention of that in this article as well.
right, and again, too, even with society, if you look at the overall society, how it's benefited with tax dollars going into our coffers, never mind the crap, possession rates, decreasing by 95%. Impairment levels have not increased. In fact, those hockey players were killed by a drunk driver because in this day and age, people still think it's okay to get behind the wheel after they've had consumed alcohol. So don't talk to me about inflating, impaired driving rates with cannabis, because that's a bunch of shit.
No,
It's
yeah,
alcohol's alcohol.
we
You know what
haven't had
people
this.
with alcohol? Their
This
brain cells do get, fried up, and they do lose cognitive behavior. And when you're drunk, you do not think the same. But I can sit here and smoke 10 joints through this whole show and tell you that my cognitive ability has not changed, not one bit. And I
yeah,
can
oh yeah.
sit here and drink 10 beer and be like,
That's a whole different story.
falling
Yeah.
down, acting like a complete moron after 10 beer. But I can sit here and consume 10 joints quite easily and not be like a slobbering fool falling
Right.
down to the ground,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I
In fact, maybe,
completely understand.
maybe we could test that out. I've already smoked one. Let's go for 2.
Go for 2. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't smoke doobies inside.
know.
I don't smoke
Tough
doobies.
on your vape, because that would be just about as equivalent, right? A couple puffs
Well,
on a vape. There you
I
go.
got a vape. Yeah, I had to go. I had to go out and.
We'll double fist it. I'll vape and smoke doobie.
Okay.
We'll
I
double
had to
fist
go.
it by the end of the show, which is 90 minutes. The only thing you might see different is I might be looking like I might need a nap.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, hey, if it gets you through the show,
Well, but again,
you go for the nap afterwards.
in 90
But-
minutes, I couldn't consume that much
No,
alcohol.
I know. Well, I've been doing some shows outside lately. It's gotten to that later in the summer, unfortunately. But I've been doing some shows outside on the deck, and where I can smoke my cannabis.
But even after you guys did all those samples for the Karma Cup, I didn't see not one of you staggering around,
Nope.
not being able to speak,
Nope.
slurring your
Nope.
words, wanting to
No.
fight with anybody. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah. We did 14 samples, and you think if somebody had 14 drinks?
14 drinks, they'd be wanting to fight with
Yeah.
somebody.
Now if you gotta think, if you took that drink and you shared it between 7 people, like you take a joint and share it between 7 people.
It would still probably be giving you a bit of a buzz of some sort. You'd probably
Yeah.
still be on the cusp of being intoxicated, because 14
Mhm.
drinks would have 14 shots of alcohol. How many people were there? 7. So you figure that's still 2
7.
ounces of alcohol per person after all is said and done.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not drunk. It's
So
still
I have
the-
my vape pen. I had to go out and buy a new vape
Yeah, I
battery.
seen that on your Facebook, the damn battery again. But that's because
Damn
the cartridge
things.
is leaking, right? It's the cartridge. that's leaking.
Cartridge leaking.
Where do you get the cartridge from? Those are,
Most of them I've gotten from this.
are those legal store
Store?
ones?
Yeah, I've gotten from the store. I've gotten
I use,
I've gotten a few from our sponsors.
Yeah, see, and I use these,
I bought a few from Legacy 420.
and I never have an issue. And I've
yeah.
got this one, and I've got. Well, this is a new battery, only because I had to give my other battery up to my, who. But I got this one too. This is a C cell, and there's no with these ones. There's no buttons to push, nothing. You just pull.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I had a disposable one that I think I must have had it upside down in my pocket or something, because the end got all sticky.
That you have
And
to.
then it had a pocket lint stuck in it, so I had to clean it out. Like, it was just, I'm going like, come on here.
You sound like you're having a day like I do, because I put everything in the bag to take to work, right? And it's a little
Yeah.
fuzzy. So I get to work and I've got lint on this, and I'm trying to pull it off, and I got lint on this one, and then I've got my nicotine one, because I go to work with like all of it.
Yeah.
Because if I'm in, like
Yeah.
I said, if I have a customer that's pissed me off, I'm not stepping outside and pulling on that vape pen, because I am. Because you know what? You're lucky that I haven't killed you. Because some people, I tell you, like I said, it's almost to the point that I just don't even want to deal with people anymore.
These,
Like, just
yeah, I don't
we're
know.
done.
Just smoking a good old herbal joint. I hate having to deal with the ash, but just get an ash right.
That new smoke.
But I'll tell you, it's just
You probably haven't seen it because I don't think you're on TikTok. There's now this fan that you can get that's called the smoker's fan, and apparently it sucks in everything that you consume and takes away the smell. So if it's a smell thing or the smoke thing, that's because you can't smoke joints in your house. Maybe you should look at maybe getting that smoke ban.
'Cause it sounds like one of those what was it?
Looks
Those
just like a fan.
silicone things that you would
Oh,
exhale
no, no,
into.
it's a fan. It's an actual fan, and
Yeah.
it's beside you, and it literally just sucks all the smoke right into it.
And
It's
where does
called
it go after that?
right into this carbon filter that's inside of it. It doesn't blow anything
Oh.
else out. It just sucks everything into this fan. I see.
Oh.
I think it was on TikTok. Here, we'll find it. But you should maybe look at one of those because that might be because winter's cold out.
No, I know. I know. Believe me.
You shouldn't be smoking outside because the cold air going into your lungs.
I used to have a heated garage.
I know. That cold air going into your
No.
lungs isn't good for you either.
It
Right?
was a big man cave. It was so good. Could go out there and medicate and not worry about the -40 outside.
Right? Here it is. It's on Amazon. You can even get it on Amazon.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Hang on.
You're gonna share it with me. I see.
Yep, I am.
I can tell. I can see your eyes looking around.
Well, I think it's a good idea that you should have one. Okay, so I'm going to bring it up. Okay, we're going to add
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
It's called the
Oh,
smoke.
which one is it?
This one here.
It's all of them.
Well, yeah, they're all the same, right?
Oh,
this
is
one-
it? Okay, hang on. Let me enlarge this so I can see it.
Oh, now what have I done? Jesus.
Oh, there's a little filter inside the fan
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Oh,
So,
okay.
oh, hang on.
Oops.
So this one here.
That's the one I'm looking at. Correct. Because it's big.
It's not that big, actually. It's like
No,
just
but it's the biggest picture.
yeah, but that's the one that I would be getting. And I don't know. Like I said, winter's cold, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't
Yeah.
want to be. I don't know. I don't know if you want to be sitting outside on your deck in the winter when it's -50 and
So
southern
that sucks it in. So those other pictures, off to the side there, they would be ones that, because you can see the smoke. So I'm assuming that's the smoke being pulled into the fan.
Right. So this one here, right? You can see it being
Right.
sucked right in.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. $66. Eliminate smoke or get your money back.
But yeah, it smells
And they use food.
well, on TikTok, they're showing them use them. They actually have videos of people using
Oh,
them
yeah.
and showing great big, huge, like even cigarette smoke and weed smoke into them. And there's absolutely no smoke because so many people in Ontario and Quebec who cannot smoke in their
Well,
straps,
yeah.
right?
You buy a $1.5 million condo and you can't smoke in it.
Right? So people are finding ways of getting around not being able to smoke
Yeah.
cannabis in their stratas, right? Because
Yeah.
they're like I said, when you're paying $3,000 a month for rent, don't tell me what the fuck I can or can't do.
Yeah. Well, I was actually talking to a guy today, Marco, by the way. I was talking with Marco, and yeah, he lives in a non-smoking building. Marco doesn't. Yeah, he's not he doesn't consume. But you can't smoke medical or recreational cannabis in the
Yeah, and I
building.
think that's not right. It's like, first of all, it's against the patient's human right. We already know that.
Yeah.
Same with being able to grow in those places. It's against the patient's right, but patients don't have money to get lawyers to be able to fight.
Yeah, it's probably one of those things where you sign the contract, and it's in the contract, right? So
I
you
know, I
agree to it.
got too. But I mean, there's got to be ways. Like I said, if people had money, which they don't have, to be able to fight these corporations with lawyers, these
Mhm.
laws would be bunked. But we don't have money. How many people have money to hire a lawyer to fight a multi-million-dollar corporation that owns that apartment building?
Yeah, I know. Well, Marco's not consuming
I know.
cannabis.
Which is, that's again choice, right? But I tell you,
Yeah. He hasn't. It's been quite a while, actually.
That's what he
People,
was living out of the
would
country.
be surprised. It's been more than just a few days or months. It's been a few years, actually.
He's been living out of the country though, so
Yeah, he's back now. He's back. He's living in Toronto. He's waiting to hopefully sometime get on a transplant list. But
yeah. Well, he did open many doors for so many.
Oh, that's what I said to him today.
I wanted to say to him, thank you. And he was the one that sent me my first vaporizer that also, helped fundraise for that name we do not speak of anymore. And he was
Right.
one of the first to step up to help me too. Way back, we're talking in 2007. So
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
is an amazing person, an amazing opening doors facilitator. He should be thanked. We should have an honorary huge party for him just because of who he is and what he's done. I don't think he gets enough credit. I don't think he
No.
gets thank
Yeah.
yous. And I don't think that he takes, and I know he's a humble guy that doesn't really, he's not looking for any notoriety. Never
Yeah.
did.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
never like
Exactly.
that, right? I actually have to laugh because of the first TY I think I was at, he banned the girl I was with, right? Vicky Fleming. He banned her. She wasn't
Oh yeah. 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 Oh.
controversy in the drama.
No, the Treating Yourself magazine and the Treating
I know.
Yourself Expo.
And he
There you go,
facilitated
right there.
well.
Because
So
we do broadcast the Treating Yourself Facebook page.
again, like after what happened to Michelle in Vancouver, and after she got shit on so hard in
Michelle?
Vancouver, if it
Michelle?
wasn't for Marco that gave her those wings, right? Because
Yeah.
Marco held her up when she was going through all that shit, and I know that because I know, right? So again, Marco opened the many doors for so many people by allowing
Yeah.
them to
Oh,
write for the magazine, to
yeah, like
so many patients, to do the first cannabis trade show in Canada at a
medical at that, and it was.
the capacity that he did. Like, it was a huge trade show that
I
cost thousands and thousands of dollars. Like, come on. The
I
guy needs
told him today that the last few
and I'm
years,
talking about him too, and that we're all like, yeah,
the
because
last couple of years, I've been able to talk to some of the trade show people in Toronto, the people who run them, and I tell them about the Treating Yourself Expo, and this is what we did, and this is what we had,
I
and
was
they're just
actually so
shaking their
shocked,
heads and just going,
right?
"Oh, you
When
wouldn't be doing that these days."
right, but when Lyft started taking, I was pissed. I thought, what a slap in the face to the people that organized TY,
Mhm.
and I understood the whole dynamics, and it was all blah
Actually,
blah, but it pissed me off, right?
this is what came after
Yeah,
TY.
Chad.
Champ Canada. I just happen to be wearing this shirt. It's a hemp shirt, by the way.
Yeah.
50% hemp. It's and there's no cannabis. Look, there's no cannabis.
No,
at
because
all.
they weren't about cannabis. They were about money.
Yeah.
And the thing of it is, like, I understand the fact at the end of the day, everybody had to make money, right? It's an industry. And at the end of the day today, even though, we know people have to make money, it's a livelihood, it's an industry,
Yeah.
right? So at the end of the day, people are going to make money. But there was a difference between a lot of people that were making money because of greed and making money for the right reasons too, right?
Mhm.
And how many that gave back and the ones that didn't give back, right? So, I mean, people showed their values, their morals, and the culture now, I believe, is broken. Like, honestly, like our cannabis culture is broken. Legalization has opened the doors to allow people that really don't love the plant, they just love the money.
Things, yeah. Oh, yeah. Things have changed. There's no doubt about that.
And I mean, like, and like I said, no disrespect to anybody, but we see through the eyes of what we see, right? And that's just my perception. Other people perceive it differently, and that's okay. That's why we live in Canada. We have freedom.
Yeah. All right. We discussed some anti-aging benefits of cannabis. We got 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes to talk
5
about
more minutes till we go to break. Crack. I just took that anti-aging thing off the very disgusting.
Actually, speaking of like topicals, like, we can go back on that anti-aging
Yeah.
because a friend of Canamed, Sita,
Yeah.
whole line of cannabis infused face anti-aging.
Yeah.
I used that for a while, so maybe that's why I look so great. Because
Maybe. Now, does she have that product in stores? There's a reason I'm asking. Okay.
no.
So I saw a post by Church.
Yes, some of them actually, I shouldn't say no, but they're not in like a cannabis store, right?
Okay.
She's got spas and some of the spas and stuff that
Yeah.
that privately owned boutiques and stuff that she does make specific specialty custom orders for. Icy Pot has never made it into a store. I know that there was some other woman that we actually had on our show that was supposed to be bringing some topical to the market that was with a similar name, and I
Oh,
was like,
Irene. Yeah.
there's that, right? But Icy Pod's still available if anybody needs to get it. And she's still plugging away, right?
Still plugging away.
But I
I'm
mean,
just,
there's, like I said, there was things, and like I said, that's Sita's story to tell, not mine, right? So
right.
we just maybe have to have her on a show one night and ask her what's going on. But yeah, that's Sita's story to tell. But again, she's still available to consult, and you can still get her products. Yeah. But she was, and it was a combination of hydraulic acids and stuff too, right? Because she's also not just about cannabis. She also has aromatherapy training and skincare training. Like she's got an array of actual other degrees too in other like essential oils and all kinds of other things too, right? So she combines that knowledge with the cannabis knowledge that she has and makes some amazing products. Yeah, for sure. Pets. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a reason I'm asking. I'm just gonna bring it up here. Okay, here we go. Over here. I see a friend of ours, Church of Peterborough. He's asking, do you think your products are ready to be in a relationship with store? I've been offered an opportunity. Let's come together. Let's come up together. So, and just so you know, there are people responding. Yeah, Lisa, she's been a past guest on the radio show. We got some fellow here talking about seeds. We got another Canada Farm. He's in the Lansdowne Mall. He's in Peterborough. He's also at the Lindsay Fair, I believe, as well. I see Mary Jane on the 420 radio. She's got her bath salts.
See, the thing is, the only thing that ever stopped me was a commercial kitchen, right?
Right. Okay. So yeah, like if anybody's looking for a spot, that's what I wondered about Sita. That
Yeah, like I said, yeah,
we're always looking. Yeah.
Like I said, when I was working for the bakery, right? When I was working at the bakery, I was going to start doing that show. Remember we talked about me doing a cooking show, and I was going to be able to use the commercial kitchen there.
Yes.
When we were going to do, we were going to do that show, me and Dakota, and then I quit that job, which is a kick in the pants because I really would still like to do that again. But yeah, like that's an issue.
Yeah.
Us to the commercial kitchen. Right?
Yeah. Well, there was. You can use multi-camera on this app.
No, it's not even that. It's like when you're trying to produce something that you produce at home to a market that is that big, you have to go into a factory, right?
Might be easier for you to do that type of show as a pre-recorded show versus a live.
Yeah, we were going to do it pre-recorded anyway. There wasn't going to be any way to do it live because of the fact that you have cooking time and stuff, and there's no way you can do an hour cooking show and have everything finished. So.
Oh,
no.
Come on.
I'd love to be able to have a magic wand.
You got an easy bake oven, don't you? You got an easy bake oven. Just
microwave.
make just those little wee one-serving dishes and throw them under the light bulb.
Right, the mini ones. We have the little tiny stuff.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, there's so many things you could do. Like I said, I'd love to do a cooking show on here. And do it, like I said, I could do it from my kitchen here. That would be easy enough to do. But
Yeah, well, you never know. All right. Well, I see the time. Bottom of the hour. Time for us to take a break.
Awesome.
Let people know who's helping us get our voices louder, such as Limestone City Hydroponics. I see that they are watching tonight's broadcast. How you doing? All righty. Off we go. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 page re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're live with the Pace Radio Show, and there goes my vaporizer. There we go. All righty. As you saw there, added a little promo in there for the re-rolled Saturdays here on the Pace Radio Network and 420radio.ca. Actually, just so you know, this past week and last couple weekends, actually, it starts at 8 o'clock in the morning and continuous play time until 10 o'clock at night, not 10 a.m., 10 p.m., and even as late as midnight. Wow. On Saturday. So you're looking at a continuous playtime of like 16 hours. And it's not only like it's all of our broadcasts between the two networks, as well as stuff that we put in between the shows. You know, those little memory clips that I've produced from past TY events, as well as interviews and things that we've done at past events that we've covered.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's nice you can just gonna go there and like if you miss everything all week because people work, like you know what I mean. Like I don't usually expect to have too many people like watching my show live on Mondays because it's noon on a Monday, right? Like most people, right? So they catch it on Saturday, or they catch it later on repeat, or they come back and watch it later, whatever works, right?
Yeah, and like it says, you just sit there. You just go to the website. You can watch it on our social media locations as well. We direct people to the website, and you just sit there, and it'll just play There might be maybe like a 1 minute or 30-second little blip part way through. It's not really even a blip. It's just basically we can only stream for so long, right? So
Right.
I set up more than one stream, and it just has to switch over, and it's usually less than a minute or a minute, and it just runs continuously. Just sit there and just like watching regular television, but you watch all the shows between the two networks, so it works out good. So
Absolutely. Yep.
yeah. Always wanted a channel, a place where you can go and just watch cannabis stuff. So
Before
and
it
this
was
time you
just
can
on radio,
check
right?
it out.
It's just like, you know, you can
Huh?
hang out and listen to the radio because we were just
Yeah,
like, we weren't doing video, we were just doing audio, right?
yeah,
So,
and like we broadcast on the Spreaker,
yeah,
and we can just people can go there and listen, hit the play button, and once it's done, the next one starts up.
right,
Then the next one, then the next one, then the next one.
right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
continuous.
Mhm.
So, and it's the nice thing about it on the browser is that you don't need to refresh it each time. So, alrighty. Now on to the next topic. This one I was really surprised about, and I'm sure that you're going to probably be surprised as well. There's a report that I've got here. It's a new study, and it says that contrary to conventional wisdom, they say that CBD may actually increase THC's intoxicating effect. I went, what?
Interesting.
Interesting. It's always
It's always like a, you know, repeat,
the other way.
right?
Always like it.
Research.
Like, I've even recommended make sure you give somebody some CBD stuff if they got too hot.
Right. That's what we
Yeah.
always thought. That's what we always were told. Like if you
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
CBD, right? What are you gonna do? Make them sicker now, or make them higher?
yeah.
I've
It
never seen
says,
that effect, though. Have you ever seen that
pardon
effect?
me?
Have you ever actually given somebody CBD and seen them get higher, or have
No,
no?
no. And actually, in my early days, I saw people, even myself, that consumed too much THC, and I didn't know anything about CBD at the time. I mean, a lot of people didn't know anything about CBD at the time. Now, yeah, it heightens it. It said it was a study in the clinical, pharmacological, and therapeutics found people who took a high dose of CBD, it's 450 milligrams, alongside a smaller dose of THC, which is 9 milligrams, did not reduce, but instead significantly increased subjective, psychomotor, cognitive, negative, and autonomous effects of THC. But smaller doses of CBD, such as 10 milligrams and 30 milligrams, did not appear to have the same effect.
Well, I can't say as I've known anybody who's consumed 450 milligrams of CBD at once ever.
I'm in the same
Like,
boat.
where are you finding that? Like, where are you getting that high of a milligram of CBD from? What and where are
Yeah.
you getting? Like, that's a
Well,
that's a
you can
milligram.
get the stores these days you can get 1,000.
Oh, CBD.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, milligrams. Yeah, because it's not that. Yeah, like in the creams and all that.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, want me to look it up?
No, I'm believing you. Those sound like some really high inflated numbers when usually CBDs are like at 0.03% and everything.
Right. Yeah, I understand in the plant, but I'm talking about in products that are
Okay, but how much
made.
are you piling in there then?
Well, like,
You know what?
it's
CBD, actually, it could be because you know what? CBD actually comes in a powder form, right?
capsules, CBD capsules.
Yeah, it's powders, right? Because I've gotten it from somewhere that I got it and I went, what in the actual double hockey sticks is this
Yeah.
shit? And that's how it comes. CBD. So you could definitely make it into thousands of milligrams. Absolutely could. Never mind.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm thinking about like after you like this is like before it's processed. So yeah, absolutely could.
yeah,
It's just powder, right? You can just slap that powder right into any,
yeah.
coconut or
This
any,
is
balm of any kind and just, pound it full of CBDs and make it 5,000 milligrams if you want to.
right. Yeah, this is 1,000 milligrams. So
Yeah. Yeah, easy enough to do. I forgot about the powder.
that's with a little bit. So that's just people talk about a 1-to-1 ratio. This obviously is much larger than a 1-to-1 ratio. If it's only got 9 milligrams of THC and they're putting 400 milligrams of CBD, it's obviously much greater than that 1-to-1 ratio, and that's what some people aim for: 1-to-1 and 1.25.
Right.
Doesn't always necessarily mean.
Well, and that's and again,
Yeah.
depending on what they're looking for. But again, like, why
The
would you
combination of them is just as important. So.
be like on topical as topically? What would why? Why do you need like I'm not understanding what the CBD does effectively for topical because I don't find it
Oh well, I'm just saying that that's what the legal market allows is 1,000 milligrams.
for CBDs,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
but only
And
10 milligrams for THC. That seems like a huge difference.
it is. It is. I found some stuff products that had that, but
How does that even work? Make it make sense.
here we go. CBD, and I haven't got a clue. CBDmagic.co. Full spectrum CBD capsules, 1,000 milligrams, $90.
To do what? Like I don't know. Like okay, like people say that it helps them sleep and all these things, and then I hear it's not even the CBD; it's a THCA. So, like I said again,
I don't know anything about this company or anything. So
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
going.
You know what? I don't get anything. CBD does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, they say it's a plant-based full spectrum CBD.
I mean, am I not supposed to feel anything from CBD? It's just some magical stuff that's supposed to do something inside, and then nothing. Like I don't understand.
They say lab
That's perception that
results show it helps with pain, anxiety, sleep, focus.
okay. Like I said, some people get that.
That's right.
Some people apparently
We're all affected differently from it.
like for me, it does nothing. Honestly,
I grew a CBD plant. First one I grew, and a handheld test thing said that it had 24% THC.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I had people who liked it and wanted cuttings and stuff.
Because it has high THC for sure.
And then because of the breeder, the company that was a breeder, I contacted them. They told me that they would warranty the product if I had it tested with a liquid chromatography test. So I did. And you know what? They were right. The handheld one was garbage. Yeah. So
what was it?
And as soon as people found out that it was high CBD and
what was the CBD in it?
CBD, it was 7 and 5%, 5% THC, 7%. I can go grab the lab test right over there.
5%
Yeah.
THC.
I had it tested down at Legacy 420.
And what are you using? Like, what are you going to do with it? Smoke it?
Oh no, I was making capsules with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was making capsules. That's what that's the way Gail consumes for her sleep and
it helps her.
Other things. Yeah.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
Like, is it good? That's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, like I said, for some people it works, but again, I've got another friend that CB, but then it was more the THCA, and I told her that THCA by itself and the delta 9s can be dangerous. Sometimes you have to be very careful with that. But again, some people it works for, some people it doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there are, like I said, that's when you start
Um,
ripping the plant apart. I really hurt. Like I said, people do it, distillants and all these things. But in reality, you need to be.
they mention here that separate research published last year found that cannabis products with more diverse array of natural cannabinoids produced a stronger psychoactive experience that lasts longer than the high generated by pure THC alone. What's missing part of it's like the bus, it's missing part of the wheel, right?
Right.
Yeah, it needs everything, right? So
Well, again, I'm not a scientist.
all right, now
What they're saying, because I don't know. I don't do lab testing. I have no idea. I'm
yeah.
That's what works for me, right? I'm never gonna
Correct. Yeah, whatever works for you, right?
So
Some
again, I'm
people
not.
can't. Some people don't want high THC products. Something that has a 4 or 5% THC level
Some
might just be
people don't
something
want
that
high
they're happy
THC,
with.
right? Some people can't handle high THC.
Oh yeah.
THC for some people just puts them to sleep. Some people, like again, everybody's individual, right? So
That's right.
you can't tell Sally down the road that she can't consume that 34% THC because it does nothing for her. She needs higher levels than that if she could find it. But Joe down the block can eat a 10 milligram gummy and he's on his ass for 3 days.
Yes. Yeah.
Right?
I've seen that. I've seen someone go down from eating a 10 milligram gummy. I've seen it. So
Right?
yeah. No,
thing that-
you and me won't, but
No, absolutely.
others will. So
But I also, have consumed so much that, like I could use more and more and more and more, and nothing seems to work. Like, like I said, I sit here for 90 minutes and I've smoked 2 joints, and I'm puffing on this pretty steady, about ready to roll my 3rd joint. It's only been 48 minutes since we started the show. And I'm
right
still, like,
now, I would think though, if you that's because I've tried this twice, and just basically know what I was consuming, what the total THC, because it's been, I've gone and bought product at Legacy and know that their stuff is tested and it has this much THC and this might, like say the mango juice that I was drinking had 60 milligrams of THC. Then I would have added that with the 50 milligrams or the 100 milligrams that I was going to get from eating that chocolate bar. That was just a milk chocolate bar, no nuts in it, or it's going to kill me. Things like that, and figured out, where can I get to without getting super stoned, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I was surprised because during this experiment, I started out with a 500 milligram bag of chips and thought nothing of it. The next day, I consumed 400 milligrams of chocolate, 2 milk chocolate pieces. They're just like size of a toonie, and they were 200 milligrams a piece. 400 milligrams, less than what was in that other product I had. And the friggin' shit floored me. I couldn't believe it. I hadn't been that high in 20 years.
I haven't been high in 20 years.
Yeah. Well, and then
I did, even when I was eating my candy and stuff, like eating the shards off the counter, I would fall asleep before I'd even feel high.
Yeah.
It's like there was no real high to it. It was just kind of like, holy crap.
Yeah, for years I ate, some baked goods here and there and not think nothing of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I had those chocolates, they floored me. And then since then I've consumed a couple times and saw different levels of what that I would start feeling it. And so I talked to some people about it, and they said the chocolate.
Yeah.
It makes a difference in the intensity. And I thought,
Well, you used to say if you ate mango and stuff too, but there's always, different things that you can eat to accentuate the THC levels.
Well, yeah, the mango, I've heard about that. That's been rebuked a few times. So people, yeah. But just so you know, I drink it because I like it.
Me too. I love mangoes. It's got nothing-
I like mangoes and
Like I
like
said,
mango juice. So
honestly, I haven't been high since I was at TY with Dana Larson using the sublimator. And that was the last time I can remember, and I was like loaded. Like it was like I looked at Dana and went, I'm been this high, fuck there. Like I was like ripped. And I have
Yeah.
not felt like that again since. And that was 2010. 2000, when was that?
yeah, he was there. I think he was there for all 4 years.
Yeah. But that sublimator, I don't know what it was. I don't know what.
Oh,
I
the
don't-
sublimate. Oh no, I was thinking of the Verdamper. I don't
Oh,
know.
that's what it was. Yeah, no, it was
the
the
Verdamper. Sublimator wasn't there. No, it was the Verdamper.
It was the Verdamper.
Yeah.
The
Franz,
sublimator was
I
there
believe.
another year too. That was different. But no, this was the Verdamper, that great big huge.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Butterfly. Butterfly was with him, working and showing people how it worked and all that. And
Again,
no,
I
it was
don't
great.
know what cannabis was put in that. I have no idea what strain it was. All I know is that I walked back to the end prohibition booth going, holy snapping. And that was the first year that we had TY. It was the first year I was at TY. So yeah. And then I came back. I think I don't know. Memories are good some days. So good numbers.
Well, see, that's the nice thing about when I was writing with Treating Stuff, I was taking photos. Like I
Right.
was, it was what it allowed me an opportunity to help spread the knowledge of cannabis, and that's what I wanted. So everything I wrote was just my desire to help spread the knowledge and stop the lies and obviously educate other people. And because of the advocacy articles, I like to think that maybe that they were partially helped with spread knowledge of events and knowing that other areas or other locations are doing certain things. For example, we started with 1/4/20 march here in Ontario.
Right.
I know that I went down and covered it and wrote about it in Treating Yourself magazine back in 2008 or something, 2009, and then other people would see that, read about it, hear about those marches, and start doing them in their own locations, and then things spread and others got involved, and it was good.
I did
So
the first marijuana march in Lethbridge in 2008. Because
yeah.
there was one before, right?
Mhm.
But again, David Malamal Levine had been in Edmonton doing stuff in '98. So it wasn't like Alberta hadn't seen any activism for cannabis at all. But it was 2008 when I got going. And what spurred me too, again, was law reform. But the fact that my doctor refused to sign my paperwork. The college and physicians in Alberta were actively blocking the medical marijuana program.
Mhm.
The fact that I had to fly to Ontario
Yeah.
my license to get a doctor to sign my paperwork so that I could actually get a pink slip of paper that said I was, able to consume cannabis legally in Canada as a patient. Like that was just bullshit. When it goes, oh well, and never mind the cost. Right? But that's because we were fighting. Health Canada refused to recognize cannabis as medicine. They refused, and they still do, to do any research, to give any dosing recommendations to the college and physicians so they can actually recommend it to the doctors that have a dosing level. We are stuck in the same conundrum that we were when we started as patients back in 2007. Nothing's changed for the patients, except for the fact that we've had to spend more money fighting in court to get our grow licensing back because, one other government wanted to take that away from us. Now we have to buy through legal stores. the fact that many doctors are still refusing to sign because you can buy it out of a store now, where does that leave people that need medical?
Yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, the numbers have gone down. The number of registries. People now can just go to the store. And,
We don't have our licensing anymore. Our doctor won't sign because why give you 15 grams a day when you can go buy 30 at the store? Oh my God, I gotta go let this dog in here. He's driving me insane.
yeah. Well, and it's not just about being able to go to the store and buy what that prescription is. There's affordability also on that, and that's where the patients need that right to grow their cannabis. And hopefully, through the courts, obviously, those rights have been battled, and we continue to grow, and we've had those rights taken away from us, and we've won them back. So,
right? I'm
yeah.
so sorry, but yeah, and again, it's cost money, and the people that started that whole aren't even here. Jason Wilcox is no longer with us.
No, he's no longer with us. Correct.
Gail Quinn, no longer with us.
Michelle's
no longer with us. Michelle Rainey, no longer with us. Sandra Petit, no longer with us.
Yeah, actually, talking with Sandra, she came up in the memory of her passing, came up on my Facebook page the other day, and I shared it to,
I started talking to her when I was still living in Coaldale, right?
Where?
Like, in Coaldale, like when I first got started with this and the whole thing.
Where's that?
Just outside of Lethbridge.
Oh,
Got the house in Tabor.
yeah.
Right. So when I first, and like that's when she told me the whole backstory, and I didn't care. Right.
Right.
Now with this whole thing that's going on, I'm glad she's not here to see all this bullshit. That to be fair. But yeah, like it just there's so many.
I met her at a health and wellness event. Marco had us in a health show, and Sandra was there with Calm. That was the only other time I saw a cannabis booth at an event.
Yeah, her name.
We had attended, and Sandra was there, and then Sandra ended up working with Marco as well at one point.
Well, when all that stuff went down,
Amazing.
got raided, right? Everybody was kind of left hanging.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Sandra was at Calm there, and a lot of people know her. And,
no,
she's missed. There's no doubt about that.
Great person, that's for sure. And like I said, like we've lost so many along the way. They were instrumental in keeping momentum going, especially in Toronto, especially in Victoria, especially in it just you kind of sit back and go, how many?
And we're also Neil.
I'm sure we're missing. I'm sure I'm missing people. I know I am.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But I know I'm gonna miss somebody like Derek Kendall. Like there's like I said, I just even hate starting because I know there's somebody along the way that I've missed.
Yeah, and we're patients.
Yeah.
And some of us, have been able to battle the demons and hold the demons off, and others haven't.
But did so many great things while they were with it, amongst us, right?
Sure.
Like, too, like keeping everybody's momentum together, right?
Yeah.
So there's just so many that did so many great things that inspire, and I think that's what is kind of like we bring new people in, and when they're I think that
right, we do. Let's
shiny, and I'm thinking to myself, nothing you're doing is new and shiny, right? And you're not.
I know that, but we always need new blood.
I know.
We always because, you look at the people who were rhyming off in name-wise, and some of those people were people that were before us.
Yeah.
So people always have to fall in behind.
But I guess the difference is respect. I guess we're older, so we have respect levels. Where the younger generation doesn't seem to respect and give, honors to the people that did come before them, right?
Yeah, that's why they need to hear stories.
We at least have the respect. I guess it's different respect levels. But again, like I said, that's something that we've never really asked for either, because it's not something that we were expecting. So
Alrighty. Time for us to take a break, pay the bills. When we return, we'll continue our discussion and I got a story here that we're going to touch on pre-rolled joints. Talking about pre-rolls, re-rolls. I was getting to that earlier, but we went.
Oh,
So
the different kinds of, you can buy at a store.
yeah. Alrighty. You're live here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back, and we got another half an hour, 25 minutes of discussion, and I've got some information on here. We're going to discuss pre-rolled doobies for the next little bit. And
Have you I've bought some, to be honest.
Yeah, I've bought some pre-rolls. Yeah, I've bought some pre-rolls. It's been a while, though. It's been a while since I bought some, but
I only ever buy the infused ones. I've bought both and find, quite a difference.
I've bought both. I've bought infused and I've bought regular. It's been a while, though, since I've bought any joints. Obviously, I tested some there with the Caramel Cup, And I've received some samples in the past.
What did you ever find out about those smokeless joints?
What's that?
Those smokeless joints. You ever got that sample that was smokeless?
Oh, the odorless.
Or
The
odorless?
odorless doobies.
Yeah.
There was no joint in it.
I know. So what was like, have you like ever gotten any feedback from them, or like what's the point of the product? Is there a product? Like
I went to their website and they did not have anything listed as far as product wise. But yeah, they had been researching it for months or years. Sorry, years. I'm at their website now. Yeah.
don't you find that odd? Like, I need to go.
Yeah, I know. No sense makes sense. It says, yeah.
Make it make sense.
But I like they've got a lot of good points, but there's no products listed at their site.
Make all kinds of points if you don't have a product. I don't know. That just makes it just seems awfully.
Yeah. Even the press
All that
releases
money
have
on
been a while.
go to because that's money out of their pocket. All that money for packaging and stuff to have.
Yeah. There was no joints. There was no joint in it. And I wasn't the only one. I was the only one that was looking forward to trying it. Wondering, hey, what's this all about, right? Because a friend of mine, he had one as well.
I remember.
Yeah, and when I told him, he said, "What?"
Nothing to try.
Yeah. So as far as the pre-rolls, in the U.S., they spent more than 4.1 billion on pre-rolled joints in the past 18 months. That's a lot of doobies.
That's a lot of money in some asshat's pocket.
It sure is.
Have you ever like just
Okay,
gonna
now
there? I have smoked pre rolls in our market. I'm not gonna mention from what
Yeah.
company that tasted like pencil shavings. So to me, that was leaf and stem and crap off the bottom of their shoes that they're putting
Yeah.
through a grinder and pumping through and putting into cones.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot that like we really enjoyed Remo's supercharged joints. There's been a few others, but there hasn't been a lot. Like as far as like Remo's joints just roll off the top of my tongue.
Yep.
For
General
me to
admission.
roll off something else. I can't think of anything.
Well, the infused cannabis that comes out of a general admission, which is a product that I will buy, but I'll buy the infused in a 3-pack, and
Right.
they're not small, and they've got the keef on the outside, and they've got whatever. So you really don't know what you're smoking on the inside, right?
Well, I tore a joint apart. Because with the Karma Cup, when we did our pre-roll test, there was 2 joints in each tube. So what I did is I told the people, okay, we smoked one for judging, and then whatever one that they lit, they got to keep the second joint, and they could smoke it at home or whatever, right? So I took that joint and mine, and I ripped it apart and to see what was inside.
Right.
And I was surprised. I didn't see any chunks. It was really fine. It was pretty close to dust.
Pretty much dust. Yeah.
It was green, but there was no chunks. I wasn't concerned about having any because I re-rolled it, right? So I wasn't worried about anything that was going to stick out.
It's through a grinder. Like we're talking
It
like
smelled big time. Yeah.
I have one of those. Remember we were talking about those old Z Flight vaporizers, right?
Yeah.
And then I'd buy the little grinder that went with it. It made it so it was dusty. You put it in the vaporizer so it would actually work in the vaporizer that little grinder cost me $50 at TY from whatever 2 weeks. them actually. The Z. I still can't find that thing, which is weird. So
You know, I actually saw somebody the other day in a forum recommend the Magic Flight. It was just somebody recommending it to somebody because they had asked, "What's the best ones to get?" And somebody recommended the Magic Flight, and I thought, "Holy smokes!"
that thing's so old.
I haven't heard somebody outside of ourselves mention that
Yeah,
vaporizer.
where are you gonna get a replacement battery for them? Because you can't just use a regular battery. You have to use a special battery that comes with it. So if you can't
That was
replace it,
just a AA battery.
I couldn't use a double A battery in it. When that
No.
battery that came with it didn't work, it
Died, eh? Okay. So as far as these pre-rolls, okay, they say that 44% of those sales were for infused joints.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that. I think people figure they're getting more bang for their buck, to be honest.
Yeah.
And honestly, like I don't get any real effect off the ones that aren't infused. The ones that are infused, I'll get some effect
Yeah.
from. Like I said, it's been so long since I've really gotten, and I don't know if that's because the cannabis has changed or if my metabolism's changed because of my, menopausal hormone levels, because that'll also change
Mhm.
what your pituitary glands will actually accept in your CBD, your CBD receptors, blah blah. Anyway, but again, like the cannabis has changed. It doesn't have the crystal on it that it used to in the other market, right? Some of it's got very little crystal on it. Some of it's got lots. Just depends on whether they're hand trimming, whether they're machine trimming. Depends on whether it's a large producer, a small producer.
Removed for other purposes.
Where we get
I think they used to call them beaver bucks or something because it's been spun and
Yep.
the trichomes have been removed and
Absolutely, they got to be getting the keef somewhere to
the
use.
now they say that pre-rolls is in third place as far as markets. They say that flower and vape pens, but pre-rolls are 12 times the sales of infused beverages. So beverages must not, yeah.
People don't want to drink. They don't. I don't know.
I
just
was
don't
looking forward to it, but there's just so much of the stuff is carbonated.
Yeah.
Like that's what I
I
was looking for. And I can
anything
see pre-rolls. I can see pre-rolls being something that would be popular because the fact it's the convenience sakes.
Well, a lot of people that didn't
I,
consume before don't know how to roll
I
a
you
joint.
know I've been pre-rolling. I've been pre-rolling for 20 years.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't know how to roll. Like, let's be
Yeah.
honest.
Well, it's
Grandma
just
too with arthritis. She doesn't want to even have to even try
yeah.
to.
Or when you're outside in the rain trying to roll a joint and find a spot where it's dry to roll a joint. It's just so much easier to take it out of a tube after you've pre-roll at home for the day
Yeah.
and go.
It's convenience and yeah, like
Yeah, and who cares what it looks like as long as it burns.
right.
Yeah, but I know that appearance on the pre-roll market is important. If you got a joint that looks like it's been run over or it's been, well, you can do bud sample testing and find samples that are flattened, doobies that have been bent because they weren't handled properly before they put in the tubes, right?
Oh yeah, a lot of them like. My thing is too, like I'm not a fan of hemp papers. They don't burn, right? Or even like a blunt. I'm not a fan. Like I don't like everyone goes, oh, it's burning black. Yeah, because the paper is not good. It's got nothing to do with the cannabis, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not a fan of some of them cone.
Oh, it's the the papers. Oh, yeah, I completely agree. I wish they would change the papers. I wish
Right?
they would all use gazees because
Whatever, something other than whatever the hell those are.
it's yeah,
They're terrible.
it's terrible. I don't
They burn and they burn or they run and oh
Oh, I know. Like when we were doing the Karma Cup judging, some people were looking for a certain brand because they already knew that they didn't like that brand, and they were gonna blame anything negative on that test
I
is because of
already
the
tried that
paper.
stuff. Good, yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Like that's why I go and I try something different all the time
Yeah,
because I want to try different.
and they do ask about the paper within the in the testing of it. Let's see. Also, the prices of pre-rolled joints fell almost 20% too. What else do they say on this? But that's still good information. People pre-rolled joints that people are getting access to them. Like I say, people have arthritis. That was a problem. People were looking for really rolling joints in the cigarette machine, those little handheld cigarette machines, and
Tubes,
some
like those,
people were using the mats. They had little mats and
yeah.
put paper in there.
But sometimes those tubes are so hard to get into as well, right? Like I don't know.
Oh.
I'm just like, come on, really? Like, I mean, I
Yeah.
don't have time
Oh.
getting into any of this stuff.
Oh,
But the tubes that go with
I feel like I want to take a pair of vice grips to them or pliers to them just to squish the damn plastic so the lid will pop up.
this was the last cannabis I bought. Comes in this tube, right? It was decent
Yeah.
cannabis. It's called Glurangatang, affordable. But the top, everything's taped down, and you gotta pop the
Well,
lid.
yeah. Yeah, they've got the sticker on the.
I hate that.
Yeah, they get in the way.
But the joints too, like sometimes you have to rip into them, and then I don't know, like. But if they're in the tubes, like some of them are hard to get into, and then those stupid little tins, the ones you have to or try and flip open. You're flipping it across the room because you can't get the damn thing to open.
Right.
Oh,
No, it's because I don't know. I've had to take scissors to the packaging, and luckily it was a package. It wasn't a container, a plastic container because they can be a pain in the butt. I think I've got some plastic container here.
way too much packaging. Speaking of which, I gotta go and get some because apparently
Yeah, and then there's a special way to open those safety things.
I know that's ridiculous too. Because I
catching on now.
can't open it. I'm sure our 3-year-old can't.
Oh, I bet you somebody young can open it before some of us can open them.
Right? Like that's ridiculous. Like, what do you think we're like? It's worse than opening a bag of cat litter.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see what's your jar. Oh, excuse me. I was just looking to see if I could find something that was a. Sometimes you get a big plastic jar that has creams or something, and they don't have any in there. I think I gave them to Gail.
Oh, I could show you some creams. I feel like a 3-year-old being tossed off her tricycle with these scrapes on my knees. Like,
yeah, well, hey, put some cream on your knees.
yeah, polysporin because I don't have anything else to put on them.
Oh.
But there's not a lot you can do for bruises when they're bruised.
No, there's nothing because that's internal.
Scrapes on the one. Like I said, I feel like a 3-year-old that just got thrown off a tricycle because I got scrapes on one like road rash.
Well, hey, like I said earlier when we started the broadcast, and we're getting close to the end of it. Need more cannabis, slow down the aging effect, and just think what it would be like without cannabis, where you'd be.
Well, we all know where that would get me. Probably get bail money. She needs bail money.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, but again, like I said, just ridiculousness that,
I've recently joined this Crohn's Facebook group, and I just stumbled across it somehow, and so I did a quick little introduce myself, and so I had a person ask me, how I did this or how I did that, and I explained, what some of the treatments I've been through throughout the years, and that I also smoked a ton of cannabis. And then they wrote, their response was that, well, the person I'm asking about for this is for my 9-year-old daughter.
Oh,
Right. So I went, oh, well, okay. They're not going to be smoking a whole hell of a lot of cannabis.
no. Not at 9, no.
No. So I did mention, with the doctor's permission type thing, that there is access to non-smokable things of cannabis that people have found benefits from, including suppositories.
Or tinctures and stuff for kids
Yeah,
too. Right?
tinctures. Yeah, I mentioned the capsules. So they didn't respond that they would deal with anything along the cannabis, but I had other information that they were really interested in. So I was really happy that I was able to help her. And since then, I've helped a few other people.
I was going to
About
say, she might not have responded, but somebody else read those comments. And somebody
correct.
else read those
Exactly.
comments. Somebody else read those comments. And that person told that person, that person, and that person, and then it just spreads.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
think that's the shampoo commercial, and they told 2 friends.
Yeah. It's not always for the person you're telling. It's also for the people who are reading the comments afterwards.
Absolutely. Because people do come back and read
Yeah.
comments. And you'll find somebody like from 6 weeks ago who will come back and yap at you, right? Like it's just spreading education. And like everybody goes, well, how long have you been doing this podcast for? I said, I don't know, 10, 12 years. I don't know. Like not this one specifically, but we've both been doing podcasts for 10, 12 years, right? I don't remember anymore. And they go, well, did you get paid? And I said, no. I said, education's free. Why would I expect to get paid to be spreading education? Education should be free. So no, it's voluntary, and I will do it till probably I got no breath left to do it, because you should be able to spread all that education for free.
Yeah, that's the way I've always been. Like I mentioned about the TY articles, just get the knowledge and the information out there and get rid of all the lies and the bullshit.
Right? Because there's so much misinformation that we found when we were doing this, right? And I guess that's always the reason why we keep on the logical end of things, because we've already dealt with bullshit through another avenue. So when we see things go, it just kind of like, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. And that's why people gotta keep speaking up, keep talking.
Yep. And again, medical patients for cannabis use have really still been left in the dust, because there's nowhere except for, maybe if you're lucky enough to have some indigenous creators, around you that are there, with the ability that, you have access to the indigenous market. The rest of us that don't have that ability, I'll be grateful that you've got them.
Yeah, well, exactly. You can get the, you go to a place that has proper testing, and then that their products are, on-site testing is what I like, not prepackaged material with test results.
No, once you send your stuff off, are you sure that they're, is it the same stuff that you sent? Are you getting the test results back from your stuff?
Back to that sample of 500 milligrams in that package of product that I ate, and didn't get an effect from it, right? So, it made me question, obviously, the reliability and what's on the package is what's inside. So that's why I always push places that have it lab tested now. Unfortunately, people can change things at lab results, and we've seen that those accusations go around in the legal world.
Yeah. Well, like I said, that's one thing I do appreciate about the legal market, is that I've never opened a bag up that I've ended up with more seeds than I have cannabis. And I've done that on more than one occasion.
Have you gotten seeds from any illegal cannabis?
No, but I've gotten tons of seeds from the black market.
Oh, yeah.
You got 3 grams of seeds in an eighth or a quarter. So half your 7 grams is like seeds, or half an ounce of seeds or whatever, moldy, But I don't.
Oh, half an ounce of seeds. Oh,
I haven't
I
even bought
remember
it.
those days of getting the record album, opening
Right?
up the album and
Yeah.
cleaning
Right.
getting all the
Yeah.
seeds to fall down the bottom.
Yeah. Ridiculous, right? But
Yeah.
I haven't gotten one seed in the legal market. Not one.
No, years ago, I was at a relative of Gail's, and they brought out a jar, like a pickle jar, big jar, full of seeds. I said, "What do you do with these?" I don't know. I don't grow them. Not that many seeds. And actually, at that time, I was already doing my perpetual garden, so I wasn't doing too many seeds at that time. But yeah, that's a lot of seeds. Like, what are you doing wrong to get so many seeds, buddy?
Why are you throwing out that male
Or
plant?
get a new supplier, one or the other.
Like, yeah, like what is that? But I know, like back, in the very beginning too, we were buying like industrial hemp seeds from Rocky Mountain Grain, right? And we
Yeah.
were throwing them out in the river bottom because we were overgrowing the government. And then we realized, well, if that hemp then pollinates, that's going to wreck somebody's outdoor crop. So we better stop doing that.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, we're down to the last 3 minutes. Let's see.
Well,
What
I
else?
go on my fourth joint now.
Got my sign. I should get this put up someplace. Maybe I'll set up a new office sometime and I'll get it into view where people can see it. Yeah, instead of being behind me. So, alrighty. Anything else you want to say before we go?
No, I think it's just been, one of those weeks where, everything's going to be what it's going to be. And
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
But again,
exactly.
fourth
It was a long
joint.
weekend too. Eh? We just had this long weekend, and so like even today, it didn't feel like a Wednesday.
It doesn't feel like a Wednesday because I worked
No.
on Sunday, and then like I said, I didn't work Monday. Oh yes, I did. I
Yeah.
worked Sunday and Monday, and I didn't
Yeah.
work. I didn't work yesterday and today. So.
Well, I hope you can get back into work tomorrow. So
No, I'm hoping so. I will see how It depends on how well I can walk because I'm not gonna be struggling around there trying to do stuff like
yeah,
that.
you're on your feet all day, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's too hard to be standing. We'll see.
Exactly. All right. Well, just so you know, you can find us on Facebook, obviously, and Instagram. You can find us on Instagram. Find us there in a few spots. And you can find us at paceradio.net. Thanks go to our sponsors, legacy420.com, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop in Camelford, Ontario, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and At Ease Supplements. You'll find them at ease.ca. And thanks to everybody who's tuning into the broadcast, whether you're watching it or listening to it on our speaker broadcast. Other than that, thank you and good night.
Good night.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.